I am riding off such an adrenaline rush right now. You have no idea. Hi, everyone. It's finally up. It's finally up. I have so many people to say thank you to. Oh my gosh, hold on. Give me a sec, guys. Hold up. Thank you so much for all the follows. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to say thank you to the people who specifically followed during stream, because I'm assuming you're here. Hiya, Capsy Chai. Hiya, Moon Headlife. Hiya, Corey Obby. Thank you guys so much for following. Hiya, Fowell. Cheese Purple Dragon. Hi, I saw you in a YouTube chat. Nines, thank you so much for the subbing. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I just see a Suntix pop up there. I'll say thank you in a sec. Demon Scarlet, thank you so much for following. Lunar Eclipse, thank you too. Jessa, you've subbed for a year. Let's go. You've got yourself a trident. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, guys. This is so cool. This is so cool. I'm so happy that we got it. Oh my gosh. Atlas, thank you so much for following. Yui Fluffy, Game Frog, Posture Check, thank you. I'm sitting pretty straight right now, Molly. So I don't even need to readjust. Suntic, thank you so much for the resub. Hey yo to you too. I appreciate it, my dude. 19 months. That is such a long time. Mariah Play, I will hydrate as well. Have you guys already spammed Martin's chat? Oh my gosh. Hold on, hydrates, what's happening? I can't keep up. I can't keep up. Have I missed anyone? Let me know if I've missed anyone. Jack here, thank you so much for following. Are my things getting filled with hydrates? Dudes. The hydrate train is going to be really difficult right now. So here's the thing, right? Guys, if I get 10 hydrates in a row without a chat message interruption, then I'm going to have to chug my bottle. But guys, give it up. It's not going to happen. There's too many peeps in chat. Hello, everyone. Hello, Pop Princess. Thank you so much for following. The Doggo Buddy, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Have I missed anyone? Let me know if I have. Amber White, did I say thanks for following? I appreciate it. And also, hello, Kid of Krebs, thank you so much for following, for subbing. I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry if I've missed anyone. There's so much happening. Carol, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to scroll back through my feed to see if I've missed anyone, and I'm so sorry if I have. This is so crazy, guys. Hi. Pop Prince, I don't know if I've said hi to everyone already. Hi, hello, thank you for following. To It Cheese, Evening Cow, thank you so much for following. Man, the stuff is happening. Stuff is happening. I've forgotten. We got the water. Right. You're not seeing 10 in a row. I'm not going to chug. We did not get a chug train, did we? Hold on, I'm going to have to go through my own thing. There's no chug train there. We have not got 10 in a row, guys. If I get 10 chugs, if I get 10 hydrates in a row, then I got to chug my bottle. So that's not there. You got 12 in a row. I'm not seeing it on my end, I'm afraid. I will take. I'm saying without a chat message interruption. Is how we got it. I'm not seeing it. It depends on my end. Zim is mod. Listen to Zim. Guys, this is so awesome. This is so awesome. Above this. Guys, there's too much happening. There's too much happening. Guys. There's so much happening. You keep trying. You guys will keep trying. It's 2 AM in Australia, man. Thank you so much for being here and for being up. Hi, everybody. There's so much happening. Hi. Oh, the animatic is released. It's here. People are trying so hard to get a hydrate train, guys. This is crazy. I feel like I just need to drink out my bottle with all the hydrates we've gotten, so I think I'm just going to finish my bottle. But I won't... I didn't see it, I'm afraid. It didn't show up on my end. But I'm going to quietly and calmly drink my bottle finish. Because, dudes, I do need to hydrate. To be fair. So you guys hydrate along with me, by the way. It's all good, guys. We're done. Anyway, everyone drink water. Absolutely. Hi, everybody. How are we feeling after that? How are we feeling after that? We're doing a calm hydrate, yeah. Because everything else in this stream is totally calm. It's totally calm. How are we feeling? So good, your day's going oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad, Pearl, that this has made your day better. It was amazing. Thank you, guys. We're gonna rewatch on stream Aqua Eclipse. We're gonna go through the animatic on stream. I'm so guys. Who immediately went to shout at Martin? Who did it? I want to hear names. Because goodness me, the poor guy. He's doing a charity stream. He's doing a charity stream. Let him do. Oh, someone beat. Lots of people. Guys, you're the best. Thank you. Hey guys, if Martin is reacting to it on stream, I'm assuming he won't react to it today because he hasn't got face cam. But legs can't stay, but you're shocked, especially expected to be amazed, but not near speechless. Awesome work. Thank you so much. Thank you. But if anyone, if Martin does react to it on this stream, do let me know. Do let me know, because we'll react to his reaction. But if he hasn't got face cam on this stream, react later with face cam, as in like in the same stream. Dudes, I want to know. I want to know. I'm so hyped, guys. I'm wearing dungarees today, and we got a hype train emote. Let's go. Let's share the hype train emote. Choo choo. Choo choo. But yeah. Oh, why would I put myself through animating Scar's hand? Sam, I don't know. Sam, if I ever say I'm gonna animate a hand again, just shoot me. Don't let me do it. Don't let me do it. I spent 12 hours animating that hand. We'll go through the process on how I did it, because like I'm not an animator. I have never really properly animated before. So we can kind of go through how, yeah, 12 hours. I mean, 12 hours of the unfurling of the scroll and the hand. So that sequence there, that took 12 hours, not just the hand. But still, that took so long. Guys, I was running out of time. I did that on Friday. I did that on Friday last week. I did that. I spent all day doing that. And there was, I will admit, there was an animation I wanted to include, and I couldn't. But yeah. You just tell me something, Winter. Tell me. Winter. I can read. Oh, thank you guys. It was noticeably a lot more animated than my previous ones. Thank you. I'm trying to improve on that. I've been trying to improve. Oh, guys, I tell you what. We're not going to sit on the start screen forever, so while I'm chatting, might as well pop over to this screen, eh? Let's pop over there. Scar was surrounded by the past winners. Yes. Show us all the secrets. Yes. All the secrets. Hey, Secret Life, you get to know all the secrets now. Yeah. I'm going to immediately address the questions that I've been seeing about if there's going to be a part 2. I don't know yet. I don't know. So here's the thing, right? I confused about the ending. It's Gem becoming the boogie is that ending. I'm not sure yet, because this took so long. This took far longer than I anticipated it to. It's already planned out, mostly, and I do have a song. I have an idea, and you know what, guys? Just maybe at the end of the stream, we reveal the song that part 2 might be made out of. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know if I am going to make a part 2, because here's my reasons. There's, yes, please, chat's going crazy. I don't know how long the stream is going to be, guys. The last stream, the last animatic after party, was 7 hours long, so we might be in for a ride, guys. Anyway, there is, oh, sorry if I missed a message. Let me know, if I missed a message, then let me know. I mean, there's a lot of messages going on. I will get to them whenever I can. But, yeah, it was so long. It was such a long stream. This stream isn't going to be as long because I've got Simon living with me at the moment, and she's not going to stand for being awake until 1 AM listening to my rambles, which is totally her right. And she's also going to save me at some point because I might just, you know... Did I get sleep last time? No. Anyway, so here's the thing. With the new live series in plan, I don't want to be playing catch up. Basically, I kind of discussed it on the what's it called, on the description of Feed the Machine. And if if you guys are okay with that, I might just quickly read through that because I had more gathered thoughts when I wrote that. Just kind of like my thoughts on future projects and how I stand. And I don't want to start this in like a quote-unquote disappointing mode. And I just want to stress, I don't know. I might not. I don't know. We'll see where the inspiration lies. But let me read it. Let me read what's in the description of the Feed the Machine animatic. I had originally planned to make 2 shorter animatics, hence the cliffhanger with Gem being the boogie. The second animatic is already planned out and half of the sketches have been done. However, this first animatic didn't end up being any less time intensive than the previous one. Yeah, short. Exactly, Captain Kilroy. It was not short. Posture check. I am still sitting up very straight. Thank you, Cheese. Didn't end up being any less time intensive than any other projects, and I finished far later than I wanted to. I wanted to finish this animatic in February, guys. I wanted to have this animatic finished in February. It's July! Flippin' heck! Anyway, we're finally here. With plans of a new life series on the horizon, I'm still undecided if I'm going to commit to a part 2 of Secret Life, or to wait to see if the new life series inspires me. Thank you so much for following Epic Unicorn, I appreciate that. On that note, I'll have to see if I'm inspired at all to make another animatic for the live series. I wasn't as inspired. It's Hawk here! Hawk's here! Hey, Hawk! Hello, hello! Hi, my friend, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome! On that note, I'll have to see if I'm inspired to make another animatic for the live series. I wasn't as inspired in Secret Life as I have been for the other series, and that made this project less enjoyable. I still enjoyed it, I will say. Hawk sighting! We've seen Hawk, we found Hawk. Come back from hiding from the internet. Welcome back, my dude. Welcome, welcome. Really happy to see with the end product of this animatic, but we'll have to see what the future holds. I know that a lot of you guys really enjoy and rewatch the animatics and look forward to the new ones whenever a new live series airs. I appreciate your support so much, and I adore this community we've built here for almost 3 years, guys. It's almost 3 years ago when we released our first live series animatic, which is crazy to me. Where's my... I've missed where I've read. I wouldn't have continued making animatics after Who Are You Really if it hadn't been for the amazing support of the community. Pardon me. Yeah, I'm just overwhelmed by the love you guys have shown for my art, for my craft, for my storytelling. I read every single comment, I'd like to say. I have read every single comment ever left on this channel. I do check it, even if I don't reply to everyone, I read them all, and I really appreciate all your kind words. It's amazing, guys. And yeah, I wouldn't have continued at all without you. Hello, my iPad's just switched off. I should probably keep my iPad on. Man, hello, what's going on? So much going on. Right, let me say thank you to all the follows. While I was reading through that. Did I say thank you to Fern? Thank you so much, Fern, for following my dude. I appreciate it. Hello, thank you so much for following. Nightmare. I almost wasn't able to read that. Thank you for following. Splendid Flavors. Mini Verzi, thank you so much for following. Happy. You gifted a sub to Fresh Cucumber. Thank you so much, Happy. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. You felt like Secret Life was lacking in terms of a cohesive plot compared to the other series, especially during the first 6 sessions. Makes sense why animatic making was a bit less inspiring this time around. That's exactly it. That's exactly it with Secret Life. And I love the live series. That's the whole thing. I love the live series. And I will continue to love it, I'm sure, but there's a question of loving a series and loving it so much that you're going to spend hundreds of hours making something for it. So, you know, that's the whole thing. Why did I torture myself with those short animations? I don't know, Koala. I don't know. I wanted to kind of like challenge myself in that sense, but I left the animations to the end. All those animations were done in the last week. I left all those animations to the end, and I regret it. I need to leave more time for those next time. Anyway. I wanted to test my limits, I always do, and I kind of come out a little bit more crazy every time. Devotion or delusion? Delusion. Delusion. You have 3,000 plus hours, I feel that. Yeah. I really enjoyed that. And there are some other projects that I've kind of had floating around in the back of my head, that involve animation, like full-on animation, that I wanted to dip my toes in. I'm not going to animate a hand again. Never. But, yeah. Like I said, I might make a part 2 of Secret Life. But and I do really like the song and the ideas that I have so far for it on the storyboards. I might continue to make live series animatics all together. I might continue if the next live series inspires me. But I don't want to give false promises, and that's what I said in the description. Who knows what the future holds and what will inspire me to work on these massive projects? I can just hope you're interested enough in my art and storytelling that you'll stick along for the ride. There you go. There we have that kind of, all those questions. Hey Zim, I see, I don't know how long you're able to hang out, Zim, but if you kind of see those kind of questions in chat, maybe send people to the description of the video where they can have a look there. Anyway, guys, hi! How are we feeling? Dudes, I might actually have to have a nervous toilet break. Because dudes, I've been drinking, like, also from the drinking, I need to refill my water, but thank you, Zim. Why did I torture myself animating a hand? Yeah, I feel like our questions are going to come a lot. I don't know. I don't know. Lost Royalty, thank you so much for following. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, man. We're here. We're finally here. We finally made it. After all these months. Man, I hate drawing hands. I hate drawing hands as well. But I still did it. 19 minutes in, finally starting. Yeah. 19 minutes in. The animatic almost released half an hour ago. I texted you the other day going like, I'm crazy doing animations. I'm crazy, going crazy with the animations, yep. Oh man. Thank you so much, guys. I'm in a bit of a limbo. Lost Royalty, thank you so much for subbing. I really appreciate it. Thank you for giving your sign prub. Your prime sign prub. Thank you for your sign prub. Thank you for your prime sub. I appreciate that, my dude. Oh, man. Dee Dee McLee, thank you so much for following. Guys, we're here. We're here. Sign prub. I've snapped. It's happened to the best of us. I snapped a long time ago, Captain Kilroy. I think I've been snapped since the very first animatic. But you know, we're here for the sign probs. Yep, exactly. I gotta see, what is that? Minecraft 15th anniversary celebration. Oh, is that like that little badge next to your name? That's cool. I'm inspiring you to do an animatic. Ellie, that's awesome to hear, my dude. Awesome, awesome. Rosemar, thank you for following. Oh, guys. Big B in the Cobble Rooms. Big B in the Cobble Rooms was a trip. That frame was quite a difficult one to do, I will say. When I gave out one a little while ago, awesome. It was good. Thank you, Hawk. Misguided Joy, thank you so much for following. I really tried. I really tried a lot to work with lighting. To work with composition, to work with interesting angles, this animatic. I tell you what, should we dive into it? Should we dive into the entire process? The Void IB's appearance, yes! Let's dive into everything going on. Oopsie, yeah, let's not show my timetable for next semester to you guys. That would be awkward. Feed the machine. Okay. Let's get there. Right. So, all my animatics start out with a good notes document. You love to see it, right? Can we do a full watch through to start, then pause and talk? Sure, we can do. I was going to go through my notes first. That's the question. You guys can totally have input on how we proceed with this animatic. Or through this animatic, through this after party. Do we just watch the animatic again? I love peeps getting ads, darn it, sorry guys. Do we just watch the animatic again? And then go through my process on everything? Or do we go through my notes first, and then we go watch the animatic again, and when we look through the images, through the drawings? That's the question. Yes? Yes. Which one? Notes, animatic, images. I do like that. I do like that thought. Because I feel like we got the notes and then the jump scares. Oh dear. Sorry, my dude. Notes then animatic. I like that one because we go from the writing to the visual, right? No way, guys. There's a thunderstorm. There's a thunderstorm. Oh, we love that. I just heard thunder rolling. I don't have any windows in this room, so I couldn't even tell you. Oh, right, we'll do that then. Thank you so much for following the Tumblebee. I appreciate it. Love thunderstorms. Thunderstorms can cut out my internet sometimes, so we'll see. It's been storming all night. Whoa. Right. Let's go through the notes. So, what I always do, and I'll quickly just hide the screen because, yes. What I always do with every single animatic is I have them in like good notes things. So we have Battle Cry here was one, but we're gonna focus on Feed the Machine now. Oh, Hawk, so sorry to hear that, my dude. Oh my gosh, don't like storms in that sense. But yeah, Feed the Machine, Poor Man's Poison. It's a Secret Life Animatic. And so, this is right at the start what I wrote. Improvement goal was perspective and composition. And also I had another one that I added kind of at the end. Was atmosphere. I wanted to improve in my atmosphere in drawings. No, those kind of storms don't happen often in Europe at all. If anything, like maybe earthquakes every now and again, but not really. But yeah, what I do is I copy down the lyrics. When I have a song that I'm like, yes, I'm going to do an animatic to this song, I copy the lyrics into this document, and then basically I write my notes to it. I just regurgitate, I just throw up on the paper. I think I nailed the atmosphere. Thank you, my dude. I tried so hard. And that's kind of what I do. I do this instead of making thumbnails because I don't enjoy the process of making thumbnails. I feel like if I just write it down in words, then I can marinate on the idea and think of a better composition that if I just throw down a composition and then stick to it. But that's just kind of like my process. What's the blue and red lines? The blue and red lines are a change of frame. This is where every frame changes. So you see like 1, frame 2, frame 3, 4, 5. I didn't do it in the intro here because those are called intro ones. Thanks so much for following Kitty Music. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gonna be ordering prints. Let's go. By the way, guys, print-wise, yes, I offer prints of animatics. I actually forgot to do this. I'll do this later. I'll do this after the stream. But I'm planning for the month of August to do a print sale like we did last year in October, I think. To do a print sale where the first print costs $30 US and every single print after that is $15 US. So like you can order in bulk. So yeah. I won't be doing any print orders for the rest of this month because I'm traveling, but all of August I will have a print sale going. I'll give more information on that when we get closer to the you know how you get a print. Read the description of the of any kind of video, of the most recent videos of like the last 2 years, any kind of ever in YouTube description. Or on Insta, that'll also work. Yeah. But just so that I've thrown that out there, so that you guys are the first to know, we're doing a print sale in October. Didn't hear? Look at the description in the I beat you to it. Look at the description in any kind of YouTube video of mine, of Everin. But yeah. If you want to order prints, that's how it'll work. So yeah, I go through all the stuffs, and basically, so if I have a more like concrete idea, I write it under the line, or if I just have a vague idea, which was actually most of this animatic comprised of vague ideas, like we're gonna is just red lives. I replanned this animatic so much. Yeah, well, I did so much replanning of this animatic. I don't know how accurate these notes are. I'll tell you what though, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. As soon as Grian and Mumbo both died in the Wither and Warden fight, like Grian not dying his final life, but as soon as they died, I was like, I immediately had that image exactly the way I drew it in my brain, and that was such a satisfying moment of, you know, there is a rare occasion where the image that you have in your brain, you are able to get that image on paper, and that frame was one of those, and it's definitely one of my favorite frames of the whole animatic. Anyway, hey, feed the machine. Oh, look, I didn't even finish this. Look, at some point, I just got to the point where I stopped updating the update thing. So all these can be just, you know, boop, 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 boop. We're done. We finished. Oh, I have so many images in my brain, but I can never. I'll tell you what, it's 1 in 1,000 when that happens, and it's such a success when that happens. Yeah, we're done. This is how I also track my process. This is something that I do with every animatic as well. And it's really, if you're thinking of doing an animatic, I really recommend doing this. Like, obviously it doesn't have to have as many steps as mine. It could just be like messy composition sketch and line art, right? So I definitely recommend doing this though, because you can track your progress and see, like, get motivated for doing stuff. But yeah. Had a few ideas for animatics. Save those ideas. I have so many ideas that I have yet to do, and some ideas that I just haven't done yet because I feel like my skill isn't at the point yet where I can do those. So I might revisit them in a while. So yeah, have to go to class in 30 minutes. Claudius, the VOD will be there, no worries. But thanks for hanging out when you can. Telling you need to organise. I mean, I am a freak of organisation. I really like having that kind of thing structured, and it motivates me. I don't know if it would motivate other people, but it definitely motivates me, and you know, that's the most important part. It's part of my process, so that's how that works. What I also do is in every animatic I try to keep track of how often people appear, so you've kind of got like all the different life series peeps in a list, with all their colours aesthetically drawn. We got 5 all Impulse cameos. Yes, Impulse appeared 5 times, Skiz only appeared 3 times. Oh, I love you guys. That goes back to our previous stream. I planned out the entire story for the Atlas Planet before starting to write. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm a planner. I'm such a planner at heart. The whole time the animatic kept thinking of the Imp Skiz cameos. Happy. Awesome. Love that. Loved all my Jimmy scenes. Thank you. But yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. And also this was a shorter animatic. It's like almost 2 minutes shorter than other animatics. And it was only 65 frames versus other animatics have been 100 frames. So, you know, there's going to be less people appearing, but still, a whole bunch of people. We've got 9 Martins, we've got 9 Grians, we've got 8 B-dubs. Yeah. Impulse, you like Impulse's design in this one? Yeah, only 65. Yeah, they used to be a lot shorter, they did. I was very happy with Impulse's design as well. I'm actually really I've very frequently been concerned about Impulse's design because I'm trying so hard to stray away from just printing an eye on his t-shirt because that kind of just breaks my immersion. I'm not a fan of that design. Of the earring on Impulse? Yes, the eye earring. I think that was that part of his skin? I feel like ages ago. This is almost half a year ago. In fact, I'm going to check this. I'm going to check my sources. Because I think we did a stream where we kind of had a look at some... I'm looking for the stream now. Yeah, figuring out limited life character designs. Okay, we want to figure out Secret Life character designs. I don't think that's... don't think I can find it immediately, but I feel like that was half a year ago where we had a look at especially Impulse and Scott's character designs. Did I change anyone else's? I don't think so. But that's when we did that. I think it's cool that Impulse's design changes each time. I just need to find a way that I want to draw Impulse. I liked how I drew him in Limited Life with the tie, but I can't really follow on with the tie. Hiya, Winterwings. Thank you so much for following. I've already seen you in chat. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see what we continue to draw impulse as, because I don't like the eye print. And we'll see if we can find a way to get around that. Solar, my hours improved so much. Thank you. Bye, Fire Queen. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Internet says no cucumber. Oh gosh. Yeah. Man. Love it. It's so cool. It's so cool. And also, right at the end, Vulcan, thank you so much for resubbing. Dude, 7 months already? Wow, those months have gone by so quickly, man. Gosh. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oopsie. The lines and lyrics work so much better compared to the other aromatics. Animatics. Really? General, honestly, I'd disagree, but I appreciate the comment. I appreciate that. So I'm okay. We can definitely agree to disagree. It has been 7 months. Yeah. Aromantics. Yeah, let's go. Animatic, aromantic, same thing, right? Same thing. Just realized you don't have any impulse skins. In what sense? Don't have any impulse skins. But man, yeah, this whole thing, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm just I'm sat here and I'm just kind of like, what the heck? I don't know what's happening. I was just kind of like, I don't usually look at numbers, but seeing that there were hundreds of you sitting there for the premiere, dudes. Aromantic, animatic, I'm both. Woo! But yeah. You did not expect movement. Thank you. I did my best. I tried so hard. We were excited. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm overwhelmed. I'm just a little person on the internet who does the art. So thank you for the support. It's amazing. Yeah. that cover of Running Up That Hill is still fantastic. The last thing I always do for animatics is I kind of roughly calculate how long I spent on it. Because I kind of have like in my brain how long I spent editing, how long I spent archiving my files. Flipping heck, it was so painful this time. Dropbox was not working. I am never going to I am never going to use Dropbox again. Flipping goodness me. But yeah, drawing approximately 190 hours, which I think is a gross underestimation. I found out recently, because this is, you know, how I figured this out. We'll go to Procreate. The way I figure this out is so on Procreate, we're on Procreate right now on the drawing app. You can go to Canvas information and you can look at statistics there. Like this one took 2.5 hours in track time. I don't know if that'll be very visible. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's very accurate, because that's the time it took, like when my finger was on, when I was on the brush lines, you know, when I was drawing. Replay Procreate is only time your brush is touching the screen. So my brush was touching the screen for 2.5 hours. It doesn't really count for countless hours that I spent staring at this blankly. Anyway. That's how we do it. That's how I calculate that, because I have no other way to calculate it, basically. Have a great stream and rest. Thank you, Hawk. I will rest. I will. But yeah, the planning is also a very rough estimate. But yeah, pure willpower. Yes, that's how I get through these. So yeah, we have the notes and yeah, this is it. This is it. Oh man, guys, I'm so happy we're finally here. You have no idea. You have no idea. What I will quickly do, I say we watch the animatic next. We just go through and watch the animatic, and then I'll just go through every single frame and just talk about them. That's what we usually do, eh? And if we go on tangents, then we can. But before that, I just really need to rush to the loo again, because me having to drink my entire bottle. Thank you guys for the hydrates. I'm just going to quickly do that. So I'm just going to set you guys there. I am going to up the music so that you guys aren't left without any entertainment. And I'll be right back. How do I come back and the first message that I see is Katie is a sausage sometimes. Hello? What did I miss? What was that? Oh, I love that. I love that. Guys, it's so hot today. And this is an airless room, but we're going to push through. Is that not true? Am I a sausage? Is this a new conspiracy theory? Am I a sausage? It's alright, Ellie. Oh, we're talking about sausage. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes so much more sense. Oh, that was the best message to come back to. I love that. I love that. Anyway, should we watch the animatic? I'm out of breath from running up and down the stairs. Oh my gosh. But yeah, should we watch the animatic, guys? Should we go and watch the animatic? Are we ready? Let me put my iPad to the side. Oh man, are we ready to watch it together? I think we should. I think we're ready. Let me just make sure that everything's good. That I don't dox myself. I think we're good. I think we're okay. Because we did the thing recently. We did the animatic reaction recently. Stretch, thank you. I will stretch. But yeah. Shall we watch the animatic? Hmm? Are we ready? I almost pressed the stop streaming button. That would have been bad. Eartha Katie, yes, we're here. We're here. Let's mute the music. Are we ready to watch the thing? Let's unmute. Oh, guys, so cool to share this with you. So cool. Are we ready? Dramatic falls count. Dramatic falls. It's still there. It's still there. Oh, Ellie, that's why you were saying Eartha Katie. Should we continue? Do we have dramatic falls? I think we do. We need to add to it. Okay, we'll just leave it and we'll add to it. If you forgot, those of you who weren't here on the last stream, we reacted to previous animatics. Well, we reacted to all the live series animatics and all the animatics I did since the live series. So, Who Are You Really Till Present? And we counted all the dramatic falls that I have drawn. And it ended up being 38. And, yeah. If you want the VOD to that, it's on Katie Rowe VODs. It's on YouTube, Katie Rowe VODs. I removed it from Twitch because I was scared of copyright claims with all the copyrighted music, but it's on Katie Rowe VODs. Yeah, you go look at that. It's there. Anyway, do we do the dramatic fall counter? Should we just, I say for this first go, we just watch it through, and we're just gonna enjoy it together. Should I hide my person? Shall I hide myself? It's like the opposite of show yourself. It's hide yourself. Step into the closet. Hide yourself. It's like the opposite of the show yourself song from Frozen 2. Anyway, the Double Life Jimmy flashback counted as 2 because they were 2 different scenes. Not the closet. Not the closet. Get back in there. I've been out for so long though. I put myself back in the closet. Don't go back in. No, don't go back in the closet. It's a dark place. Let's just. There is a ghost hunting. Point taken. There's ghost hunting. We must get in the closet. I'm gonna go. I'm totally going to Narnia if that's it. It's no longer June. Get back in the closet. Oh no, we support anyone if you are ready to be if you're still in the closet, if you're ready to be out of the closet, you're awesome. Support you. Anyway. The door is locked, normally not a problem, but you live alone. Oh, Vulcan, okay. Anyway, I say we just watch it through. I'm not gonna pause the first go. I'm not gonna pause. I feel like I have a command for the VODs. Hold on. I can't remember exactly what it is. I can't remember if it's VOD or VODs. Oopie. There it is! If you do exclamation point VOD, then you'll find the VODs channel. Right, let's just watch through. Let's watch. You found a friend. Yikes. Katie spotted in chat. It's the aha spyglass seeing it. Anyway, should we go? Should we start and just watch? Just enjoy this experience together, and then we can kind of skip through and have a look at specific stuff we want to. Let's go. Let's watch it again together, you guys and me. Here's to the grave. If I start singing along, I apologize. It's just such a good song. Did you guys recognize all those silhouettes, by the way? Do you know who those silhouettes are? That hand. Watch me forever. I just realised I didn't properly draw the hands on the ghosts. on the winners. Oops. All that hand animation. Me it is. Thank you so much for following. Raise my volume. And there's blood all over the ground. See what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna lower this volume, the YouTube volume, because if I raise my volume, we'll start cutting out. Let me know if that's alright. Excuse cameo. Aloha. Read the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste. Awesome, thanks for the feedback, guys. Root Boy. Root Boy was the first frame that I finished. And Martin replied to that one on Twitter as well. Camel in the background. This was just those three playing around with the camel was so fun. I love that part. Nothing's going on, no need to fear. That helmet took forever to draw on Scar's head, and I don't think I ever managed to make it look good. Same with this background. Yeah, the impulse earring. I love doing the movements in this part, it was so fun. Jem looks spooky, she's meant to. Oh, Cleo's a boss. The king. They ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you boys in the well. Did these ones on screen? Take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. I love this frame. Cleo does slow. Rango was amazing, thank you. Yeah. That feather as well took forever. The feather took forever. Oh my god. The feather! Oh, OG, Everin, and Pearless and Peeps will know what the feather means. More than just a canary pierce. That frame also having reused with the Magic Lammet, yes. Yes! Last life with it. Yes, well everyone clear Discord. Exactly, Zim. And we have a community Discord. All being down, come on. Ah. Oh man. I haven't actually ever watched it to the end. Yeah, that worked out. That worked out nicely. Cool. Hey, there it is. I don't know if it's actually added it. Hold on. Has it added it to the animatics playlist? Oop. It's added it at the end. We need it at the top though. We need this animatic to be at the top. This is not the time to be doing this. It's fine. It's fine. This is the worst play. Flipping heck. Come on, mate. Come on, just move up. Hold on. Ah, pain. Come on. I didn't do you at the same time as I did Brave as a Noun. Oh my gosh, pain. Can we go up, please? What the heck, dude? Mate. Fine, do it later. Katie fighting with tech. I'm doing my best. Oh, why? What I could do, actually, is I could... Oh, gosh, that's going to move everything really far down, though. Help! Does that work? No, it doesn't. I've messed up the entire thing! Okay, we're going to ignore it for now. Wait, can I just... Maybe I can try it from here. Playlists. Is this going to work? Can I just look at the playlist, please? Without pain. View full playlist. Oh, flipping, thank you. Up. There you go. Martin, I'm afraid you have been replaced by the Secret Keeper as the front of the animatic. Anyway. Let's watch it. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. Are we there? Yes, we are. Cool. Oh. Whew. Martin has been replaced. I'm sorry, mate. That's also like an interesting factoid. I had people who were very central to the animatics so far. I've had people on, apart from the youth, but that was the very first one. I've had people on the front page of animatics. I mean, Etho's there with the so far. But now it's not a person, it's an entity. It's the Secret Keeper. I can only just see my mouse fiddling around in the corner there. You can only just see it. But yeah, for once we have... Yeah, it makes the law now. It does. Ended a friendship with Martin. Witherrib, his new best friend. Witherrib? Secret Keeper? The entity. Oh, with the entity. Wait a minute. Hold up a second. I've got blueberries on the plate next to me and a Franzbrötchen. If you don't know what a Franzbrötchen is, Google it. It is the best thing in the world. I baked myself some today. You can also see a picture on the Discord, I guess. But yes, I have snacks next to me. If you don't, might be time to get some snacks. How do you Google that? Franz? So like Franz, the name. Brötchen, which is a cute way of saying bread. Just say land. Okay, fair. But it is fantastic. It's a bake. Thank you, Essig Mango. Thank you. You go have dinner, my dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maya. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out for the time that you have. Oh man, are we ready? Are we ready to go through this again? One of Katie's kind. One of my children. I eat my children? Hold up. That's not how this works. I am wondering if I underbaked them. Because I overbaked them last time. They were very dry. I'm going to have to maybe ponder on Simon when Simon gets back on her opinion of it. Anyway. I read that German. Kind. Kind. One of my kind. Don't read that German. Oops. I could actually just show a picture of the Franzbrötchen, to be fair. I have it on my iPad. Boop, beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Is it doing it? Is it working? There they are. I baked them today. I made them. I already eaten that one, and now I'm eating one from a different one. But yeah, num num num. Anyway, should we go through the animatic bit by bit? And I think I'm going to swap between iPad and computer here, or YouTube here. And we'll see. Just woke up and saw the animatic? Yeah, let's go. Right. So. Vet appointment went well. Good to hear, my dude. Vet appointments are always really stressful. For the cats, for you, yourself. That's good to hear. They look as delicious as my art. Thank you. Oh. We might have a Simon home. I hear some... Do I have a Tumblr? I do. I have a Tumblr for Lurkage, but I don't ever post anything on it. I actually forgot I had a Tumblr. I was about to say that I don't. Anyway, let's go through it bit by bit, shall we? We also have like an intro before. We haven't had an intro like this before, like the credits for a while on Live Series Animatics. Bye, Mango. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, yes, the dramatic fall counter. Should we just quickly, should we go through and do the dramatic falls? We'll do that. Let's do the dramatic falls. It sets a mood. Then the dramatic falls will be accurate. Oh, that was a sour blueberry. I don't know. Do we have any dramatic falls? We have Joel. We have Martin. We have Lizzie. Ignore me. Why am I saying we have no dramatic falls in this? Silly, silly, silly. That animation, thank you. It took so long. It took forever. Never doing it again. Look around.
Fear is on the rise, and there's blood all over the ground. Let's all
Let's see. I'm very happy. Punt.
We must
Being punted. Yeeted off the bridge. We've got the biggest Skiz and Impulse fan base here. Ah, dramatic counter, dramatic full counter. Boop. It's at 39. Boop.
You feed the machine, bring them all back down to the...
And another one, because he definitely failed that fall. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Oh, pardon me. Jimmy got punted. Did he get punted? When did Jimmy get punted? Oh, okay. I didn't necessarily draw him getting punted, to be fair. I had a different interpretation of that. Oopsie. Boop. Dramatic falls 40. So dramatic. Remind them slaves. I just appreciate the vocal performance in this song. So good.
Watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was nice to know you.
That hand slotting the ender eye in is so satisfying. Tango the slave, tango the slave.
Nothing's going on, no need to fear. And we're all in this
Is also one of my favourite frames. I really enjoy it.
Just to make it all clear, we want the same thing as you. This will all be over soon. Now here's a little pill, here's the truth.
Can we just appreciate the fact that B-Dubs looks like Pearl and Impulse is like grandfather or something? He looks so much older than them. Love the gem whispering to B-Dubs. I was honestly concerned if that frame was maybe a little bit creepy. But I think it was intended to be creepy. Is this lore? Wait, there's... So, do we count this as one? We count this as 2 frames, right? 1, 2. Count that as 2 frames, right? Right? I give B-Dubs a beard. B-Dubs needs a beard! Then he and Etho can be the granddaddies. No, no, no. No! What have I said? I can't take it back. Grandfathers, grandfathers! It can be grand... Oh no! I can't take it back! Grandfathers! Yes, fathers! Katie's sausage example. I feel like, yeah, I am apparently, yes, I am turning into sausage. Oh man, that's Grandpapa B-Dubs getting on his ears. Calm, calm. We add 2 falls to the counter. Oh no! What did I do? This has gone too far. Sugar, coffee, and adrenaline has gone too far. Having said that, Zim, I'm going to take another bite of my Franzbrötchen as we continue. Oopie. Hold on, guys. I've just moved stuff on OBS. Did not mean to. Make that up back to 42. Hey, the 4 counter is the life, meaning, the universe and everything. The meaning of life, the universe, and... I can speak! Oh my gosh! Sugar, the sugar.
Feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees.
Question. Because we have, also, Grandpa B-Dubs is, you know, he's maybe getting on as it is, but he's out there still slaying dragons. Do we still count? Do we count this as a fall? Because in theory, Jimmy did get yeeted into the air. But this isn't me drawing a frame of someone falling, right? So here's the question of what we define as a falling. He did fall, true. It's not ever an animatic without a dramatic fall. Yeah, if we look at the fall counter. Not a fall. I'm seeing a lot of yeses and a lot of no's. Then, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. It's lovely to have you here. No, not a fall. No, no, no. Okay, I think I'm seeing more no's. Granddaddy B. I'm never going to live that down. I don't know. That is true. We did call tripping falling. But it's not a fall in my animatic. That is also a thing. He could just be being pushed. Yeah, no. So you're close to 20,000 points. What are you going to do with the 20,000 points? You don't do it. Okay, well, not time.
Bring them all back down to their knees. No
time to waste.
Remind the slate.
That, I want to say, this shot was the worst. Oopsie. This shot was the worst. I hated this shot with a burning passion. We'll get back to it.
Remind the slate. They ain't gonna make it out.
Lizzie's party. I tried so hard to figure out how. Oh, hold on. We don't count this as falling, do we? He's just drowning in lava, right? We don't count it as falling. He's just drowning. Or burning. Mambo keeps falling in lava, yes. It is not the first time. No, he's melting. Granddaddy either. I'm never gonna live that down. He's just drowning. It's fine. Okay. He's melting. It isn't the first time, no. Fall! Fall! I didn't include the party in Pal's house. That was too many people in one frame, Zim. There was no way I was drawing that. I was not gonna draw everybody in one frame. That would have been like 20 hours of work. Anyway, let's add one to the counter. 43. 43. Let's also count that one, right? Canary call, first to fall. Forever trapped in different walls. Is that how the rhyme went? Thank you! I really... Oh, let's have a frame where we see it better. I really like this design of the feather. It was very simple. Yeah, it's a fall. Let's do 44. 44! 44! Another Katie wanted poster memories of last life. Did I? Oh, we do have a Zimon home. But I am very happy with this feather. That one took 7 hours. And this one took 5 hours, this feather. Because I already knew what I was doing. There's more frames for this feather. And I also do see it kind of curling around his neck like a noose. As in, like, he's still being taken by the canary perch. Happy Tim. I sent this frame to the guys on the mods on the Everin Discord, saying like, this looks like I didn't intend for this frame to look like this, but this looks like Jimmy's just singing, I'm just Ken, anywhere else I'll be a 10. Oh, I'd be a 10. What would I get to make? Yeah, chat exploding, yeah, exactly. I didn't intend for it, but he just screams Ken in this image. That wasn't the idea. He's just about to get murdered by a sonic blast.
Hey, you beat the machine, bring them all back down to their knees.
Yes, I am convinced.
He's just gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you poison the well. Watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the whole world in his hands. It was not.
Someone in the live chat before the animatic was posted, I can't remember who, but someone mentioned like, I bet with the lyric he's got the whole world in his hands, it's gonna have green, and I'm like, you know too much. You saw it coming.
It was nice to know you.
You know too much. No, not that way. Hi. Not underbaked? Oh, lovely. Apparently, the Franzbrötchen are perfect, Simon says, which is good. Because I underbaked the first ones, overbaked the second ones. Third time's the charm. 44 dramatic falls is what we have. That is exactly it. In all the live series animatics we've done. 44 dramatic falls. I don't know if in, like, animatics I did before then, we have any more dramatic falls. It's been too far, it's been too long since... Oh, we have at least one more I can think of. But that's about it that I can think of. Anyway. Jem looks like a bad guy in the animatic. Oof. My plans for the next animatic paint her as so much more of a bad guy. Anyway, don't know if that's enough. You mean enough dramatic falls? Yeah, we need to make more. But oof, yeah, Gem, we love Gem. She is very threatening. That's the whole thing. And she was so innocent at the start as well. So it's like you've got this part. It's kind of like a descent into madness, where we've kind of got firstly we have her kind of exploring the caves.
All over the ground, let's all just blindfold. We must.
It's kind of exploring the caves. Kind of we must remind them what's in store. Scott and Impulse know what's going on. Gem doesn't yet, but then she kind of starts learning what's happening. Kind of starts to understand the world of the Life series. Like, oh my gosh, I have to go do the end stuff. But then also, you've got the creepy kind of whispering into B-Dub's ear. B-Dub's looking around the shield, yeah, hiding behind Etho, and kind of like convincing B-Dubs to go to the end. I almost had a Pearl and Impulse on either side here, but they didn't really fit in the frame. We're not going to talk about that, Zin. That didn't exist. That never existed. We'll talk about that later. Don't let me forget about that, because I definitely need to tell that story. From like convincing B-Dubs to go into a dangerous situation, and then all the way to just pure kind of insanity that will lead, potentially, who knows, to another animatic where she truly is the bad guy, being the boogie man. Look at those glowing eyes. Anyway. Yeah, we've done the dramatic fall counter. I'm just wondering, do we continue with me clicking around the animatic here, or do we go on to "I'm the bad guy"? Duh. Is that a Gem quote? That sounds like something Gem would say. Dance Boogie Wonderland. Boogie Wonderland. Thank you, Rose. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Lovely to have you here, my dude. That's a song. It's a song? Wait, it's a song? We're talking Billie Eilish. I'm the bad guy. We need a granddaddy counter every time Ethiopia Dubs makes an appearance. Oh no. Gem is great. I'm not a massive fan of that song, I will say. I'm never... Not me here, never. Dude, I don't listen to radio. I do know that song. But it sounds like... But like, "I'm the bad guy, duh," sounds like a Gem sentence. No, we're not doing a granddaddy counter. No. 2019 was 5 years ago. Koala, how dare you make me feel old? No. No. I'm going to ignore the granddaddy counter comments. Question, guys. Do we go to my iPad so I can kind of look at different frames more in detail? Because we can only ever see the frames here on a surface level and have it like in combination with the music. Not a granddaddy counter. Should we make a poll? No. Sorry, it's thrown me. It's thrown me so bad. My gosh, you guys. Paul would work. Zim, don't do this to me. No, it's been clipped. This is how democracy dies. No. Oh, it's fine. Do we continue on the computer? And if we do, I might just look, I'm back again. Hello, it's me. You know how to make a poll. Oh man, Sim. Out of the closet. I am debating this. Man. You are. I'm being tortured. Oh my gosh. Shall we? I will get to this question one day. I'm not doing it until... I'm going to be honest. I'm going to forget to add... I think it's a really funny idea, but I'm going to forget to add to the counter. And I might just actually hide this one if we are continuing on the thing. I'm going to forget to increase it. And I don't want to kind of like be have like if I'm talking about something, have that kind of be interrupted, have the thought process be interrupted if I have to add to a counter. Does that make sense? Definitely make your own counter. If you want to, you can definitely make your own counter and then send it in chat. We'll do that. Right, guys. I've got Franzbrötchen on my screen. I'm going to take a sip of lemonade. Because I have I was not going to chug the lemonade, by the way. That would not have ended well. Should we go to my iPad? I think that's the best. I think that's the best thing to be doing. Here we are. This is a screen I don't get to show very often. Ooh. Bye, Birdie. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude. Thanks for hanging out. Poker Bros, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. Hasn't started yet. So here we have the entire folder. And guys, I just want to say once again a huge thank you. Back in October, thanks to your guys' support, I was able to get myself a new iPad and upgrade from the one that I previously had. And the previous like Battle Cry and Double Life, I couldn't have all the animatics in one all the frames of the animatic on my iPad at the same time. All I could do was just archive half of them halfway through and then continue, which meant, and this really always hindered my process a lot, because I couldn't go through the song, listening to the song, and kind of clicking through the image while I was listening to the song, all the images, and just get a feel for the flow of the animatic. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that for Battle Cry. I couldn't do that for Double Life, for running up that hill. And now I can again. I can do it again because I have much more space on my iPad, and that is only the reason that I was able to afford this iPad is because of your guys' support, and I just really, really appreciate that. And I just wanted to say thank you again, because that has been a game changer, this animatic. That has been such a game changer. Anyway. The iPad is a secret can... What? Okay. What did I miss? I keep missing stuff. Oh, all the hearts in chat. Thank you, guys. You're the best. Anyway. How long did it take to figure out the feather? I had animated something like that before. I'm just trying to think when. Oh, you know what? I'd animated, hold on, we can go back to my computer, I guess. We can go back here. So, I had very, very brief experience. So kind of like, we cut that one together, we cut that, yeah, together. We did the editing on that one together. And kind of like understanding the movement of that feather made me understand how feathers work in that sense. Teamwork, yeah. That was like my first experience in that sense. And I'm just trying to think, guys, did I ever animate stuff much? I did the animation of the... It's kind of just a bouncing ball thing, isn't it? I've done like some animation introduction stuff. Just out of interest for the animation. I've just realised my Twitter handle is wrong on the on the art screen. In the corner, like above my head, you've got my socials popping up, and the Twitter handle's wrong, and it's been wrong for a good year now almost. Oopsie, I need to change that. Anyway, it's kind of like I've done the bouncing ball before, which is the very first thing that you do when you're kind of learning animation. But like it's just another feel for it, and kind of the thing that you have to do with that is you need to think, okay, when's the feather going to be moving slowly For instance, here you've got a lot of feathers on top of each other. The light green feathers you see here are onion skin frames. And you kind of need to think, okay, where is it going to be moving slowly, and where will it have more speed? So like kind of think of the motion that the feather will take in what you're drawing. And I started out, of course I don't have that anymore, but I started out kind of with a kind of like thinking, okay, I kind of wanted to go around here, and gosh, I can't remember how. Hold on, this is the Lizzie's feather. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah. So this one goes boop, 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 boop. And you first kind of draw what line you want it to take. It can definitely be frustrating. And then you kind of just, on that line, draw the feathers. And if you're, just think about gravity as well. Just think about gravity, because if the feather's going up, it'll be going slower. Then if it'll be going down, it'll be going quicker, which means they're more spaced apart. And especially if it's like changing direction, the feather will be going slower. So that's kind of what's my thought process on that. And I don't know if I still have sketches to this. I don't. But the way I did it was, I started out with like every frame, I just drew a ball. On every frame, I just drew a ball on every frame to kind of try and figure out the movement. And we did. Hi, is Drawlistics in chat? Oh yeah, there it is. Hello, hello. Just feel like wow, thank you so much. Thank you. The dedication. Hey, Drawlistics guys, if you haven't seen Drawlistics Animatics, definitely go do that. Very, very good. They are a trip, and I love them, as I always say. But yeah, I just did dots, and then those dots, when I'd done the run through of the dots, I then turned those dots into lines, because depending on like the position of the feather, the line is kind of different, the way that it's moving. Just like this central line here is the first thing on that I drew, and then I did the feather part around it, and that's how I did the feather. It took me a while to kind of figure out how I wanted to do the feather, but that's how I did it. That's how it's done. And then whoop, that's what it looks like. I'm very, very happy with the motion of it. It's very fun. Scar defeated the moon when he beat Pearl. Are we talking about the celestial bodies? I have some thoughts on the celestial bodies, I'm going to be honest. But yeah, I've looked at this so much. Tingles your brain. I've looked at this so much myself. I'm very proud of what I was able to do then. Let's, just for the sake of it, have a look at Jimmy's as well. This one has far more frames in it, because it's more movement. Did I take your yellow highlighter? In this, it's hypnotic, awesome. To make this, yes, I definitely did, Ellie. I stole your yellow highlighter so that I could highlight the feathers here. You can have it back though. I'll hand it back. I'm sorry. It's such a nice highlighter, so I thought I'd, you know. How did I animate Scar's hand? That is a big question. And again, I want to say I wouldn't ever make a tutorial. I'm no position to make a tutorial out of this. Also be ready for cursed hand drawings. And I tell you what I will do is I will do some fiddling here first and just show you the bare bones. Okay? So we'll activate and deactivate some layers. And then I can kind of illustrate how I did it. I hear the follow being... Alice, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. Art in general is like magic to you, but animation in particular is just so crazy to you because so much work goes into it, and the Minecraft YouTube community has so many super talented artists and animators. That's crazy. So many talented people in the live series community. It's fantastic. Or the Minecraft YouTube space in general, absolutely. But animation is something that I've never really gotten into. I mean, my animatics have fewer drawings in them than other animatics, I will say. That's kind of like the whole style of them. But they're colored and they are like quote unquote animated by moving the PNGs in DaVinci Resolve. So that's kind of like how that works. Like, don't mind me, I'm just activating and deactivating some layers so that you guys can see the sketch layers first. Because I think that's maybe the way we do this, is we kind of have a look at how I did those. Oopsie. Boop. And what I will also do is just quickly grab the last frame of the scroll. That's the first frame of the scroll. And flatten you. And copy you. Also, if you just want to see the scroll unfurling on its own there. There we go. And then what we'll do, I hope this works. And we'll make this as the foreground image. What's this? Oh, that's the foreground. Foreground. Okay. There will be some clipping issues on that. But, yeah. I might just lower the opacity of this so we can kind of see through. Anyway. Do I like the animating feature on Procreate? So the animating feature on Procreate has been around for a long time, actually. It's been around for as long as I've you guys see that like bounce when someone follows, in case there's someone here who has yet to follow, I'd really appreciate the follow so that we can see the bouncing waving animation. That would be great, so that I can have an example. But there we go. Thank you. Shiny Locks, thank you so much. That animation is almost, no, it's 3 years old now. That animation has been there for as long as I've streamed. And the animation stuff on Procreate has been far older than that. I had, back in 2020, I had a little Avatar The Last Airbender phase. And I did some animation there as well of some Kira earthbending. But I think what you're thinking is, yes, Zim, you're thinking about Procreate Dreams. And I despise Procreate Dreams. I did this all on Procreate. I did this all on the animation app on Procreate because Procreate Dreams is flipping awful. Let me just see if I have an example. Yeah. So, let's see, does this work? This does not work. Oh no, it does. So I did this animation twice, right? I did this on Procreate Dreams and I did this on Procreate itself. This one was done on Procreate Dreams, this specific animation here. I'll just play it again. I think I did a better job on Procreate itself. But if you kind of zoom in, do you see the texture of the background there? This is far more visible on my iPad, I will say. But I had a smooth background. I had a very smooth background and a very smooth transition of like, you know, gradient from dark to light. And it was so smooth on Procreate. Let me just show an example of the image itself. Oopsie. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm accidentally scrolling through everything. Right, let's see if can I do screen? I don't think I can. But it's not, I mean, it's not as perfect as I'd want it to be. But here it is on Procreate, and it's far smoother than it was on Procreate Dreams. I mean, there's always going to be, like, I'm zooming in quite a bit here. And there's always going to be some lines. But the thing is, when I was zoomed out at this point, I could see the lines on my iPad of, I need to scroll to the thing again. I could see the lines on my iPad to, oopsie, that's the wrong button. No, we're not ending. When I'm zoomed out this far, I can see those lines. Can you guys see those lines as well? And this is with the best settings that that Procreate Dreams has to offer. Procreate Dreams still needs a lot of updates. The fact that they didn't include lasso tool is painful. So painful. And there's no bloom. There's no bloom effect either. And I used so much bloom for the eyes here. And I needed that glow effect. Anyway, I spent like 2 hours animating this, trying to kind of figure out how this works, how this looks. and then I couldn't use it. Not the bloom, I know, right? No bloom, no bloom. Heresy, I say. And then this was the best that I could get out of exporting it. So I just went back to Procreate. I just went back to Procreate and used the animation tool on Procreate for all of these. Only I don't have it on the same layer. I have it on this layer here. I don't think I have a gem. No, I have no gem. But yes. You don't see the glow effect here because it hasn't got a background. But, yeah. You know what I could do is I could copy and paste a gem into this. Flatten a copy so that you guys can see. And a paste. Thank you so much for following, Kai. I appreciate it. Lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Right, let's... There we go. And background. Cool. So we have it there. There's the animation. But yeah. Procreate already has an animation tool in its thing. So animation assist here, I've got it activated. And it works better than their entire separate app. 5.3 thousand by 6 by is that my I can't remember what my ratio is. Boop. Oh yeah, that is exactly it. You can actually see that. You can actually see that is the ratio. That's the ratio. Oh no, not exactly that. It's see. So you can literally upload it in 4K. Yeah, I mean that's the whole idea. Did I not upload it in 4K on 4K? Hello. Huh. I thought I did. I thought that's what I do. That's I've confused myself. I can do 1080p. That's the high. Me. How doth one do 4K? Hold on. Let me just try and figure something out. Let's pop onto YouTube Studio. I don't think I've ever had the option. Oh, flipping dashboard. This animatic is a 1 out of 10 so far. How doth... I don't actually understand how YouTube works. How would one upload in 4K? Oh well. I'll look into that, but I definitely draw well enough to get it in 4K. That's the whole idea. I've just realised we haven't got any music in the background for this. Let's just get that music back. Maybe you need premium? I need to do YouTube premium myself to be able to upload in 4K. Oh, you mean generally... Katie sausage moment? Did I miss... Did we do another thing? Oopsie. Oops. I don't mean to. Sausage, what does that make you guys? You thought I was the only sane human here? Ivan, I don't know where you've been, my dude. But, yes, let's go back to the hand. Let's go back to the hand. Right, the hand. So what I did for the hand, was I drew every single finger. Katie and Crow, we are not sane. Chaos Gremlins, that is what we are. You upload 4K? Drawlistics? Dude! Have I got you as a friend on Discord? If not, send me a friend request and explain to me how this works, please. That would be great. Because how do I not have it in 4K? I need to do that. Strange. Anyway. So what I did was with every single... I drew every single finger. I started again with dots. Thank you, my dude. I started with dots again. We like dots. First, just drawing the dots of the 2 digits. So this would be the knuckle, the first knuckle, and like the second knuckle, and the tip of the finger would be up here. And so I just started with every single finger, every single frame, making sure that every finger had a fluid motion to it. I started with the index finger because usually the index fingers are most expressive and the others kind of follow along. You know what we can do is we can lower the animation speed so we can have a proper look at this. So you kind of have a look at like what the movement is and like how much it's bent and how much the fingers kind of overlap with each other and everything. And they were all on different layers, and obviously guys, we had to make a rainbow. Had to make it a rainbow, obviously, right? I did do the hand first, by the way. I did the just the shape of the hand, just a square with 4 circles. But yeah, that's what we did. That's how we did it. And then I just added the meaty part. I made I then line arted it, and then I colored it in. That's how we did it. So I'm just gonna reactivate all these layers, because why not? A boop, a boop, 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 boop. And it's 14 frames, as you can see. I just added the meaty part. Oh man, I'm on a roll today, aren't I? Yikes. Did I literally say that? Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to. What's up with my brain today? I don't know. What's happening? Boop boop boop, and a boop, and a boop boop boop, and a boop. And a boop boop boop, and a boop. We're gonna do all the boopage. Boop boop boop, and a boop. Oops. And a boop boop boop, and a boop. There we go. Now we get the hands back. But yeah, I know it's kind of like not necessarily... Also the shading, I also decided to do shading for some stupid reason. Not on loop? Yes, it's on loop. But ooh, there goes the pen. Ooh. I'm not accepting friend requests? How dare I? Give me a second. Dang it! Hold on. I had to deactivate it myself because there was stuff happening. Right. There we go. We're back. So yeah, this is, I mean, this hand took forever. This hand took so long. And I'd love to Wandy friends. I need granddaddies. No. No. Ah. Katie moment. Okay. But yeah. How do I get so many... Oh, how do I get so many layers on stupid canvas? The Lady K, this has something to do with so-called RAM. How much RAM your iPad has. Does that make Drawlistics a granddaddy? No. Right, I need to stop having sugar. You feel old now. I'm sorry, Drawlistics. I'm so sorry. I need to stop having sugar. I had an iced coffee before we started. I've had 2 Franzbrötchen and I'm halfway through my lemon soda. I am... Yeah. I'm scarred. I'm scarred for life. Anyway. Where was I? The question on how I can get my canvases so big. I've been quoted. Okay. I'm so sorry, Drawlistics. Draw now requires a custom rank on Discord called Granddaddy. No! We can't do that! Oh god! We're adding to the Drawlistics lore here. It's fine. We won't! It's okay! Drawlistics is fine, we won't. We're not gonna do that. Anyway, oof. The way that I got my canvas, the size it is, and also having so many layers, it's to do with your iPad's RAM. Like how much RAM your iPad has. And depending on how much RAM your iPad has, also depends on like how many gigabytes of storage it has, right? So that's kind of like your statistics that you get from your iPad, and it's something to consider when you do purchase an iPad. Like my first iPad was 64 gigabytes, 16 gigabyte RAM, and that's how I did all animatics up until now. This is the first animatic I've drawn on this iPad, and I always had to just merge the layers. I had to make all the layers merged, and then that would work out. In fact, we have a bingo card for the stream, and one of those things is ran out of layers. And I will say, I ran out of layers in these animations. I ran out of layers in the Jimmy Feather animation. I got to about, I think it was 100 and... yeah, for doing all those animatics. Battle Cry was done on an iPad with 64 gigabyte storage. So, yep. It was all my budget could have back in 2019, you know? But now I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, and that's means that I can do more. I can do more layers, and I went over 100 layers on the Jimmy Feather. Let's see how many do we have on the Jimmy Feather. I renamed the groups, but let's see how many. Yeah, a layer 133. So this we got 133 layers. So you have watched the animatic. Hi Multi, how you doing? Your iPad is old, but you're glad you got the 128 gigabyte version. Yeah, I struggled with 64 gigabytes. Thanks, Multi. So yeah, we got to 133 layers on this, and then I had to start merging. I couldn't get any more. Is my iPad has layers. It's like an onion. Onion? Is that the thing? Onion? Is that the Scottish accent? I don't know. You don't have an iPad? Do you recommend any good art programs that other tablets may have? Splendid. I don't know my way around other programs. If you've got something that you can connect to your computer, then there are good programs that you have to pay a monthly fee for. So you've got Clip Studio Paint, Paint Tool Sai are the typical programs for that. But yeah, guys, my iPad is kind of overheating. I think we're gonna have to move back to. Oh, I've closed the tab. We no longer have Feed the Machine open on a tab on my computer. I will just. Why the flip? Oh, Taylor Swift is in Zurich. Okay. Good to know. My For You... I don't follow Taylor Swift, but my For You page thinks that Taylor Swift should be on my For You page. Let's just quickly... Sure. We will one day find the animatic again. Right. Let's move back to the computer because I need to be able to use my iPad for the rest of today, and I think it's losing charge very quickly because I need to be on full brightness here. Yeah, 64%. Oopsie. Anyway, let's move on. Ooh, let's go back to the animatic. Why not? I think I've said all that I wanted to say on the animations. By the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Actually, hold on. Do I have? I'm gonna. You know what, guys? We know the falling counter, right? The dramatic falls. Can I duplicate this actually? Can I duplicate? I can't. Can I? No. I tell you what, guys, I'm just gonna repurpose the dramatic falls counter. It's 44. It is 44. Keep that in your brains. And I'm going to ask. I'm secretly a snake, apparently. Ask me anything. I can't type. Ask me any questions. So we have that as a thing, right? You had a question on animation stuff. What was it? Guitron? Do you repeat that question, my dude? I do apologize if I miss any questions. There's so much happening. There's so much happening. Cats or dogs? Cats? Is that an animation question? Oh, one sec. Can't see it on your phone. How many frames are Imp and Skiz in? We have, I think, 5 frames for Impulse, 3 frames for Skiz. Let me just triple check that. Impulse 5 frames, Skiz 3 frames. Why is that so hard to say? How many Granddaddy frames? Oh, Dawn. For goodness sake. We have 8 B-dubs and 6 ethos, so that's 14. 14 Granddaddy. 0. There's no drawlistics in this animatic, so 0. No, I'm not going to go down there. How do I do the semi-animation like green swinging the pickaxe in the Double Life animatic? Not fully animated, but also not static. So as like an example of that, I guess I can open my we have an example of that. Or do we have arms moving with the piglin, right? Doop-a-doop. We'll go back to the iPad in that case. Oopsie. Or not. My thing's disconnected. Could I draw beat up to the beard in my next doodle stream? If you guys remind me, then sure. Why are they Granddaddy frames? You have much to learn. Yep. Yeah, I misspoke, okay? I said the wrong thing. Hello? Can we get a thing? Man, we are very unhappy right now. I legit don't know why this isn't loading. I have to restart the sharing software. Boop. Try that again. Yeah, look at the clip on Discord, I guess. If someone clipped it and shared it to Discord. Granted ethos. Ah! I am slowly through these animatics, by the way, collecting Minecraft mobs. So, take this guy as an example. I have his arms on a separate layer. I have his arms on a separate layer. And what I do in the animation software, and I can't show this on my computer, I'm afraid, because it would just overload my computer if I had the editing software and I also had the stream open, so I can't do that. I might one day record my process like editing. But what I basically do in the editing program is I just, you know, move the individual frames. And that's how you kind of get like the panning of like the embers panning across the screen and yeah, and the arms moving. So I just kind of like turn them and move them up, and these are all really subtle movements, so that I like his arms. I could take his arms away if I wanted to. Haha, I have your arms. You can't kill Martin anymore. I'm going mad. And these are very subtle movements, so that I try and make sure that you don't like see the clip of where his elbow gets disconnected and disjoined. And yeah, that's how I do it. They're very subtle animations. I do that with all sorts of stuff in that sense. Right. I can take his arms away. I am not been caught up, Shay. No, Marty's disappointed in me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. There we go. That's kind of how you thought it was done, but wasn't 100% sure. There's also this thing on... So I use an editing program called DaVinci Resolve. Actually, hold on. Give me a second, guys. I shared a picture of my editing screen. Question is, did I share the right thing? I didn't. No. So, like, if you're interested in like what my editing setup looks like, I shared this on the Everin YouTube. That is the wrong drawing. That's the wrong animatic. There we go. So this is kind of what it looks like. This is the feed down there. This is just general animation settings. This is called DaVinci Resolve, and there's different settings. Thank God, boom. Which frame is my favorite? Ooh, I think I have an answer to that. Koala, ask that again once I've finished this one, my dude. But yeah, that is kind of like, it's got a different tab, and like it's in the edit tab, which I've kind of cut out here. You have like a section here where you can move. There's like a little window here where you can move certain elements. In the animatic, and one of those things is called pitch, and one of those things is called yaw or yaw, Y-A-W. Don't know how it's pronounced. And with those things, I can be right back. Let's load the animatic again. I should have the animatic on a separate frame, or on a separate gosh, words today. On a separate tab. To be honest, we're going to be getting back to that all the time. So that's, for instance, how I did this part here. So, like, you see, like, the forced perspective on this. It's kind of like it's moving and it's shifting its perspective. You can't really see that very well. But especially Joel's pillar. Like, look at the movement in Joel's pillar in this frame and the next one. If we just kind of, like, go to the start of this... Oh, we've muted. We're going back frame by frame. Kind of see that movement there. And more visibly there. So it kind of like tilts back. That's what you can do with pitch and yaw. I can't remember which one does which. But one of them tilts from down upwards. And the other one tilts from side to side. It's like the edits that you can do in just like your phone app with cropping, on the cropping side. If you're editing just a picture on your phone. The Mossy Fawn, thank you so much for following, my dude. It's lovely to have you here. I appreciate it. And that's kind of basically what you can do in the editing software as well. And the first time that I used that was the All That You Are OC animatic. And I've kind of been learning to use that more and more and trying to understand perspective and how, while I'm drawing, have it in mind that I could use that as a frame or as like extra movement to the frame. So it adds a lot of dynamics. I've definitely overused it in some parts, and especially like I actually used it here in this part as well, like the side part. If you look at the background and the movement of the background, you kind of see the background moving a bit, kind of shifting. It's like it's pulling us into the back. That is a flat drawing. It's a complete... Actually, you probably don't see it very well with my person in the way. Also, hi Bug. Thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. Hello. So you can kind of see like the background shift, and it's kind of drawing us into further into the cave. Also, same with this one. The ceiling is tilting towards us in this one as well. So I used the pitch and the yaw a lot in this animatic, and that's where you see a lot of that movement. I really enjoyed doing that, because previously I was just kind of moving stuff a bit more. Even, do you see that? Oopsie. Even the piglin here had a slight tilt to him, which kind of forces his perspective a bit. So I did that a lot in this animatic, and I really wanted to look on that. Favorite frame? Favorite frame is this one. This is my favorite frame. My favorite frame. This one took so long. Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Thanks, Highbag. I appreciate it. Let me check how long that one took, because it took forever. I think that is that alongside... I mean, if we don't count the animations, we're not counting the animations. That and also the intro Scar one with the winners in the background around his shoulder, those took the longest. And this one took me 7 hours 20 minutes of active drawing. The red versus the blue, yes! I was so happy with the color choice and everything. Tiger Drag, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. This was kind of like when I had this epiphany that the Wither kind of like, because I've had the Wither kind of do two things. I've had it be a light blue before in a short, but in the Everyone Wants to Rule the World animatic, I had the Wither be very red coded, right? It was my own fence post. I had the wither be very red in that one, and because I like the idea of every single Minecraft boss to have its own color, if that makes sense. I haven't ever drawn the Elder Guardian. I don't think I ever will draw the Elder Guardian, to be fair. But like the Warden is turquoise, very definitely. The Dragon is very definitely purple. And for me, the Wither, I mean, it's really, the Wither's kind of grey, blue, light blue kind of thing. That isn't how I wanted to do it, because, I mean, I didn't kind of think about doing the Wither in like a light grey, more accurate to how it actually is. But then you wouldn't really have seen the difference. Like, it's such a striking visual difference, the Wither and the Warden kind of being red and blue. Especially since those are complementary colours. It just worked perfectly, and so I decided to make the Wither kind of spout red. It's really hard to picture as an actual organic creature. I'm just imagining it's like a big pufferfish with one eye, is how I imagine it. But the next installment is Sea Life. Isn't that an aquarium? Isn't that a really problematic aquarium? Guardian lasers are RGB, but they live in prismarine and underwater. So a lime should work with both building and water contrast? Yeah, we haven't got green. I guess we have a creeper. Cyclops pufferfish, yep. You could definitely, yeah, you could definitely do that. It's not something that I've considered yet, or necessarily will consider. Much in the near future, because I don't think I'm ever going to necessarily draw them. Don't know. The Warden is totally saying it's not a phase, Mom. But yeah, this frame, I started drawing, I did the line art for this frame very early on. This was one of the first things that I line arted, and like I said at the beginning of the stream, we need no control in the next live series seed. Dudes, there's gonna be so many people dying to drown. But I really, like, as soon as this happened, as soon as we had Mumbo dying on the fence, and Grian dying hovering over the button, I had this frame in mind exactly as it is. Exactly. This frame is just Romeo and Juliet. Sure. I had this frame in my brain, and I was like, yeah, Grian's going to be on one side, reaching out to push the button, reaching downwards to push the button. Mumbo's going to be reaching upwards because he's stuck behind the fence and he's got the Warden behind him. Literally exactly, Grandpa, no! Ivan! Shut! He can't hear me, he's in the ads. Don't think I haven't drawn drowned yet, no. Draw lists, I'm so sorry. This is not how we treat other life series animators, guys. This is not how it works. But yeah, I was so happy with how this frame came out. I did a bit of it on stream. We got really stuck on these Warden rings because I wasn't sure how I wanted to draw them. And actually, you know what? This is worth doing on the iPad. This is worth doing on the eye of the pad. Let's share the screen again. Maybe it's revenge for how you treat viewers with cursed frames. Maybe. I just take no responsibility. I can just be sorry, and otherwise, yeah, soz. That's all I can say. Right, gonna show up now properly. Oh, actually, we've got Inception. Oh, this is actually really interesting to see. Look, guys. This is my iPad drawing, and this is how it looks on This is fascinating to me right now. This is how it looks in the animatic. There's actually some desaturation going on. I didn't realize. Look. Hold on, maybe we can zoom in a bit. Depending on the monitor that you have, you might not see it very well. I don't see it on my side monitor. I only see it on my main monitor very well here. But that's really interesting. I upped the saturation by 10%. Yeah, the iPad is much more vibrant. This saturation was upped by 10% in the editing program. So maybe I need to increase it even more. That's fascinating to me. Huh. Anyway, what I wanted to do was go here. Oh, yickety da yikes. We good? Oh no, it's moved the thing. Can we do no? No! My screen has been moved. Oh, because I moved the... Oh no. Is that kind of it? I think that's it, right? There has to be a way of... Well, draw list... It's DaVinci Resolve, man. I don't know. The desaturation strikes again. I don't know what to say. DaVinci Resolve, like, and every single PNG frame I have upped the saturation by 10, like, it was 50%, now it's 60% the saturation on every single PNG that I, get over. Ah! Sam! Not happy. Yeah! Better you than me, mate. Sam is Australian, for those wondering, so it definitely wasn't a little tiny spider. I'm assuming. That makes me so unhappy. Oh, and it fell from your ceiling. Ooh, I just have this image of this massive, massive spider. Anyway, what were we doing? I wanted to watch the video on this. Let me just actually quickly see if I can show you guys the video on this. There's no, like, embarrassing... I think there's pictures of my hands in here. Because I had to get... reference... Or maybe not. Maybe I did this with screen, division. Oh, yeah. There's a hand. You have a hand cameo. Let me just quickly check if... Sure, you can see my paint-covered hand, but I think that's fine. Yeah, okay, we'll do this. Let's just watch the speed. Katie hand cameo, yeah. What was I painting? I'm just trying to think. What was that? Why did I have paint on my hand? I don't paint very often nowadays. Just digital art. But yeah, guys, this frame, I'm so happy with it. Still, like, this is one of those moments. I talked about this in the reacting to my old animatics stream that we did last week. I talked about this then in the sense of every now and again I have a frame where it just feels like a level up, right? It just feels like this frame has brought me further in my animatics skills, in my drawing skills, and that's awesome. Just this, yeah, Lawn Man Khan, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. But this is one of those frames where I felt like I just got like a ton of XP from this frame. I had honestly like worth it for the 7 hours. But what tool do I use to sketch the initial drawing? Specific pencil type? 6B pens. Pardon me, I just the carbonation of my lemonade is catching up with me. Fire turned into with smoke for this level up. Oh yes, I guess true. We had the lore of it. It was always to do with fire where it got a level up. With the smoke. Success. What was the question? Hold on. Oh yeah, 6B pencil, which is a default pencil on Procreate. That's what I use for sketching, and I use for that for line art. Evolution moment, exactly. What's this? Katie is evolving? Boop, boop, boop. That's how Pokemon works. But yeah, this felt really good. This was a very challenging frame. Don't get me wrong. I struggled with this frame a lot, and I had to stop. Schmeagle. It's my precious. And yeah. It's finished! Hi Vern, it's finished! Yeah! Honestly, congrats on how down that animatic was. The song wasn't your taste, but the art was gone by. Well done, looking forward to see what I do next. Thank you, my dude, I appreciate it. Thank you. Got a new hooked on Pellman's Poison. That's the only thing I can ever wish to do. if I can get new people to listen to the music that features in the animatics, that makes me very happy. The Mumbo reference, yes. Funny thing was, like, the last time I drew Mumbo was the It's the End of the World as We Know It animatic, which was January of 21, so long ago. There's the hand. Look at the paint on my hand. Look at the pillow in the background. Promise I'm not patriotic. Katie, the music figure person. Huh? Do I, as in, like, I find the music? Can we just appreciate the fact that, like, the struggles that I had with this hand despite the reference? It's just how it works sometimes. Patriot. I am not. I got that pillow so long ago. Pillow reveal, yeah. Got that pillow so long ago. And it's just really nice to sleep on. I should maybe just make a cover for it because I have no interest of having that kind of thing in my room. But, yeah. Yes, Vernon, I adore tea. I did not down an iced coffee before this stream. I drink tea. Like a true British person. Definitely not still at your cousin's wedding and desperately need to finish your homework. Yes, I do. Crumpets, I do like scones. Crumpets are overrated. We've finally gotten past the struggle of the hand, man. Crumpets are very overrated, but I do like my scones. And no, I will not give an answer on what comes first, whether it's jam or custard. It's well used. Can I it? Hold on, is there lines on the pillow? This is confusing me. Lines on the pillow? Oh no, that was just for design. It's kind of a scruffy design anyway. Anyway. Pillow thing. Custard? No, cream? This shows me how patriotic I am. I know how scones work, I promise. Oh, this is also a funny part. I actually had the hands on a Mumbo, like, especially this hand. And I was also thinking, yeah, Grian's arm is on a different layer. Jam and cream, right? On jam and cream. Did I say custard? Custard cream? I've confused myself, not custard. Anyway, Mumbo's hand was supposed to, like, tilt, move. And so was Grian's. It was supposed to, like, be reaching out towards the button. I ran out of layers. And there's only so many layers of movement that you can have. Can we just appreciate how we just pasted the wither in? Clotted cream? Is that it? I don't know. This was also our struggle on the things we did this on the stream. It took us forever to figure out what we wanted the circles to be. But yeah, I couldn't get any extra movement there because I ran out of, like, that was all that my computer could handle was 8 frames, 8 layers of movement, and that's what we get here. There's 2 layers of Grian's explosion, there's the wither, there's the background, there's 2 layers of Mumbo's sound waves coming at him, there's also Mumbo, and then there's Grian, and that's the 8 frames. Ugh! Vern, no, yuck, disgusting. I love peas, but the heathenous act of destroying them by mushing them, ugh. Oh god, did Sam send a spider? Sam, please tell me that you spoiled that image, because legit arachnophobia, I don't want to see that, a spider. It is, okay, thank you. Thank you. Spoiled it, good. Using double life as reference, of course. Of course. Oh man, this explosion was also really difficult. Trying to figure out, like, how doth one draw an explosion that is hitting someone? Is that not your favourite food? Yeah, sure. Scrubbed half an hour, 6 seconds worth of stop motions. Still hearing this and not looking at the screen has you super confused. What's on my pillow? Oh, the Union Jack, the British flag. Bum bum ba-dum ba-dum. Green is not British now. Also, what I did was, this was also fun, I did the shading on Mumbo in red. Because red is, and this is something that I tried more in this animatic, is to not, because I love shading in purple. Okay, I did add some purple details because I love purple. I tried not to do my shading in purple that I always do, and kind of more shade in whatever works more atmospherically. And I've struggled to do that over the years. I know it's something that you should do. Like whatever the color of the light is, you should have that as your highlights, and the complementary color is your shades, right? Shadings. And that's what I've tried to do forever. I know that's the theory, but I've tried. It's been so hard to put that into practice. And I specifically tried that, and that was the whole atmosphere thing, like trying to improve my atmospheres on drawings. And you can see here I'm shading green and blue, which is the complementary color to the red, which is going to be the highlights. So even these guys, their shadows are complementary colors to each other. But yeah. Vala, thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. All the kind words, guys. You guys are amazing. But that was also like a way that this frame just... I really enjoyed this frame as well. It's just kind of like came together so perfectly. I really, really, really love that. Never understood why people shade in purple. Just shade a darker version of the colour. Respect Undead, that's actually maybe not the best way to do it. Shading with a darker version of the colour makes the shadows very muddy. And makes the colours very less vibrant. Tell you what. Let's do a quick tutorial. We're pretty much finished here anyway. Here's the finished frame. Let's just do a quick ball. Let's do a red ball. And imagine like the light source is kind of... Ooh, hello. That's a great light source. Coming from here. And we have like the shadows here. And so, look. What you do is... and this is not something that I always do. But the theory, like if... And this applies to more traditional art. Because if you're a digital artist, what you can do is just use multiply. And then kind of shade like that. And then what I also do for highlighting is I use add. Some people use overlay as well as an option. Ooh, my word, that's a bit too much. That's also a bit too much. Let's just add a bit of texture here. So that's kind of like the highlights and the shading, right? And what you also... So let's just have that as a group. And now I'm going to duplicate this one. Get that out of the group. Now let's just remember that exists. Kind of... Sure, it's very messy, but just look at the colours, right? Now, if we were to just take a dark colour of this same colour... Here. Like this. And then if we want to do a highlight, we'll take a lighter version of the same colour. It makes the colours look very washed out and muddy. It's something that I also used to do. Another option is, and this is how I do traditional art if I'm shading, is what I do is I take the original colour, but I go more towards the like pinky purple side of things, or basically this is just the default, right? This is the easiest setting, and the way you kind of understand, like when you get more of an understanding of colours, when you can then play with different light scenarios like I'm starting to do. Like I said, I've been drawing for years and I have only just started now. The old switcheroo. No! Phoenix! The one time I'm using my pen today. Right, that's 5 minutes, right? If I'm drawing. 5 minutes? Let's set the timer for 5 minutes where I gotta do this tutorial with my left hand. So basically, like, okay, I have now got more of a pink. So, right, well, let's pick the colour again. So this is a fairly desaturated red. Fairly dark. I move along the colour wheel more towards purple. And then I also move more towards darker but also saturated. Do you see where my colours are going? And then we'll just colour that in like that. And that's the shadow there. I'm sorry, this line work is going to be even worse. That might actually not be dark enough, so I'm going to go more towards purple and darker. So you can have like multiple layers of this. If we wanted to make it extra fancy, we could smudge it. But we won't do that now, so that we have more a fair comparison. Ha! Molly! Das ist doch nicht dein Ernst! Okay, jetzt muss ich eine Minute lang Deutsch reden. Mit dem Tutorial. Perfekt. Also. Jetzt, wenn wir dann einen Highlight machen wollen, und Highlight existiert auch auf Deutsch, das ist genau das gleiche Wort. Machen wir jetzt ein Highlight auf der anderen Seite, wo das Licht herkommt. Und jetzt schau mal, wo meine Farbe hingeht. Jetzt gehen wir Richtung Gelb. Ellie, nein. Oh, ich muss was trinken. Ich trinke schnell was. Also. Jetzt gehen wir mehr Richtung Gelb. Und dann gehen wir mit dem Gelb mehr Richtung, upsala, mehr Richtung weniger, was wäre Saturation auf Englisch? Das wüsste ich gar nicht. Auf Deutsch, sorry. Was wäre das? Ich weiß gar nicht. Vern, du bist die Schlimmste. Und, oh, Scheibe. Hallo? Ach, dann sammeln wir die Farbe wieder. Also, dann geht's wieder Richtung Gelb. Farbstärke? Ich weiß gar nicht. Farbstärke kann gut sein. Und dann Richtung weniger, saturated. Ich weiß da den Wort nicht. Und heller. Und dann, hoppla. Und dann geht's da zu der Farbe. Und so macht man es so traditionell, wenn man traditionell mischen möchte. Oh wow, I don't need to speak German anymore. It's been more than a minute. So, I just did the highlights as well, where we went more towards yellow and also more towards, towards less saturated and lighter to make the highlight. And if you just kind of look at this ball in comparison to the other ball, right? That looks so much more vibrant, doesn't it? This is Prep for the Doc episode on the Imminskis on Friday. We've got Doc coming in. Let's go. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Love that. But so yeah, you kind of see the comparison. This one was just shaded with the same shade. So you've got, if we look at the colors here, so this is that part, this is that part, and this is that part, all on the same area in the color wheel here. But what we want to do is we want to shift the colors. So we've got this area on the color wheel, then we go more towards purple, or we go more towards yellow. And that's kind of like, that's really what you should be doing. And it's fairly easy to do that with traditional art as well. You kind of just have your original color, mix a bit more. I mean, it definitely depends what color you have. But like if we were to have another example here, let's just get rid of these layers. And if we were to have, for instance, for like a turquoise example, just to prove that this works with any kind of, I just realized I switched back my hands automatically, but I wasn't doing a lot of drawing in that meantime. I'm sorry. Just as an example, right, so we're shading, we go more towards the blue here. I think the general rule of thumb is if you're shading, you want to go more towards cooler colors, because, oh no, Ivan. Oh no, I'm scared of what is Ivan gonna do. So we're doing a lighting tutorial, my dude. Just as a reference. But usually if you have light, then you have warm light most of the time. Like fire's warm light, the sunlight is warmer light. So usually, unless you've got like an artificial neon light, usually it's a warm light. So that's something good to have as just your baseline. Just think of it like that. So then basically, no matter what color you have, if you're thinking about it along those lines, you want to go more towards blue and purple. So this area here on the color wheel, you want to go more towards that. For your shadows, and you want to go, oh, there's my timer. I can go back to my left hand, to my right hand. When you go more towards light, you go more to the yellows and oranges, right? When you've cool light, you shade with a warm color. Exactly, Jess. That's exactly how it works. But that's kind of like a more advanced. It kind of breaks my brain personally trying to do that. Oh, your Cairo tips. Thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. It's lovely to have you here. It kind of breaks my brain a little bit, so I'm still kind of trying to figure out how that works. But yes, basically, if you want to take that rule to a more generalized thing, whatever color your light is, that is your highlight, and whatever, and then your shadows will be the complementary color of that light. So if you have a green light, the complementary color to green is pink. So you need to be also. I tell you what. Let's just finish this. Let's finish this example here. So we have the cyan, go more towards the blue, go darker and more saturated, and then we have the darker bit here. In fact, we go even darker than that. And then you want to go light, go more towards the yellow, go up here and less saturated, and that's your green ball. Thank you so much, Cairo. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. And so there's another example as a colourful ball. So let's, if we move this to the side, this is your kind of like colour examples of that technique. Now, and once you understand that, your art immediately upgraded. And that's why a lot of people shade with yellow, because yellow is the complementary colour to shade with purple, because purple is the complementary colour to yellow. But, and this is a big but, right? Without the yellow bit, it looked more 3D. So what, without that part? Sure, I guess. if that's how you see it, my dude. Thank you, Leah, so much for. Thank you so much, Leah, for following. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What I want you to be cautious of. What I want you to be cautious of when you're doing digital art. Don't rely on this color wheel. Don't rely on this color wheel. You want to know why? This color wheel is in the RGB space, where your primary colors are red, green, and blue, which is the color scale of light, okay? So, look at the colors we have here. We have green. In fact, we could maybe look at this as a harmony thing. Triadic? Right. So look at this. Look at this as the harmonies. So we have blue, we have red and green. So here we have, on this color wheel, blue, we have a red, and we have green. And these are the complementary colors of light. And then we have the complementary colors of, which is difficult for me to do now, to kind of figure this out. The complementary colors that are actually like complementary colors, not connected to light. Does that make sense? So you have red, like magenta, cyan, and yellow. That's a very muddy yellow. These are the complementary colors that you use when you basically pick up like primary colors. Thank you, primary colors. I keep saying complementary colors. These are the primary colors of when you mix colors, traditional art. This is the color palette you want to be going with. And if you kind of like, if we were to smudge these two together, then we'd get green, which is obviously not working because we have... This is working so well. Then we get green. And you want, and red, and this red and green are complementary colors to each other. Pigments versus light, exactly. But what we have here is the light color wheel. And if you were to take complementary colors here, so you have kind of like a yellow here, and you have a blue here. Those on the light spectrum are complementary colors, right? But actually yellow and purple are complementary colors. And generally what I like to do is having like an orangey yellow as my highlight color. That's very saturated right now, but kind of an orangey yellow, I use this as to highlight, and generally I use kind of like a purpley here to shade, kind of purpley blue. And that's basically how I use. That's basically how I use shading and highlights and everything. And it's, as you can see, it's not exactly, if we were to again go here, complementary. This is more of a, so we're picking up this color, then we'd be picking up green as a complementary color to this purple, which it isn't. In the pigments in the pigments thing. So do be careful when you're looking at it in this color wheel. I think actually on Procreate you can change it if you add a new canvas color profile. Yeah, you can do that I've never tried with that profile before. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that works well for you. Feel free to play around. But just a word of warning, because this is something that I personally learned doing this animatic. What brushes do I usually use? My two go-to brushes are for sketching. I sketch with this pencil, the 6B pencil. It is my go-to. It's a default Procreate brush. 6B pencil. I do line art and I do sketching with this. Chalk. This is, as you can see with the 1-1, I have edited this brush a bit. This is usually just for base coloring. So if I'm just doing like a base color of a character. I use this brush for small texture. So when I'm shading a character, I usually use this brush. And I use this brush, which is Morilla. So yeah, the Eagle Hawk, I have slightly edited. The Eagle Hawk, this one, slightly edited to make it more opaque. And this Morilla, it's a default brush I use for like if you're thinking of a typical everyone background, it's usually just the Morilla brush a couple times, and then a bit of a. Once again, this is how I do my backgrounds. This is exactly how I do my backgrounds. It's just to mix a bit of that in there for the darkness on the edges. And then we make it a bit, and this is very speeded so the colours aren't perfect, and then highlight wherever there's a character or in the centre. And that's a speed run on how I do backgrounds for animatics. And used to smoke, yes. I generally for this this brush I use for so many things. Just texture. Texture. Anyway. I hope that helps if there's any more questions on that. You just did a better job at explaining colours than your actually art teacher. I've pondered on this a lot, and like I said, this is why this is why I wanted to go into especially the cautionary note on this colour wheel, because forever I was beating myself up, kind of going like, I preach using complementary colours for shading and highlights, but I just couldn't get my head around how this colour, oopsie, I should not be using the texture brush, how this colour is the complementary colour to this colour. Actually, that actually works pretty well. Hold on, we'll go back to this guy. How this colour is complementary to green. And I just couldn't get my head around it. I'm like, if I'm do I need to shade with blue? So I was always like, yes, I definitely need to shade with, highlight with yellow. And then I was just so confused because I was like, do I really need to shade with such deep blue? But no, it's because this is the RGB colour palette and not the primary colours of pigments. So there we go. We'll go back to Animatic. Why not? Because my iPad is cooking! We had 50%, guys. See you in a bit, Fernandos. Yeah, a lot of digital art programs use that type of colour wheel, at least when you actually... Then you have to actually learn colour theory? Sure, I guess. But, dude, I've been using Procreate for 5 years. And even I just recently learned that. So that's the only reason that I stress it so much, is because I just learned something and I wish to part this knowledge to you guys, so you guys don't have to struggle through goodness knows how long of that. Right, guys. Well, how should we continue? Should we go through the animatic bit by bit? We've kind of just been jumping around, like answering questions. Again, if you have any more questions, then answer them. And guys, if you have seen any questions that I haven't answered yet, then definitely repeat those questions if you'd like to know the answer. Cyan, magenta, yellow, and RGB are opposites to each other. Are they? Because are they though? I don't know. Because if we consider that they're opposites to each other, then that would mean that the secondary colors of one are the primary colors of the other, right? But that's not necessarily the case, is it? I'd have to have a fiddle. I've got cat hair in my mouth. Of course I have cat hair in my mouth. Right. Don't quote me on that though, I'll have to have another look. Again, I'm learning colour theory. I'm learning colour theory even after all these years of not understanding it. Colour theory is crazy. You colour dropped a picture of your veins and they're greyish colour, not blue. Yeah, that's because your skin is pink. You kind of see it as that. Would it be helpful for you to copy message here and send them to me? Twitch chat can be moving pretty fast. I don't have Discord open. I feel like, honestly, Zim, if you catch a question, I can see your, because you're highlighted to me as a moderator, I can see your messages a lot easier than if the chat is moving quickly, I can notice them. If you just copy the messages and send them into Twitch chat again, then that would be fantastic, my dude. Think they mean CMI is opposite to RGB? Yeah, that's exactly what our omelette is saying. Thank you, Zim, you're the best. And I also quickly saw your message in Discord, Zim, so no stress if you then have to go. No worries. Does that work? Does that work, our omelette? Let me just, I'm curious now. We're going back to the color theory. Hold on, guys. When my iPad dies, my iPad dies. I can't charge it up here, so it'll just be purely screen, computer screen afterwards. Right, let's do this. Let's get rid of everything. Let's start again. Art omelette is someone in chat, my dude. Something works on an omelette. Right, let's have a look. So, we have. Let's go back to the triadic. These are the RGB complementary color, primary colors. 1, 2, 3, and we're on max saturation, not on max brightness, I guess, but you know. CMI subtractive pigments and stuff. Additive light, true, yeah. Okay. And then we have cyan, yellow. So you see, the magenta that we have here feels far pinker than I have ever had a magenta. This isn't usually this isn't the general set of primary colors that I think I have. So these two mixed would get a green. These two mixed would get an orange/red. I'm doing my best to mix this right now. We should maybe do a IRL art stream, I guess. And this should be purple. I don't think these are the primary colours. That, these don't mix as I'd expect primary colours to mix. But this could just be because we're playing with digital art here and not traditional art. This would work differently for traditional art. So, yeah. Don't quote me on anything. So these would add up if... I guess we can't really mix together these because these three would add up to white. If they were on top of each other. Tell you what, should we see if we can find... Hold on. Before my iPad dies, if we're doing colour theory, why not? RGB vs... What does the K mean of the CMYK? Hello images? I don't want Copilot. Right. Okay. What does the K mean? K is black? K is black? Huh. Okay. Oh look, there's me as well. Let's just hide me. So this is exactly what our omelette is talking about. Oh, larger file sizes. So, yikes. Oh, there's far more color possibilities on this one. Oh, interesting. For digital art. Now, if you're looking at if you're having like primary colors in traditional art, then these are usually the primary colors that you get. You get cyan, yellow, and magenta. Choose your own kayak. Oh, I love that. And very interesting. Very, very interesting. But yeah, that's I think I've said all that I wanted to say when it comes to color theory. I'm still learning it myself, so I can't really be the be all and end all of or like the endless knowledgeable person of this, because I am not. But yeah, I'm just doing it how I understand it. Righty ho, guys. Should we start going through the animatic? Guys, we've been here for 2.5 hours. Should we start going through the animatic bit by bit? You've got a purple kayak. Oh, so cool. Let's go. But I'm really happy, especially like with the shading with this one, where Mambo's being shaded with red and highlighted in blue, greens shaded in blue, highlighted in red, and they kind of mix together in places to create purple. And that's also something that I did a lot in this animatic, but we can get into that later. We'll go through it bit by bit, why don't we? Why don't we go through it bit by bit? So, we start with this frame, and honestly, my least favourite frame of the entire animatic. You just realised the fence is there. My least favourite frame of the animatic is this very first frame. Do you want to know why? Because I ran out of time. I ran out of time. So here's the thing, guys. I'm leaving for the UK on Sunday, and I'm working on Friday and Saturday. I need to pack tomorrow, and I've got a hair appointment. So basically, today was my only opportunity. Like, today was the last day I could have released the animatic before I'm gone for 2 weeks. Which, yeah, guys, after this stream, you're not going to have me for 2 weeks. I'm going to the UK. I'm going to visit family. But this was my last opportunity. And I originally had planned. I'm kind of triggered that this frame, right, that the smiley face was cut up by the frame. Okay, cool. So this was my last day to actually be doing it. Anyway, if we have anarchy on the server, I'll still have internet. Although, as spotty as the internet is at my grandmother's, you know. Hi Maya, welcome back. Do your best to serve as warlord, okay. Aren't there like a whole bunch of kings and queens on the server that are about to wage war on each other? Yikes, maybe it's the wrong time to be going away, hey? Anyway, yeah, so this was the last day that I could possibly like do the animatic, do the, like, especially the stream. Just realized that I've moved this frame at some point and I don't know when. Dang it. We don't have the full screen. When did I move that? Dang you, when did that happen? This is fine, this is working really well. Right, we kind of have most of the frame on here now. Okay. You made the server faces smell snail apocalypse. I saw that. I see a lot more than you think. Awesome as you. Thank you, Fernandos. There's no basis for the system of government. What? Okay. But the whole idea. So this was like, I had 5 animations I had to do. Now those of you who enjoy counting can maybe only count 4. I guess you can count 5 animations if you count the scroll unwinding and the hand grasping at the scroll as 2 animations. But I was gonna do, I'd say 6, 7 animations, but I was gonna do 6 animations, and I ran out of time, and I couldn't do 1 animation because I spent. I took on a couple of extra shifts this week. I was working, there was a lot of personal stuff happening in personal life. So, reasons I couldn't always work on the animatic. So, this movement of the frame is annoying me. We'll get it one day where it's back to the way it was. I think that's how it was. Hello, Flea. Thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. What I was going to have in this frame, which was going to be the final animation that I had to do, is the campfire that they all gathered around at the start flickering. I was going to animate fire. And you know, honestly, like, oh, I'm getting into animation. What will I do? I will animate a hand and I will animate fire. Flipping heck, I couldn't have chosen anything more complicated, right? So that's but if I'd have had one more day, then I'd have animated that fire. But it is what it is. Katie moment. What in the world is a Katie moment? But we'd have had a flickering fire there. In fact, I'll whip out the iPad again because I had the sketch on it. I had the sketch for it already. Oopsie. Hold on. It's really annoying as I need to reconnect my iPad every time it switches off. So that's why this always takes a hot minute. And it is a hot minute, man. There's no air in this room. It's really hot in here. So this is what the frame would have looked like if imagine the fire kind of moving, and the campfire would have been here, and that's kind of like why. So you have the secret keeper and then the campfire, and then you have a row of people stood there. So that was like kind of the thought process. Maybe I should have just drawn a fire. Dudes, I should have just drawn a fire. But I think I even ran out of time for that, honestly, because I was editing till midnight on Sunday, and I was editing till 10 PM, 11 PM on Monday. Oopsie. Wrong. There we go. And I had to work the next day. It was just no time. No more time. That's just the way it is. Shame. Who was stood there? That is the next thing we can talk about. Also, I just want to very briefly mention, I drew the secret keeper once in this animatic. Sleep? Who needs sleep? No one needs sleep. I did need sleep. I drew the secret keeper once in this animatic, and that was on stream, and that was this frame here. Oopsie. This frame here I drew on stream, and from every single one after that, I just copied and pasted it, and then just added to it. So this is copy and oopie. This one's copy and pasted, and then just kind of like extended a bit. This one here is copy and pasted, and then just, you know, made a bit. Oh, hello. We're loading. Loading. And then just fiddled around with the transform tool. Oh, you can see it in the mini. Oh, no, you can't because my phone's in the way. My phone, my face. Let's reload. We have ads. 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 I get ads on my own videos. It's a flipping 20-second ad. Okay. Copyright strikes. Your condolences. That's just the way it works. Right. Back we are. So this one also just transformed it a bit and kind of destroyed it a bit. This is supposed to be wither explosions and destroyedness. And there's also... I zoomed in too much because there was an explosion hole here that was kind of like its heart had been yoinked out, like it didn't have a heart to begin with, but I just zoomed in too much. Oh well. And then for this one... This one was also just like a transform... and then just draw over it line art wise. So, you know, fun times. Who's this? Can you guys guess who these 6 people are? Who are they? Let me just hide myself so you can see them all. Nope, that's my name. There you go. 45 seconds before you can skip abs. Gosh. Mumbo's one. You can see the Tash. Skiz, Cleo, Mumbo, Etho, Big B, Impulse. Yo! Correct! Correct! Haha! That is correct. Skizzleman, Cleo, Mumbo, Etho, Big B, Impulse. Yo! Oh, I totally see how people see Joel there as well. I see that. Because that's often how I draw Joel's hair as well. Oh, I see that as well. Yeah, it's just the slight hint of the mask, but that totally could also be Joel. Let's get a Joel frame in here. Because his fringe also kind of goes out like that, and we kind of have the bump of the hoodie. Has to be. Could also totally be Joel, I see that. Etho, you could tell because of the mask. Yeah, it's literally just the tiny, tiny little bumpy bit of the mask. That gives Etho away there. Tiny, tiny, tiny. But yeah, nice, good job. You said B-dubs instead of Skiz, and Martin instead of Etho. I feel like, does Martin also have I become like a type that kind of draws? I guess I have. Martin has a bit more floofy hair. Skiz's sleeves, yeah. But that could also be B-dubs, I see that as well. B-dubs, I draw his hair kind of going that way. Whereas Skiz is almost the only one that kind of has a spiky fringe like that. But let's see. So B-dubs' hair has swoops backwards. Etho and Joel are the same person anyway? Yeah, sure. They merged when Double Life happened. Both boys? It's both boy. Jimmy's hair's kind of like Skiz's. Jimmy's hair's longer. I take lots of pride in how I draw characters, like hair. I try to be very consistent with how I draw characters' hair. So Gem instead of Cleo. Cleo's hair is far more wavy than Gem's. But that, I mean, this is all personal interpretation, right? Thanks, Metroid. Jimmy the Hairbender. Oh my gosh, that's a throwback, my dude. That was almost a year ago. But yeah, we have the wavy hair of Cleo. Obviously, the mustache monsieur here. And then Big B. If you guys are interested how I kind of did like the dark lines, but also the outlines of them so that they don't cut over each other. Basically, they each had a outline that was the color gradient of the background. That kind of moved along with the silhouette. That's how I did that. It was in my summer semester, Sam. It was in my summer semester. It was in my summer break. So within the next few months, it will have been a year ago. So that's, yeah. And also, little tidbit, this pose here from Impulse is a reference to Battle Cry when he's kind of looking down, and there's no way that you guys will be able to see this, but the initial sketch had him having his arm over his chest. Yes! It's not a reuse. It's not reuse. Holding the tie. It's not reusing it. I didn't reuse it, but I kind of had that one in my brain. I had that one in my brain when I drew this one. Kind of like he's thinking back to Limited Life. That was a guess. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, dude! It could also totally be that. Hold up. Hey, Pete. Hello. I don't want to copy the image. Hello, can I just... Yeah. Hold on. Let's just get all the image... Oh, I thought we were going to get an ad. So, like, what my brain was at was this image. But also... Also... I didn't think that far. It's totally also... We have ad. It's a bee. There's a bee in the ad. It's totally this pose as well. Oh my gosh. It's this pose too. So I'm referencing this pose, but apparently this pose is Why do I always draw Impulse? Can we just also appreciate the updates in the drawing? And then we just have the silhouette. But mentally, I referenced this image because it's kind of like the last time we saw Impulse alive, I guess. Impulse likes to contemplate in deep thought. All the Impulse cameos, yes. All the Impulse cameos are the same cameos. I only have one way that I draw Impulse. He's always thinking and confused. Is that accurate to Impulse? I don't even know. Oh. I have one way of drawing Impulse, and it's him just grasping at his heart. Thinking Impulse counter. Yes. Oh, also the falling counter, or the text counter is a bit weird. Let's plonk it up there. Heartbroken Impulse. There's only one way to draw Impulse, and it's drawing him heartbroken. Man, I have one way of drawing Impulse. I didn't even notice, because this one was, this one was an intentional reference to this one, because this is the last time we saw him, because he, of all the people here, he was of the last three. Sure, add to the Granddaddy's counter if you want. Did we get a reaction already? A reaction... My reaction? A Martin Jimmy reaction? What are we talking about? I intentionally referenced this one because he was like... Because obviously we had Martin and Scott here. And my intention was to include people who hadn't won yet in this lineup. This was before Cleo won real life, but we don't count real life. But this was supposed to be a lineup of people who hadn't won yet. I can subscribe to myself, apparently. Look. Anyway, let's just plonk my person back there as well, so that we know who I am. So that's kind of like the reason that we have these people here, and also like Impulse is everyone else is kind of looking up, anticipating the next life series. What about Lizzie? I mean, what about B-dubs? What about other characters? Who else is in the life series? No, I didn't want to overfill it. Joel, yeah, exactly. Didn't want to overfill it with characters. Part of me wondered if I wanted to do a second side of the other people who hadn't won, but I felt like it was, like, the timing was enough. Just beat us. Yeah, so it was also a good excuse to have another Skiz frame, another Impulse frame, and another Big B frame, because I didn't draw those guys very often. But yeah, song is a fast one. Yeah, especially like around the chorus, I just yeet so many animatic frames at you guys in such quick succession. Anyway. So yeah, we kind of included these guys. I didn't want there to be any winners, didn't want it to be Scar, because... You know what I wanted to kind of do, and I kind of forgot because, 12 hours of animating later, is I wanted to add some like little sparkliness when this appeared, some purple sparks, when the scroll appears in the center. I totally could have done that, but I was just so tired. And then we have Scar, the winner, and the previous winners, not in chronological order, but you might recognize the order and the colours. No, wait! I messed up! I messed up. Oh my gosh! I didn't even notice! Oh no! How did I not notice? They're in order of importance given previous history with Scar? Sure. Animatic ruined, unsubscribe. Add this to the curse list. Man, that was going to be such a cool reveal. I'm crying. I can't believe it. Guys, most of this animatic I drew on the commute to university. Oh, this one's out of order as well. But because it appeared in order of one outside and then inside is how I wanted it to appear in the animatic. Also, I like this color combo more than yellow, blue, red, green. So yeah, you see bam, 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 outside, outside, inside, inside. I think I just wanted this to be a gradient in that case. How? Back in my day, we got things in the right order. Oh man. Oh man. I can't believe that I messed that up. Because that was legitimately a conscious thought of me going like, yes, this is how I want it to be. I even had the conscious thought of thinking, hold on, I'm going to hide myself again. Darn it, it's weird that Martin's shorter than Scott, because in my headcanons, and we looked at the height chart last stream, Martin's taller than Scott. I'm so sad. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Sapphic, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. It's lovely to have you here, my dude. I messed up so bad. Oh well. Oh well. We continue. We continue. Also, I really like the idea, the void eyes idea. But why assume that the floor is flat? Touche. Maybe Scott has a beat-up stool. We also appreciate that that Scott has the outline of Martin's face there. This frame took I spent 8 hours on this frame. This took so long to figure out. Scott is in high heels. Scott is in platformers. That is the headcanon. Abso-flipping-lutely, and he's rocking them. Okay, cool. Oh, he's basically wearing his outfit from the fashion animatic, and he's just got his jacket on as well. Anyway, platformers on a stool. No. The platforms are just so tall. Anyway, yeah, this frame took 8 hours because it took me forever to figure out, like, just the expressions of the characters and, like, through the eyes, and how I wanted the silhouette or the anti-silhouette, I guess, to be, because they're colourful, not black. And also drawing Scar. This was one of the first frames that I finished. This was one of the first, if not the first frames that I finished, because this was going to be the... I was thinking of having this as the thumbnail frame. Because I really like the idea of the "we all may die" with every inflection, every previous winner kind of inviting Scar to the winner's stained glass. Which, before you asked, I don't think I'm going to do a Scar stained glass. This was a product of its time, and I do love the stained glass art style. But if I'm just going to add a stained glass art picture of every single winner, it's going to get a pretty small drawing, and they fit perfectly on 4, and, you know, I want to move on. I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to repeat myself in animatics. I want to grow artistically. So, yeah. And also, I don't see any kind of celestial body that Scar could be. I've kind of mentally also personally moved on from the celestial body headcanon. I personally have a separate headcanon where we had the first 3 celestial bodies, where we had Grian, Pearl, and Scott, the sun, the moon, and stars. And from then on out, we have weapons representing the characters. Whereas, where Scar would be the bow, Martin would be the sword. Either the sword or the axe, I can't remember. Because I was undecided there. I was ready to kind of discuss on that depending on who wins another live series. Tarot cards, not a fan of tarot cards. Not my kind of thing. Martin, did I have Martin as a sword? I can't remember how I had it. I think I was also mentally kind of going like, this depends on who wins the next live series, and what weapon they would be. But it could be a lava bucket for Martin. I think I was between sword and axe, because he uses the sword a lot, but you also have the Red Winter is Coming axe, which is very significant for his character development. But that wasn't limited life, that was Third Life. But then again, he referenced Third Life with his limited life skin, so, you know, that's the kind of thing. Briefly doing double life? Lava? Lava bucket? Do you murder people with lava bucket? The axe is fitting for the tie back? Yeah. I'm... And also, because... Yeah, he had it in his skin. He had the red... the dog ward spanner in the skin. And also the fact that Ren wasn't in limited life. Fungabur. Ren wasn't in limited life. kind of tying it back to Third Life, kind of like, I win for you, my king, even though you're not here. What weapon would Cleo be? Honestly, haven't thought that far. No, I won't ever do a Third Life animatic. I've got a whole video on Twitch. I've got a video on Twitch and I've got a video on K2O VODs, on the VOD YouTube channel explaining why. But I haven't actually thought about what Cleo could be. The armor stand book, I don't know. Because my thought is, like, if Etho won, it would be a fishing rod. If Gem won, it would be a sword and Martin would be an axe. If Gem won, it could also be a trident, considering her current thingy theme. Flint and steel? Scar? No, Scar would be a... Oh yeah, Cleo could be a flint and steel. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cleo could be a flint and steel. Yeah, I don't count real life as canon. Also, just for the reason that I don't want to draw it. I don't want to draw it, and I don't care to draw it. And like all the questions that I'm getting, are you going to do it in real life? I'm not. If Jimmy won, it would be a shield. Sure. What about Etho? Fishing rod. Because he likes to use the fishing rod for tactical PvP kills. But yeah. They're not cursed Etho. And if it were like someone like Joel. Wait. I had an idea for Joel. Well, that idea has just gone poof. I can't remember what that idea was anymore. Okay. Oh well. Where did that idea go? Man. I don't know. TNT. Oh, TNT. TNT minecarts. That was it. TNT minecarts for Joel. Firework crossbow could be for... I mean, Martin has used one. Impulse has used one. I think if any, like, redstoner, I think like fireworks or TNT could be a good one as their weapon. But yeah, that's kind of like my thought process, that we do it in threes. I mean, depending on how many life series we do, that we kind of have like this symbolism in threes. Because at some point we're going to run out of significant celestial bodies. I'm not a fan of the idea of giving people planets. I've seen Martin be Mars, Scar be Pluto or something like that. I can't remember. Panini, thank you so much for following, my dude. Lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Pearl would be a cactus. Pearl would be a wolf. Pearl would be a wolf. Scott would be emotional damage. I don't know. Scott would be sass. No, wait, was it girl gaslight? Scott would be gatekeep. There's only so many planets yet. And also, you've got the significance. You've got the big three, right? You've got the sun, the moon, the stars. Oopsie. Scott is angst. Emotional damage. You've got the sun, the moon, and the stars. You can't be more significant than the sun, the moon, and the stars. I guess you could be Earth. But that's almost more significant than the other three. I mean, there are billions, but we're talking significance. And then you move on to being like very specific in the discussions of Martin being the sea or Earth. I like the idea of Martin being a comet. Ooh, knocked my table. I like the idea of Martin being a comet, which is what we have here. But that's kind of like where my theories end, because I'm not a fan of like him being Mars or us adding the planets of the solar system, because they feel far less significant than the sun, the moon, all the stars. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? An eclipse, yeah, that's also getting... It's not as clean. It's getting more and more dirty. Everyone agreed that these three were the sun, the moon, and the sun, the moon, and the stars. I mean, that it works perfectly with their characters as well. But then it just started getting wishy-washy with Martin, and now everyone's just discussing. And I think we should just do a I mean, I haven't really spread this. I haven't really tried to spread this propaganda, I guess, and convince the live series fandom of it. But Martin and Scar, the sea and the land. I mean, that could also be something. If we move on from weapons, we could have the sea, the land, like maybe the Spread it, go for it. I don't feel like I have the right to. You can change it. I think it's too late as well. Air. We could go for 4 elements. We could go for the 4 elements. What would Martin be? The ocean because Meangill. Scar would be. The thing is, right? I don't understand why people. What's the whole prospect of Scar being the earth or land? What's that whole idea behind it? Because someone explained that to me because I don't quite see that. Green is either air or fire. Honestly, a lot of them could be fire. Sunflower Valley. Oh, you mean like the sunflowers on his poncho? Flowers. He's the earth because flowers. Scar is earth because flowers. His relation with Green and Pearl as the moon and sun. Camel. You'd say Pearl fire and Green air then. Green color, I guess. Green. Green feels earthy. Oh, and the Scar feels earthy. I see it. Or maybe it's a reference to his terraforming. But I don't think the connections are as strong. Basically. I do think we could also go for the elements, but that might just be because I'm biased. When was Scar an elf? Back in season 9 of Hermitcraft at the beginning. A lot of people draw him as an elf, or they draw him as a Vex. So, as in like he has pointy ears because he's Vex. I draw Scott as an elf, I draw Jem as an elf, and I draw Martin as a half elf. If you kind of see like Scott's ears are pointier than Martin's. Scott is more elfy than Martin. It's hard to show that in Battlecry because dudes were fishmen. We had the fishmen. Look, fish ear, fish ear. Vex, convex, yeah. From season 6, season 5. I can't remember where that started. Tango has pointy ears too. Tango is... I don't know what Tango is in my personal headcanon. I think he's a Blaze in my personal headcanon, but he could also be something entirely different. If Jimmy ever wins, we all agree he's Phoenix, right? Oh, absolutely. We'll build... If Jimmy wins the next live series, we'll have that three... I was gonna say that threesome. No. It's fine. We've sausaged again. We'll have that pack of 3. Oh no. We'll have that pack of 3 be mythical creatures, I guess, right? Mythical creatures. Martin could be some sort of sea creature. Scar could be... What would Scar be? This is like the theory if Jimmy wins the next live series. Decatur, yeah. I'm here. Greek gods. I don't know enough about Greek gods to interpret that. A serpent? Ooh. Anyway, should we continue? Should we continue talking through? Anyway, Leviathan, yeah, absolutely. I see, like, as I read serpent, I did also think Leviathan. Scar could be something Fae or something very tricksy and deal. Oh, Fae would work perfectly, also, especially like for the Vex background. Discord? What's happening in Discord? Discord, is something happening? For the past year, the idea of our opinions on the Winnie's representation says more about the Watcher's lore than the live series. Been growing on you? Maybe. Oh no. Okay. We keep talking on Discord? Okay. I'm scared. I'm scared to look at the Discord after stream, man, guys. Oh dear. But yeah, that's kind of like basically my idea is, and I'm just throwing it out there, and I threw it out there for when Martin won. Listener Jimmy Headcanon, totally here for it. Also listener Martin Headcanon, here for it, love it. If you enjoy that prospect, definitely read Your Embers at My Fingertips on AO3, if you haven't already. Oh, thank you! Molly, honestly, the way I've drawn Scar hasn't really changed. Since the first time I drew him, This is the first time I drew Scar. All the placements of his scars are in the same place. His hair is pretty much the same. It's the same floof and over. A lot of people have had their design changed, but Scar has stayed pretty consistent ever since the very first time I drew him topless for Third Life. Yeah, that's a sentence I just said. Because back, let me see if I can dig out that picture. Let me see if I can. Yep, yeah, that's something I just said. References. I'm sure it would be my Scar folder. Also, if anyone's wondering, I have drawn Scar just as many times as I have drawn people falling. I have drawn Scar 44 times. Right, this is a bit of a pixelated shot because I screenshotted it from Instagram because otherwise I don't have it anymore. But, oh, I've got to reshare my iPad again. Sandworm! No. Now following me on AO3. You should follow Hawkwing on AO3, my dude. Hawkwing does far more than me on AO3 and does far better stuff than me. Right, first time I ever drew Scar, and despite the like, hold on, let's see if I can maybe draw. Despite the like pixelated version, you can kind of see that we have the quiff and it kind of goes over here, and then we have that part, and then we kind of like have the rest of his hair going there, and that's how I still draw Scott's hair. The swoosh, the swoosh. Scott's hairs also remain fairly similar. We've got a lot of like round, very round. The way I draw hair is I'm kind of like, okay, is this a soft character or not a soft character, if that makes sense. Where like Scott is just, for me, needs round designs. Hi, Antalya Lotus. Welcome, my dude. Thank you so much. What's this drawing from? You missed something? This drawing was the very first, like, I did this back in Third Life. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if I can find this image in my... So I screenshotted that the 27th of May, 2022. Let's see if I can just find this image in my everything. May 2022. So basically when Third Life... Oh, I don't have the entire image. Oh, I do. No, I don't. No, I don't. Well, okay, in that case. So if you go back on our Instagram... Actually, I could literally just go back on Instagram. Why don't I do that? Let's go back in time on Instagram. We are scrolling real far. What will it look like if I hold my iPad like this? Oh, that's cool. That looks like that. Right, we scroll back real far to when Third Life was coming out. And I drew these pictures to Third Life. So we firstly have... Oh, we ignore that. So we have when Jimmy died. I drew the what's it called? The Hobbit's Grove, Flower Husband's home. And then when Cleo died, I drew these guys in the tower. Can we just appreciate how I draw B-dubs so different nowadays? But yeah, then Cleo died, and then it's them alone. And then I did a kind of like a three-parter. I did a three-parter to like all the factions in Third Life. And so we have the red dogs, and this is the first time I drew a lot of these characters. It wasn't the first time I drew Martin, but it was the first time I drew everyone else on this image. This was one of the first times I drew most of these guys. And yeah, these were kind of all the alliances. And the whole idea is that it's not currently like that, but the whole idea was it to be like a long spread. If I'd post 2 more Instagram images, these would be on one row. So you kind of like have on the right side, you have Dogwarts attacking the Krasl in the middle because they're kind of pointing their weapons in both ways. And then you have on this side the desert guys pointing in the other direction. Exactly. Skiz is so adorable. Yeah. I have knives. Yeah. And that was kind of like, and this was the first time I ever drew Scar. And we're fairly similar hair-wise. Like if we look at Jimmy especially, look at how Jimmy looks the first time I drew Jimmy, or Joel, or Skiz is another example of very much different. Why is Skiz's arms purple? His arms were purple when he turned red. But like how I draw everyone, Ren has remained fairly consistent. Let's see if we can get a Ren picture here. Ren's design hasn't changed much. If I move from that to that, and then we can do this. Wow, that is really blurry. But so we have Ren's design hasn't changed too much. We still have the doggy ears and the fairly still very angular facial features. Still have the little tuft of hair poking out and the ponytail. He's happy to have his knives. But yeah, it's really interesting because let's get a Skiz frame in here. Let's get a Skiz frame. Oh, look at how I guessed that one. The dude has changed as well. Very much so with the hair. But Martin's hair has changed. Yeah, I find it very important to have characters like, look at Tango. Look at how the character development we have in Tango. Still very angular, but now his hair's on fire. I guess. I find it very important to have like shape language in that sort of stuff. And I think one of the reasons why my silhouettes are often as recognizable as they are is because I have very distinct hair silhouettes for different characters. Like the silhouettes of people's hair is something that I stick to. I mean, obviously, like Cleo's hair's changed design-wise. It used to be straight, now it's curly. But apart from that, when I then change the design, who's in this frame? We have Skiz, Cleo, Mumbo, Etho, Bigby, and Impulse. Your first drawing of Tango didn't have fire hair either. It's just so fun to draw fire hair, let's be honest. They all look so different and are so easy to recognize. It's something that I take, in that sense, I take pride in making characters recognizable. And like if we look at a frame of Scar from way back, you've got the same swoop of the hair as we have here. And I always reference my own drawings now that I've drawn each of these characters at least once before. I always reference my own drawings when I'm drawing characters again. And then I make like conscious decisions on how I want to update those designs. There he is as well, again. Same swoop. And also the eye shape is something that I try to keep consistent as well. The face shape and the nose shape. Same way that Joel as a raccoon Tanuki is so perfect. And I mean, that's also something that I don't really do. I don't do a lot of hybrids. I keep most of the characters human. Or human adjacent. I mean, obviously like Tango, not very human. I mean, Martin and Scott, both elf. Both elven heritage. Cleo's a zombie. You know. Which character is the least human? I think Tango. Because, you know, fire hair. Could I maybe show the first time I drew Pearl? Ooh, I'll have to find that. Let me find that. When would that have been? That would have been, I think, for Last Life, if I'm not mistaken. Perlo. Perlo. Okay, well, strictly speaking, the first time I ever drew Pearl was for... I tell you what, guys. No, we don't need to do that. That's just going to look scuffed if we do that. First time I drew Pearl was strictly this frame here, the silhouette. But after that, the first time I drew Pearl was this frame in Last Life, in Who Are You Really? 5 AM. We've got a 5 AM Sam on the hands. 5 AM Sam. Woo woo. Who do I think is the least human? I think it's Tango, in my drawing style. Otherwise, you could also argue that it could be Cleo, because she's a zombie. Bye, Sam. Have a wonderful, or well, good night, I guess. I'd say wonderful rest of your day. Tango, Cleo, Jem, Scott, and Martin are all elven. Oh no, you know, the least human in this animatic is this Pigman. Piglin? Or the Warden. Or the Wither. Or the Horse. How human is the horse? What character do I like the most? Ooh. That's really hard to say, my dude. The Secret Keeper. The Secret Keeper. Because that's the least human. What character? So, I enjoy drawing Tango the most. Tango's the funnest to draw. My favourite character. I think my favourite character? How human is the horse? Yep. Yeah, that's me. The ground is the least human. Piglet is the most human. Watching the night demigods run around. The response is, get off my lawn. You did nothing in the Discord. Man, it's going to be such a trip going back to the Discord after this. I enjoy drawing Tango the most. That's my favourite character to draw. My favourite character, I think, is Martin. Like, just the stories that he tells in the life series, I really, really enjoy them. And for that reason, he's one of the first that I always watch, because I love his storytelling in that. Yeah, I think character-wise, my favourite character is Martin. Human in the sense that they say, yeah, that's the question. What do we define as human? But, I think everyone else is human. You've got Cleo, who's a zombie. Are the Watchers human? No, I think they've transcended being human. Can I show the first time I drew Lizzie? I think that's the same frame as I drew Pearl. Same frame as I drew Pearl, is when I drew Lizzie. There she is. First time. There should be another life series. Grian has kind of announced it. Actually, I think the first time I drew Lizzie was here. Now that I'm thinking about it, is in the forest with Cleo. I drew her from the back first time. I don't know, but yeah, first time I drew Lizzie there. Yeah, Green announced it at the beginning of one of his videos recently, or teased it. Yeah, well, it's a teasing that we'll get one, right? So for me, that can be pretty much confirmed, right? Was human. Yes, was human, absolutely. 11 quotes, oh gosh. Got any plans for the future? We'll see. I just first need to take a break, because working on this animatic was a lot. Was Impulse extra shirt layer from what you said months ago about creating the eye shape in his shirt? Impulse is an extra shirt layer from what you said months ago about creating the eye shape? I can't remember. Dude, I can't remember. Are you talking about Impulse's design in this animatic? Should we grab an Impulse image? Let's get a full body Impulse image fairly early on. So he's kind of got a jacket on. Impy cameo, yeah! He's got a jacket. And I did actually play around with making, because it's kind of like a black eye currently, with yellow in the center, if that makes sense. But we've got a yellow stripe over. I think I very heavily referenced his skin, because his skin had a coat on. Like the eye earring, thank you. I don't know, I can't remember if that was part of the skin, or if I'd seen it somewhere else. I can't remember. Or if it was someone... Something in me is saying that it wasn't my original idea. Oh, thank you. Something in me is saying that it wasn't my original idea. So, either I got it from his skin, or I saw another artist do it, or someone in Twitch chat suggested it, because we designed Impulse and Scott live on stream, their outfits. So I'm not going to take credit for that. I can't remember who said it or where I got it from, but it doesn't feel like an original idea of mine, I'm going to be honest.
them what's in store. We got them now, just break them down a little.
bit more. Anyway, should we get to? We've gotten half a minute in. I also love the fact that we have the little hearts as little points. Where do I get the music from for these animatics? That's a whole process, my dude. That's a year-long process. He's gonna be so upset about his deaths. Is he still streaming? Because I can't. I don't. Hold on. Do we just pry on the Martin stream to see what Martin is doing? Ooh, hello. OBS is flipping out. Okay. I'll go into the process briefly of how I. Yeah, he ain't streaming no more. Okay. Back to... Anyway. I'll go into the process on how I find songs. Yeah, let's go into the process on how I find songs. So, here's the thing, right? I've been interested in making animatics since I started drawing. I've been inspired by animatics since I started drawing. And, which was over 10 years ago. Like, back in the day, there were a couple of Yogscast animatics out there. That when I started, really seeing drawing as a hobby, because I was doing it, like, on and off. I was doing it on and off, say, since 2011. Posture check, thank you, I set up straight. I was doing it kind of like since 2011, but I've really started being interested in drawing in 2014 and kind of drawing more characters and doing fan art. And thank you, I also hydrate. Yes, that's a good idea. And that's when I kind of fell into the animatic wormhole rabbit hole, because there were a couple of animatics to the Yogscast out there. Man, do I... Hold up, guys. Hold on a second. Do I have any of those Yogscast animatics saved, is the question. I do not know. Let's see. Playlists. MCYT animatics. Oh yeah, I've got one to 21 guns. This is a good one. So if you're a Yogscast fan or used to be, or I don't know, there's this animatic. Where's my screen? There it is. There's this animatic to 21 guns by Green Day, which is so good, and it brings back all the nostalgia. I've got an ad for it right now, but these animatics, and most of them aren't up anymore. Oh yeah, awesome. Cool. Yogscast is how I discovered Martin, and Martin is how I discovered the rest of the lifers, so that's that rabbit hole. I mean, one of my first animatics that I ever did was a Yogscast animatic. But definitely if you're a Yogscast fan, look up this animatic. And yeah, I guess from then, so for the past 10 years, I have been interested in finding songs for animatics, right? And so this is kind of like how I started out. For me, music is very closely tied to being able to tell stories to it. The music that I like is music you can tell stories to. That's how I describe my music style. Yogscast is how you got into Minecraft? I got into the Yogscast because of Minecraft. My whole 360 degrees story, I guess, whatever that analogy is supposed to be, is I watched Stampy Longnose, well, hold on. Watched Paul Soares Jr. back in the day. Watched Stampy Longnose through Stampy. I watched Squid, through Squid, Tomahawk, but also through Stampy and Squid I watched Martin, because they collaborated with Martin. Through Martin I watched the Yogscast, but also through Stampy and Squid I watched Nettie. And then that's already a lot of people I also Salem, I think. I watched Salem back in the day, and gosh, Amy Lee 33. I can't even. Oh man, this is nostalgia. And all those peeps, I watched Race to the Moon back in the day. That was so much fun. They had the 10-year anniversary recently. But that's how I then, through Martin and Tomahawk, I think Tomahawk was on EO, wasn't he? Hi Ivy, by the way. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for following, my dude. And Salem and Nettie were all on Evo. I think Salem was on Evo, wasn't she? That's how I discovered Grian and Pearl. And then through Grian, Hermitcraft, and the rest is history. Anyway. Onto Minecraft through Joel. Joel I only found after Third Life. I only started following him in Last Life. So you know. Anyway, back to finding music for animatics. For me, half of my life has had music that has inspired stories. Half of my life I've been gathering music that has inspired stories, and that's been my music taste. If any kind of music that you can tell a story to, or that tells a story, you've got me hooked. Hi Leon Plays, and hi Dragonski. Did I say hi to Dragonski? Welcome, my dude. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you for following. It's lovely to have you both here. I do like the Crane Wives. They are perfect for that. There are some artists that are just have, like, all of their songs are animatic material. And I can give you a list. I'll get to it. I'll get to it, and I can give a list where most of their songs are just animatic material. But and like, yeah, Epic the Musical. Here's the thing, musicals, I think the start of a playlist, at the start of my playlist. So what I have is a playlist of about 130 songs currently, I think, of songs that I have ideas for animatics to. I've just realised my microphone cap is... I'm just going to mute myself quickly because I need to readjust my microphone cap. Be right back. Didn't want to subject you guys to that ASMR. Musicals is where that animatic playlist, yeah, where I started gathering for that animatic playlist. An animatic that Yogscast animatic, I don't think it's up online anymore, that I watched, or that I had, that I saved the song for forever, was Once Upon a Time by the musical Bear. You had, I Will Be There from the musical... I will be there beside you through the darkest night. So close your eyes, remember my embrace. If you can name that song in the musical, I'd be very helpful. Be very helpful. Just add musical songs to that playlist as a starter. Can't send links in the chat, I'm afraid, my dude. And so that's a fantastic starter, and like, you can tell so many good stories to musical songs. I have so many musical songs on that playlist. Let me just quickly... I'm going to grab my phone quickly and scroll through that playlist briefly. I have a couple of epic songs on there. And I don't have the playlist. The playlist isn't public because like, my family and I share one Spotify account. It's under our name, and I don't want that name to be out there. So let's see, what do we have? Animatic, like, specifically songs from musicals. I've organised this so that the musical songs are really, really far away. Just a Man from Epic is in there. Ready as I'll Ever Be from the Tangled, the series. Ready as I'll ever be. So many good animatics out there too. It's a song that works perfectly for our story, our original story, and I will do an animatic to that at some point. Oh, back in the day where there was a really beautiful My Little Pony animation to like Princess Luna, that was to the song Come Little Children, I'll take me away, here in the land of enchantment. It was very haunting, gorgeous, perfect for our OCs as well, so that's on there. Remember Them by from Epic as well. Let's see. Daughter of the Moon, a song about Princess Yue is in there. And I just keep gathering Wait For Me from Hades Town. These are just Only Us from Dear Evan Hansen. These are animatics, so I'm just scrolling through, just mentioning the animatic. The Song of the Sea, the lullaby from the movie Song of the Sea is also a lovely one. Arcane, it's Me and You. Thank you so much for following, my dude. Thank you, Druid. Welcome. The epic creator does not receive royalties, compensation for the first 2 original sagas. You should change those songs out with the new ones instead. Yes, I realised that as well. I definitely need to do that. Absolutely. Agony from Into the Woods is on there. Agony! Beyond power of speech. Oh, my voice. I'm looking for a specific one. I can't remember. I can't find it. Where's it gone? It's not there anymore. We have a Hamilton song. Helpless. There it is. We've got Helpless on there as well. There we go. So you kind of start with musical songs. At least that's how I started. Now this is my process. Your process can be completely different. And you can tell fantastic songs to musical songs. Another great source of inspiration is seeing what kind of songs other animatics use. Right? Hiya, Silas boy. Welcome, my dude. Thank you so much for following. Why is my activity feed late? Strange. Never watched the Owl House, I will say. But Agony is just like in my brain, rotting in my brain for the whatchamacallit, the Into the Woods. Into the Woods film of Chris Pine just ripping open his shirt, dancing in a river. Such a good film. And it's a good place. So my tips are musicals, what other people make animatics to, and the what I personally do is I kind of see what animatics other fandoms or what songs other fandoms use as animatics. But if I'm doing an animatic to a fandom, I don't go looking for songs in that fandom that other people have already used. I try to use songs that no one has ever used in that fandom before. For instance, the song Who Are You Really was used, like the Who Are You Really, the Last Life animatic, that was used for a Dream SMP animatic, and I thought that was a fantastic idea. And I used that for the Last Life animatic, so a different fandom, right? A song called Redemption for... I'll write that down. I have 2 playlists. I have one playlist of songs that I have animatic ideas to specifically, and a playlist of songs that people recommended. Redemption. Redemption song. Hello. Bob Marley. Huh. Apparently Bob Marley. Zorro. There you go. Because I have a separate playlist of what people have recommended to me, and I go and listen through that every now and again, see if I need inspiration. Animatic song recommendations. 44. That is also 44 songs long now, dudes. How? How have we just found all these? Okay. Anyway, and so otherwise. Yeah, like a whole bunch of songs on that thing are songs that people have made animatics to. Let's see. Example: Revolution, the score. Dust Bowl Dance, Mumford & Sons. Fantastic Critical Role animatic to that. If you look for Dust Bowl Dance, what were the vampires in the series 1? The Whitestone saga? Whitestone? If you look that up, that's fantastic. Ashes by the Longest Johns. Two Way is fantastic. Briarwood, thank you. Two Way is really good with dramatic covers. Ready as I'll Ever Be, like I mentioned. Lots of people have done that. Unstoppable by The Score. The Oh Hellos are a very good group to do stuff to. All Eyes on Me by Oreo is also very good. I'm looking. Stronger the Score. Misio is also very good. If you're into that kind of that gathering of music. Born with It. The score is just generally very good. I'm looking at all the score. Derovacat is also very good with Ain't No Crying and that kind of stuff. The Crane Wives is on here as well. Stuff from Arcane. Arcane music is very good. That kind of thing. Buzzcut Seasons on here. Did you guys watch the Desert Duo animatic by... Is it Local Wheel? I can't remember. Was it Local Wheel who did a Desert Duo animatic to Buzzcut Season? Very good, very good. That song's on that playlist because I watched that animatic, and I loved that animatic. So you know that's the reason that some of these animatics or some of these songs make it here onto this playlist. Enemy by from Arcane. Yeah. And basically, that's another source of inspiration. And then you just have some artists. And generally, like, folk artists are a very good basis for this. Shiro music? Sure. I've never heard of it myself, but I'm sure that works. There are some artists that just have, like I said, fantastic... like, all of their music works perfectly, really well with animatics and, like, the storytelling style. Examples are... the Oh Hellos, obviously the Crane Wives, the Family Crest. I did Battle Cry from the Family Crest. Feed the Machine. Poor Man's Poison, also really good. Fish in a Birdcage, Basti, Imagine Dragons, The Score. I'm just saying stuff off the top of my head here. I think that's it. And maybe I'll just continue scrolling again and mention some more. Mumford & Sons, also very good. Well, hi, Nagito? I can read. Nagito, thank you so much for following, my dude. It's lovely to have you here. Hello, hello. Aurora's songs have so much gorgeous atmosphere that are beautiful for animatics. And Copperbean, thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome, my dude. So yeah, that's just some examples. I think I've mentioned like 50% of my playlist there by mentioning the artists that I've just mentioned. But yeah, these I have ideas. I also like film music, film soundtracks where you've got like a film that you love. Again, always be very cautious. We're 30 seconds into the animatic. Yes, we are. Always be very cautious. Aqua, this is exactly what we've got the long stream for. That's why we're here for as long as we are, because I just want to talk through everything, the creative process. Mumford & Sons. The little line man instead. Yeah, it's like Feed the Machine and Poor Man's Poison. Those two are interchangeable. So sometimes instead of saying Poor Man's Poison, say Feed the Machine. Lindsay Sterling. Oh yeah, I see that. I see that. Just atmospheric music, like movie soundtracks. And again, like I said, be cautious with the copyright, because big corporations like Disney might literally just switch off your animatic and not allow it to be viewed at all. Most people, copyright wise, like allow you to use animatics. Like Poor Man's Poison here have allowed me to have Feed the Machine on this video. It's gotten a copyright strike. That just means oh no, it hasn't gotten a copyright strike. It's been copyrighted, being copyright claimed, and that basically means that I get no revenue from this video. All the revenue from the ads from this video goes to Poor Man's Poison. That's fine. That's just the way it is, because I use their song. And but some artists won't even let you upload it to YouTube, so do be careful. A good way to do that is just to kind of like have the song on like a blank editing thing on like just a black screen, and then try and upload that to YouTube. On the draft, it'll tell you if you're allowed to upload it or not, whether it get copyright striked and what the copyright strike means. And yeah, basically, just be careful when you're making an animatic to a copyrighted song. But yeah, movie soundtracks. So I'm saying The Plagues from The Prince of Egypt. Very cinematic, very good animatics out there to that one as well. I have Iris from the Goo Goo Dolls. Goo Goo Dolls, is that their name? I need to scroll. I need to scroll. I can't find it. Basically it goes, and I don't want the world to see me, because I don't think that they'd understand. Because that's from one of my favourite movies. Thank you, Phoenix. Because that's from one of my favourite movies, Treasure Planet. A-class culture, you see. Yes. Prince of I need to watch that film again. It's so good. Yeah. And then once you have like a base playlist, and this is how I discovered Battle Cry. This is how I discovered Feed the Machine. Once you have a base playlist, if you have it on Spotify, there's this really good feature that is called like Enhanced Shuffle or something. It used to be called Enhanced, what's it called? Smart Shuffle is now what it's called. Is that it just shuffles your playlist, but it adds songs that fit the vibe into that playlist. I've heard of Skibbity Toilet, and honestly, I'm too scared to know. I'm an old Gen Z, it terrifies me. So you've got Smart Shuffle on Spotify, and it just inserts songs into there that they think fit the vibe, like from different artists and stuff. And yeah, that's how I've discovered the most recent songs. Thank you so much for following, Rocky. Thank you. It's lovely to have you here. Hello. So, same opinion as Katie. So that's how I've curated my playlist. Like, this was a really long tangent, but I think I've told this story a couple times, but I think it's kind of, sometimes people think it's some sort of magic to it. It's just years of work, passively. Like, years and years before I ever did animatics, I was planning animatics. I was out there, like, I've been doing animatics for 10 years, guys. But this channel is only it's only 3.5 years old, this channel. So, you know, I've been planning animatics, though, for 10 years. I've been writing them out. I've been making them into stories and stuff, and kind of having them live rent-free in my head. And it's only since the end of 2020, so we'll say 2021, where I started making those into animatics. Because I was drawing on the side, and every now and again I'd make one frame, but never commit to the whole thing. So, I'm just saying, anyone can do it. But it's a long process. You just gotta learn and take it step by step. And if you have this idea for an animatic and you're just writing it out, I mean, you saw my notes at the beginning of the stream. That's how all animatics start for me. And some notes, like, so let's go back to the Everin channel. We've got another tab open. This animatic here, All That You Are, OC animatic, ads. More ads. Okay, wonderful. La 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 la. Right, skip. So this animatic here, which is an OC animatic, I planned this back in 2020. But I knew I didn't have the skill. There's sketches of this in my sketchbook from 2020. But I knew I didn't have the skill to do it justice. I knew I didn't have the skill to do it justice. I love the fact we've got Kira's foot that's been cut off here. So I kept the sketches. And it turned into an animatic years later. So this was 2 years ago, 2022. 2 years later. It stayed in my draft for 2 years. So I just kind of want to encourage everyone, if you have an idea, write it down now. And if you don't have the time, or if you don't have like the mental space, or if you don't think you have the skill to pull it off, I will say, if you don't think you have the skill to pull off, still try. Dare to try. Because there are so many things, like, for instance, for Battle Cry, I didn't think I had it in me to do a flash of lightning. I didn't think I was capable of that. But then I tried it. And with a tutorial, with a video tutorial, I will say. Just take it step by step, and whatever step of the process is right for you at the time, it's right for you. And if the project needs to be made, then it will be made at some point. And if it doesn't, because like I say, 130 songs on this playlist. I've been at it for 3 years, and we're 14 songs in. I've done 14 songs of 130. So, you know. But at the same time, while you're gathering those ideas, hone your skill. If you want to draw, if you want those animatics to be like drawn animatics, if you want to make them into animatics at all, I mean, it's totally fine to kind of have it in writing. There's these things called songfics that people write to a song, which is also a really cool genre. Yeah, just don't be paralyzed by what you can't do yet. Just do. Yeah. How do I improve so much from animatic to animatic? Do I do any practicing in between, like beyond personal projects? I don't actually have a lot of time to draw in between. But I think the fact that I have, like, this was 65 drawings, but like I'm drawing loads of characters. Hold on. How many characters did I draw? This we can count. This is countable. Go back to the notes. Go back to the notes. Feed the machine. Oh my gosh, I just had the moment of my... So I drew 103 characters in this animatic. You're going to improve if you draw 103 characters, right? I don't do a lot of personal projects. It's at least 2, yeah. 1, 2. I drew 2 characters in this animatic. Everything else is backgrounds. I improve by doing projects. I'm not a fan. And this is going to be sounding this is going to sound really bad. And I don't recommend to do it the way I do it. For me, art is something that has to be fun. If it's not fun, I won't do it. So I don't spend ages of like sketchbook pages learning how to draw eyes. I did that for hands, I will say. Like last year, I had a week in February where I just drew hands. I was visiting my nan, so I was away from the internet for a week, and I was just drawing hands. I was practicing hands because I wanted to be able to draw hands for Battle Cry. And it was a means to an end there, because I didn't want to spend... Previously, I'd spend like half an hour on a hand, and I was like, yeah, that's not going to fly. Can't be doing that anymore, because I need to be able to be more efficient here, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's already 2.5 hours just spent drawing hands on this frame alone, right? No. I just knew I had to do that, and I wanted to move on from the flesh mittens that we had in the previous animatics. But the thing is, I'm not a fan of practicing. I don't like practicing. I practice by doing, right? I practice by making animatics, and that's how I improve. And you can kind of tell, like, this was one of the first frames that I drew, and like this was one of the last frames that I drew. You can kind of see the progression in ability. Okay, these are different style of frames, but like in coloring, you can see the progression in coloring, in expression, in proportions, in hands as well. Like that green hand. Very happy with that green hand. It's just, you see the progression through the animatic. I think this was very evident in the Double Life Animatic, when you have like first images of like impulse. I did go back and I redrew a couple of the faces, because there was so much progression going on. But then you like go from this impulse drawing to this Martin drawing, right? There is progression there as well. But yeah, it's how I learn, and I do projects in between animatics. Like if we go to the once again, if we go to the Ivorian channel, we go to the community tab. I do projects in between animatics. We've got to scroll for a bit because this project took a long time. But there's drawings that I do in between as well. Like the Your Light in My Eyes. Let's just zoom out a bit because that's a bit close. There's many other little projects, like little drawings I do in between my projects, my animatics. Oh wow, we've gone to the start again. But there's improvements as I draw the animatics, like also the background stuff, a Phasma poster. There's redraws of animatic frames that I've done. This is kind of how I improve organically during the process. And like I said, I don't just sit there and think, okay, I want to improve on this, so I'm just going to draw this for a while. But what I do is, have we moved again? Has this frame moved again? This confuses me. Oh, it's because I've zoomed. Oh, that's why it moved, because I'd zoomed in. Dude. Oh, now the frame's all wonky again. Hold on, guys. Hold up a second. We'll figure this out. This is fine. I kind of improve like that. Because I want my drawing experience to be fun. And if I'm just sat there and practicing the same thing over and over again, then I don't have fun doing it. I want to have fun drawing what I'm drawing. Every now and again, I sit at my sketchbook and draw like some sketches of whatever's happening in the live series or whatever is in front of me, or yeah. I think the improvement is very organic in that sense. But also, again, this is what I wanted to touch on. I have goals in every animatic on what I want to improve upon. In every animatic, I set myself a goal at the start, thinking, okay, I kind of retrospectively go like, okay, so what did I not like that much in this animatic? What can I improve on? For this animatic, I wanted to improve on environments and backgrounds. And so there's a heavy focus on like the backgrounds here. And then afterwards I discovered a really cool brush pack that made background drawing far easier. But I wanted environments to be I wanted to draw environments and improve in that sense. For running up that hill, I wanted to improve composition and have more dynamic compositions, which is kind of reflected in frames like this and especially like frames like this. Because previously I just kind of have the torso on top of characters, right? For Battlecry, I wanted to improve on colour. I wanted to have better colouring techniques and more vibrant colours. For this current one, Feed the Machine, I wanted to improve in atmosphere and also in composition again, but like have more forced, like improve in perspective, which was really difficult, man. I will say, if you're not taking tutorials for stuff, which I very rarely do, is I very rarely watch tutorials of stuff, then you're gonna have a really hard time trying to understand things, especially if it's perspective. This was a really challenging frame. And I think that's also a reason why this animatic was so challenging for me, because I haven't studied perspective in so long, and maybe that's something that I should. But perspective is boring, but you know, I should just do that. But yeah, this was a challenging frame. This was a challenging frame. And I think I've definitely messed up a whole bunch of things perspective-wise. At some point I was just like, you know what? It's good enough. I'm done. But yeah, this was also very challenging, this one here. But yeah, I just wanted to improve my perspective drawing. I used the perspective tool in Procreate a lot. I'm sure I'm going to look back on this in the future and go like, yuck, all the mistakes. So many perspective mistakes. But yeah, that's how I also improve. Thank you! The atmosphere improvement was something that, because my process is I do all the line art on every frame, then I do all the base colouring on every frame, then I do all the shading on and rendering on every frame. So that was something that was a goal that came in after the fact. And like as I started the animatic, I was like, yes, I'm in my pastel era. These are pastel boys. We love the pastels. They are beautiful. Pastel pinks and purples and all the beautiful cherry blossoms. I was in totally my pastel era for this, and I was loving life. I was loving it. And then as we continued on, I kind of went more desaturated. Like, I think from here onwards, we kind of went more dramatic and this is one of the last frames that I coloured. We're gonna ignore the pastel. This was one of the first frames I coloured because, like, very easy colouring job. It's just a Jimmy. But then from the wither fight onwards, we kind of went a bit desaturated because it, like, the calamity has started, right? Especially visible in this frame here, because this was one of the last frames I drew. This was a very dark frame. I really like the warden there. This is pretty desaturated, and then especially this frame. I like the vibe of this frame, the color profile and stuff, and this frame. Kind of like a bit of a dusty, murky feel to it, right? Kind of like the color's been taken from the world. So you can also see like the progression in coloring from there to like the colors we had here. But yeah. That Martin frame is a nod to Cherry's thumbnail. Which one? The one where he's falling, or which one are we talking about? Love that transition and choice of atmosphere change. You were able to achieve my goal. Awesome. Thank you, my dude. I think I will say, like, personal critique with the warden. Oh, potentially. Not purposefully. Should we look it up? Oh, just knocked my microphone. Sorry, I had to reach for my keyboard. In the little wood. Secret Life. Ads. Oh, kinda, yeah. Oh my gosh. That wasn't intentional. That was not intentional. What session is that? I want to see it in big. Oopsie. That was session 6. Absolutely, man. Oh my goodness, I just flipped it. I wasn't aware of that. But this is the thing, right? I subconsciously take, and this is one of the reasons that I gave why I'm not going to make a Third Life animatic, is I would subconsciously, like, see the art of Third Life, because there's already so much Third Life art out there, and just use that as subconsciously kind of reuse the composition and the way of storytelling, right? I obviously saw this frame, my brain was like, hey, that's a cool composition. And then when I came to making the animatic, my brain was like, hey, that's a cool composition. Yeah, it happens. That was completely unintentional. I did not mean to steal the composition from Cherry, or take... I guess we could say I took inspiration from it, but that also wasn't intentional. Awesome composition, awesome frame. Definitely I see the similarities. But yeah. That end with Gem. Was not intentional. Did not mean to do that. I wonder if Martin would pick up on that. Anyway, interesting. That's really interesting, actually. That fascinates me. But yeah, atmosphere was something that kind of after the fact was like, yeah, that would be cool. Like, there's no atmosphere here because there's black background. What you're gonna do? But in theory, I think if I'd have done this frame again, I'd have had like yellow, red, blue, and green kind of highlights on Scar here to kind of make these ghosts or silhouettes or whatever these are feel more in the frame, and that Scar is more affected by their presence. In hindsight, if I was going back, because like I said, this was one of the first frames I finished. So yeah, that's a Would I fix the colours of Martin and Scott? Nah. Don't want to redraw it. If anything, there's some rendering stuff that I'd change, but that would be too much work swapping those two over. And I like how they look now. But yeah, there's ways that I could definitely, I mean, obviously ways that I could improve. I would draw a fire here and maybe animate it. But there's immediate, like, yeah, Animatic was released today. I can see improvements. I can see many improvements, stuff that I've learned from, and change. What I will say, again, as an improvement thing, I feel like the atmosphere changes way too much in the first, in this first part. So we kind of got the pastels, that's fine, and then we move to darkness, and then we have kind of more eerie darkness, more darkness, and then we've got Never. It's just a bit messy atmosphere-wise, and especially around here, there's just so much happening in very short succession. So I don't know. Also, the atmosphere change from pastel to dark, bit janky. It just doesn't flow perfectly. But that can be intentional. That could be intentional. Yeah. But from what I've Torchy, there he is. There was way too little fire in Secret Life. There is a devastatingly little amount of fire in this animatic. Obviously we have the Tango fire hair. We've got some torches and Torchy here. I tell you what, I first had so you see Tango's arm moving away from his face. I first had it where it was moving towards his face. Sky Villanark, I have to look back on that. Episode 7. I don't think I'll have a lot of Sky in episode 7 because that was a boogie episode. So we have, I originally had Torchy moving towards Tango's face, but it looked like he was trying to like either sniff the fire or burn the fire instead of, you know, keep Torchy close because like Torchy's his friend. So instead of had his arm moving away, as in like, oh my gosh, he's been bamboozled. No, he's been caught. That's what I'm trying to say. He's been caught because you see Martin's hand there. And he's like, oh no, I've been caught. I may need to hide Torchy. Fire smells good. I mean, honestly, he probably wouldn't burn him considering his hair is fire. But yes. There's quite a few things I've changed. I will say, for this I redrew this first frame like 3 times. I couldn't get Martin and Jimmy. And this is a whole other thing, again, with improvement, right? I drew these guys. This is the first frame of the animatic. I was pretty happy with how Scar looked, even though, like, also line art wise, I think I could do better now. But like, Martin and Jimmy in this first frame didn't like their expressions, their body language was weird, so I redrew this frame 3 times until I was happy with it. And that's the first frame. It took me a while to get happy with Martin's design, and I think this is my Martin design from now on. I like that we have kind of like, you can see it better here. We kind of have like the longish hair. We've kind of committed to the longer hair into a braid, which is again what Cherry did. I've closed the tab, but this is definitely consciously inspired by Cherry, because Cherry, in especially the pirate SMP thumbnails, I think, gave Martin a little braid, and I love that design. So this is now my Martin design from now on. I'm very happy. I like the way the hair falls. It feels very Martin. I like the jacket. I kind of had a couple of strange Martin outfits as we went through the videos. Again, he's got a swirl on him and he's got a backpack on his back. Kind of breaks my immersion. I don't know. I feel like I'm very particular and weird when it comes to that kind of outfit thing. But I don't like prints on stuff. She says that, considering I have Joel's in his life series merch, but that was a poll on YouTube that peeps won. I was going to put him in his original, Shrek outfit, but that I have, that we have here. But oh well. YouTube decided the hoodie. I put up a poll. But yeah, I'm happy with Martin's design now. This took a while, and I like the little the mess that his hair is, and yeah. Jimmy's design has also gone through a lot of... Yes, you voted otherwise. Gone through a lot of changes and adaptions and all that. But yeah. Happy with Cleo's design as well. Although it is a bit of a trip when it comes to her whole outfit. They have purposefully made it difficult for us animators. Hello there, Laurie. Thank you so much for following, by the way. I appreciate it. It's lovely to have you here. Welcome, welcome. So many colours. So many colours. I love Cleo's face. I think I'm very happy with how I draw their face. We'll see if they ever change their outfit for the live series. If they don't, this is what I'm sticking with. If they do, because I don't like the leotard. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, lots of stuff up. I mean, Skiz's outfit has always stayed the same. You return. Welcome back, Cucumber. And yeah, that's... We'll see with Scott. I change Scott's outfit every season because Scott changes his outfit every season. Yeah, it's just... Also, I really enjoyed doing this cave. And it was far less of a struggle to do this cave than it was to do this cave. Because I decided I needed to be far more loose when it came to like drawing caves. Because caves are messy. They don't need like puffy rendering. And I've really enjoyed the adding like scratchy line art to backgrounds. That's been really fun. And that's something, actually, this is something that you can also see as progression in Battlecry. So you see like the background here, this was one of the first backgrounds I did, versus the background, for where are you? I'm so sorry. No, too slow. Too slow. Versus the background here that we used for, like, you know, we are still going. Hello, yes. These things are these are long streams usually. These are very long streams. Am I going frame by frame or now just talking about the technical stuff? We honestly we kind of jumped back and forth all over the place. We haven't gotten very far, to be fair. But, yeah, I like the kind of scratchy style, especially to terrain that has been kind of dug out. So we'll see. We'll see. How I continue, if I continue that style, because you can kind of see the first elements of that scratchy style in the background here. In the stone. And we'll see if I continue, because I had like a style where it was more just... I didn't use much... In fact, I didn't use my line art brush for the background. I used the Eagle Hawk brush, which I used for shading as background line art. Same here. But now I use my just line art brush for the background for just some really loose lines. And this one was a far quicker background than I had for this one. So that's fun. Character development there. Anyway, let's continue on. Again, if there's any questions that I've missed you guys, which live series is my favourite? Double Life. I'm a big Ranchers fan. If I were to go like chronologically, for my favourite to least, it'd be Double Life, Last Life, Limited Life, Third Life, Secret Life. That's my tier list, I guess you could say. Oh, this Big B background was so difficult. We did this on stream and I finished it off stream, but I couldn't get the colours right. And this was one of my first like, right, I'm going to sit back and I'm going to try and figure out if this is something that I want to improve upon. Because I was very kind of unhappy with myself, unsatisfied with how I was doing it. And I just kind of like decided, okay, you know what? If you're not happy with how you are drawing this kind of frame at the moment, then you are going to get better at drawing this kind of frame. Basically, and so I was like, you know what? Let's make atmosphere a thing in this animatic. Let's improve atmosphere. So yeah.
You got 'em now, just break 'em down a little bit more.
This was the first frame I finished 100%. Did this on stream. And again, you can see the progression of how I do, like, especially like lava glows, and this is really interesting. The shading on the rock here, it looks very pink on one screen and very dark on the other. It's very interesting. Something weird this way comes, exactly. So you can kind of see like the progression of how I do buildings here. and how I did buildings. Okay, these are far more in the background. Let's see. Or just kind of like, just generally backgrounds, how I do environments. You have a progression while you're doing stuff along the way. Oh wow! Oh, that was fascinating. Hold up. What was that freeze frame? Where'd that green come from? Is that from Martin's top, like 1 pixel of green? No, it's down there. That's an interesting effect. Huh. Weird. What's the lore behind that, guys? There's a portal that opens up and engulfs Martin because he's special. Anyway. Hey, you! Feed the machine! I tell you what. I didn't know if I wanted this green explosion to happen. Because there was already a lot going on in this frame. We've got kind of like the enchantment particles. Martin's VTuber lore comes in. Yeah, exactly. We've got the particles kind of going poof. I almost didn't include that because I thought there was too much going on, but I was like, you know what? This is a chaotic chorus anyway. There's so much going on, so you know what? Whatever. It's fine. Feed the machine. Also, obviously that's Cleo's hand, right? Whose hand is that? Oh, that question's just come. Who do you think? Who do you think's hand is that? Who do you guys think? Now, how do I draw some characters? Some characters have gloves on. So, oh, that's a good guess. That's a really good guess. Impulse. Everyone loves Impulse. That's a very, very good guess there. It's because you need to have someone who's kind of like, whose sleeves are either rolled up or has a t-shirt on. Can't be Impulse. He has only 3 frames later. B-dubs, for the B-dubs, the skin is too light. Could be Martin. Scar, you'd have scars on the hands. Skiz, you'd have scars on the on his arms. This is Pearl. Pearl's hand. Because we needed some girl boss in there. Could be... No, can't be Green because Green's got long sleeves. Pearl's hand. No one got it. And I get that's kind of confusing because... But Pearl has like... short sleeve. With the cape going over. Basically, the way I draw Pearl is... T-shirt, white t-shirt with black. This is black. This color, everybody. This is the black color. Colors with Katie. It's black. And yeah, with a red cape on top. Used to be a hoodie, but I kind of like the idea of a cape more. I bet Gem at some point. I'm just looking at this. For instance, everyone kind of becomes more gets more of a fantasy outfit as time goes on in this, because Pearl had like, I mean, people have had hoodies and now they don't anymore. Pearl had a jacket and now she doesn't. I wonder if I'm gonna, you know, yeah, 5 AM exactly. It came together with when you asked the questions. So yeah, that's Pearl's hand. I mean, I kind of wanted it to be pretty ambiguous whose hand that could be. I like the idea of having like one very obvious hand, like it could only be one character. Who's the hardest character to draw? Scott. I think Scott's the hardest to draw because his skin changes every season, and there's so many like little details in his skin. Like here we had the crown of coral, and also like the coral. Got a good frame of that around here somewhere. I know when my own animatic. So we've got all the coral kind of growing out of him as well that I had to keep an eye on. And even here, with this animatic was kind of like, I didn't draw him that often. But wherefore art thou, Scott's major? Went from Trek to Life to yeah. That was YouTube deciding. But you kind of have this see-through top and then like over the shoulder. His outfits are all very complicated. And it just takes my brain a lot before I can understand what's happening. So yeah, that's how that works. But Joel's an exception. That's what YouTube decided. Yeah, Scott's the hardest. I'd say the second hardest is Cleo because there's just so many contrasting colours. Scar's also pretty hard because his outfits change every season. But Other than that, I can't. Yeah, I think that's yeah.
And there's blood all over the
I love these two. This was such a funny. This is, I think, one of the sections that people would like not remember. I'm pretty sure. When I was planning it, I was like, no one's gonna remember this section. But I found this very funny. This was when B-Dubs and Etho went exploring the caves together, and they were just terrified of everything. Martin was there too, but they forgot. They lost Martin pretty quickly. So you know, bring it back to that. No, I'd forgotten about that. As the series goes on, yeah, and I'm trying my best not to draw Scar topless. I'm doing my best here. But yeah, the skeletons like spooky, scary skeletons. Like, I'm coming to get you. Hi, Tinkerbell. Oh my gosh, you have all the things. Princess. Hi, sweetheart. She has so much in her fur, so much foliage. She's taken the whole forest home. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Can I take these out of your fur? Oh, Sweepy. Hello. Hello. There we go. So yeah, it's just like, I'm coming to get you, and I just imagine like the clanking of bones, because that's I don't know. I feel like that's how skeletons would move. I was very happy with him too. No, we're not making this a gig. That's not how this works.
ground. Let's all just blindfold the poor. We must remind them what's in store.
And also, I almost said a really bad thing there, but I won't. I'm gonna refrain from it because it's gonna turn into a thing. Although I might just say it anyway. The way kind of like, you've kind of got Scott who's kind of exploring the area, but then you've kind of got the fatherly instinct that Impulse has often shown for Gem. You know, like Skiz and Impulse are kind of like Gem's dads, the way they, around conventions and meetups, have taken care of Gem. It's been really sweet. And they're also old enough to be her dad. I think Skiz has a son that's about Gem's age. And so he's just kind of like concerned looking over at Gem going like, you don't know what you're in for. Okay. Well, this is gonna be fine. I'll be there for you, my dude. It's fine. Also Gem and the Scots as a dad looking after his daughter and their friend. Yes, I see that. He's just part of the band because he wants to be a part of something that his daughter's doing. Aww. No, I definitely love the headcanon that Impulse and Skiz are just like Gem's protective dads. So I was kind of like going from, we were talking about the granddaddies, I'm like, yes, and Impulse is for daddy. And like, nope, we're not going down that road. Absolutely not. Ignoring that. Moving on.
You got 'em now, just
Break them down a little bit more. Hey, you free the machine. Oh, also something that I started doing this animatic is colouring in line art. I'm going to ignore the chat right now. The chat can laugh all it wants. We're going to move on. Is colouring line art. And I think this is very visible here on Cleo's hand. Because this was very satisfying. So you see like the top is kind of black coloured line art, but the bottom is purple. So the coloured line art is purple here. And it's very satisfying because I like the combination of purple and cyan always. Turquoise and purple are just such nice colour combinations. That's actually the colour combination that my ski outfit is. I have a turquoise jacket and purple winter trousers. Snow trousers. They are the dads in Phasmo. Bye Phoenix, have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude. So this is something that I also started doing this this animatic, and I think it's also very visible here with Scar. I think I overdid it here, and this is again me learning how to use this, how to like, you can see the progression of, I've discovered this tool that I can use of colouring the line art a darker colour, and not only where there's highlights, right, because otherwise I'd always colour where there's highlights, and then I've been doing that for years, but also colouring where there isn't any highlights, like where there's shadows, but making that like a more saturated colour, and that I think has helped so much in like creating an atmosphere. You can see it here, he's coloured in completely red. His line art is red, and so is the Withers, right? And same here with Martin. I think I overdid it on Martin as well here, because he kind of merges with the background. But that is so helpful in creating an atmosphere. It's if you don't have just black line art on one side of a character. Like here's an example, right? Green kind of, it doesn't feel like he's in the shot because he's got black line art and just like the highlights. If I'd have made his line art like a darker blue, he'd have felt so much more immersed into the image. And this is something that I've also learned this for this animatic. And that's cool, I think. I feel like that's pretty cool. And this is, it's really interesting because you can see the progression of how I did stuff. Who are Bobby and Crumble in the description of our channel? That's my friends. I talk about Alina and Simon, who are my besties, and we originally came up with the the thing of Everin, the channel, so the naming of Everin is actually the name of the like our fantasy world that we have a story in, that we've kind of been working on for the last few years, and yeah. That's where the name Everin came from, and we kind of started this channel. Like, the original thing was we started the YouTube channel, and our Instagram account was our first social media to kind of share stuff about our original characters. And I do want to do more of that in the future. I do want to share more about our original characters and tell that story more in the future. Anyway, always select the black line art in your drawings, which is why you tended to use only use line art for sketching. But you have to try this at some point. Yeah, I also had that phase. I had that phase as well where I did try a lineless animatic for Brave as an Ann here. We have once again got ads. So I've tried an entirely lineless animatic. And this was a pain. I did not like doing this. This was not fun. Yeah, you can see it pretty well here. There's no lines. So did not have good fun there. So it's just been like a process that I've kind of been working on for a long time, and I think I kind of did it a bit here in like very atmospheric shots. I think this is kind of slightly bluish, but still very dark. And so I've been a little bit more daring in this animatic, and kind of colouring, like you can see, green's line art here is purple. No, but depending on your monitor, I guess. I can't see it on my other monitor. I can see it on one of the two that I have. But purple line out here for GM as well means they feel far more immersive in the drawing. So I think that's cool. That's something that I love. This has been such a journey. This has been such a big journey. We've learned a lot. Hey, you feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste. Remind the slaves. What I've also done to kind of make stuff feel more immersive. Is this a good frame? No, this is not a good frame to show it on. What would be a good frame to show it on? Oh, I know a good frame. Here. So what I've also done, I used to only have like shading on 2 layers. Shading and highlights. So one layer is a multiply layer, that's for shading. One layer is an add layer, that's for highlights. Something I have started doing... Pardon me? Something that I've started doing is adding a layer between those layers, which is an overlay layer. And I add that overlay layer in like to areas where you have transitions from the shading to like either the normal base color tone or to the highlights, just to kind of make that transition a little easier and a little more vibrant in the colors. And I think here is where I started experimenting with it, where you can see in Impulse's face there are some areas that are fairly like pink, and I used a fairly pink overlay on here to kind of ease that transition from a very dark and desaturated purple that was in the shading to again another purple in the highlights. And this was a case of like, I don't know what to shade and highlight with, so I will use the same color because we're in the end and the end is weird. But I used the overlay as like a transition between those two just to add vibrancy to it. And as we moved on, as we continued on in the animatic, I used that overlay function, and I think it's very evident here. I used that overlay function to kind of immerse the characters into the background, to add like the characters, the color of the background, so that they feel more in the atmosphere, atmospheric in it. So that's something that I also started doing, is adding an overlay layer in between my shading layers. Remind the slaves, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you, point the well. Boyd Ivy cameo. Did you see that? Did you see that? We are still going? I paused to check, thank you. And thank you for following Mystical Magic. Welcome, welcome, my dude. Like it's like, you mean the overlay? Yeah, I'm having fun with the overlay, and I definitely haven't like reached the peak of understanding it. Oh, hi.
3 or 4 dinners. I don't know.
Flash had 3 or 4 dinners.
Yeah, he's still eating.
Yikes.
Yeah, he's shooting everywhere. And he ate
Oh.
violence.
Oh,
And
okay.
so he has a chance to eat. I gave him another one, so...
okay. Okay. Flash is hungry. Oh my gosh. Zimmer Zizzle says hi. It's 10:30, guys. Currently, we might have to end the stream soon. I'm feeling my voice go. I will say my voice is saying bye bye. But yeah, Void IB cameo. Woo. Had to be, right? I also I'm a fan of the way that the bees move towards me. And I also want to say as well, last time I drew Lizzie was for, okay, to be fair, it was for the fashion meme, but other than that, the last time I drew Lizzie was for oh no, that's also like for Battle Cry. This Lizzie design is my current Lizzie design is based off this Battle Cry Lizzie. But I'm really happy with how I drew her buns, cause I think it's kind of cute. I think it's really kind of adorable how, and it's very especially visible here. So I'm very happy with how I've got Lizzie's design down now. I think it's also like full body, you know, shorts, top. That's fine. That's fine. I might edit the shoes at some point, but you know, that's the way it works. Oh, the green Mumbo frame is one of my favorites as well. If not my favorite, like I will at some point throughout the week share my favorite frames. And this is definitely gonna be like the front and center one. I love this one so much, and this might actually be one that I print out for myself. I might get a print for this one myself. What's the Void IB meant to represent, or is it just a reference? It's a reference for the Everend SMP, because the Void IB is kind of our mascot over there. It's our little guy. The Void IB. Been there forever. This was the patented fire shot. This was the only fire shot we had. I realise now I didn't add any line art to the fire, which is something that I do really like doing. I did it here. On Battle Cry? No, I didn't. When did I do it? When did I do... Hello? Do I not do this anymore? When was the last time I did that? Did I ever do that? Am I crazy, guys? I could have sworn I used to line art fire. I feel like I'm going a little bit loopy. The heck? I'm confused. To Katie, yes. Okay, we continue. I've never lined up fire. What's the Mandela effect? Okay. I will say this frame took forever just because we did this frame on stream, and I was very obsessed with drawing the grass on this. We were like, there's an entire very beautifully rendered mound here that is being covered by Mumbo and Pearl, so you know. Fihal Bio. Phil. I'll call you Phil, my dude. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. We'll talk about the end portal now. Have you been waiting for that? Ghost of Crystal. Thank you so much for following. Hi, welcome. So, guys. The end portal. Oh, hi, Estelle. Welcome, my dude. Thank you so much for following. Or Steal the Animal? Hi. Zim, you've been waiting for that. Okay. So, this end portal has a story. I rendered this entire frame. This was a really challenging frame. I really challenged myself, and I don't think it looks very great. I think this might be a frame that in future I could redraw, and I could do a better job of it. But this was just a case of like, I'm going to challenge myself. And I did. It was very challenging. I rendered this entire frame. And then I got to this frame, which was also a really challenging frame, and I struggled with this frame so much more. I'm still not happy with how it looks, but I just gave up at some point after like 5 hours of working on it. I was in a Discord VC on the Everin Discord one night, and I was just struggling to draw this frame. And so I decided to share it to the Discord and go like, guys, what can I improve? Like, I shared it on VC, and there were like, I think there were 10 of us in voice chat. And I was kind of like, guys, can you give me any kind of help here? I'm so lost on this frame. How do I improve it? Like the perspective and stuff. And you know what the first thing that people mention? It was very bad. First thing that people mention, Katie, you do know an end portal doesn't have 16 eyes, right? I had done 4 end eyes on each side. And I'd done that. I can't recognize what wrong, but something feels off. And this was after I had spent hours finishing this frame. So this portal had already been finished. I'd already done it. It was already finished. And you can kind of maybe still see where I kind of sewed it together again, where the transitions don't line up. There's like some line art overlapping there and there. I just drawn 4 ender. The thing is, right, I referenced an ender pool. I took reference pictures. I didn't notice. Like I said, most of this animatic I did draw on the train going to and from university, because that was the only time that I had to draw. So this frame and the and this frame were all, and also this frame actually. This frame as well actually. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can still see the mistake there. Look, you can kind of see the divide. I didn't change this frame because I thought this frame didn't need changing. Like 1, 2, 3. Cool. Ha! No, I did actually. Very slightly had to change this frame. Look, this one. 1. You can kind of see the divide where I've got like the lines, and you have 1, 2, 3, and then you have the start of a 4th one. Cry. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I also really like the colours in this one. This was another case of I'm colouring in the line art with purple, and I just adore the colour combination of purple and cyan and turquoise, like I've already said, and then just having that pop of green. This is again one of my favourite frames. I'm really happy with how this turned out. This was my hyperfixation of I am going to draw the end portal in the most detailed way possible. So yeah. There's an example of shading. Not necessarily that shading. Oh, an example of the overlay shading? Yes, absolutely, actually. Time to run and point it out in the comments. No, cucumber, no! But yeah, I messed up. I messed up big time. I was so, like, guys who were in VC, you were probably very audible to the pain that was in my voice. You could probably hear so well just how done I was. This was the first frame that made you detail in the hand and the motion. Thank you. I really like this was a case of last time I did like hand motion like that was Doc placing Green's head on the octagon stuff. But this was so satisfying to do. Like this frame I had in my brain, it was nice to know you and just it locking in. Oh, this was a very satisfying frame to do. I was working on the second one, basically scream when you realise the first one was wrong. Yeah, it was freaking hilarious. It was just so much pain, all the pain. We've come so far from the glove hands. Yes, we have. To be fair though, when like hands are close up like that, when you've got like close up of hands, then I do, like I don't take pictures. Oopsie. I don't take picture references of every hand, but if it's a frame like that, then I do. I take pictures. I take the reference pictures of my own hand. Very funny actually. I've got the picture of Green picking up the skull. Where is it? This picture of Green picking up a skull, I had a reference picture of my own hand picking up a ball of rope. Like a decorative ball of rope. Do I have that image still? Hold on, let me see if I still have that image. Yes, I do. So if we just move over to iPad, let's just share the iPad again. The end port was the start of Gem's corruption arc. Yes, that's how I see it too. That's how I see it as well. That was fun. Ooh, wrong button, wrong button. We're not ending. So this is, again, this was the same day apparently, because I have my hand there, but I'm just grasping a ball of rope. And that's the reference for this hand here. So yeah, if it's like a close-up of a hand, then I definitely take reference pictures, but I don't want to do that for every single hand that I need to draw. And so that's like if you compare like running up that hill, like we still had mitten hands there, but when it matters, when I've just got hands in frame, oopsie. When I've just got a frame of hands, then I would draw the hands, right? I do it properly. Another hand, another hand. Look at that gorgeous wither skull. Thank you. I took references. This was also a very fun frame, actually. Oopsie. This was a very fun frame to do because I was like, I'm going to try a bit of more of a painterly style on this. This wither skull doesn't really have line art. And maybe you can see there, I put the sketch on the same layer as the line art. Or like on the same layer as everything else. Like I coloured and this was just kind of like a painting experience, right? I kind of painted all over it and so the sketch is kind of still visible there, and yeah, I used my normal line art brush for the sketch, but from then on I just kind of went with the Eagle Hawk, which is my shading brush, and that was just a really fun experience. I was kind of like, I want to paint a skull. That's how I did. Right, how far we gotten? End portal, right? Oh man, this is one of my favourite frames. This was the case of like, I like the colours in here. Also, is a little detail. Don't know if anyone noticed, but you can kind of see like there's a slight opening of the eye, or kind of like the iris is expanded to kind of show another slit in the eye. And this one is still completely closed, so it's kind of like that the eye opens or the iris expands when you put it in the end portal. It's kind of like, oh, these eyes have been activated. Yeah.
To know you.
And this was also a fun one. I had like the end, the void kind of appearing. This background wasn't actually intended to ever be visible. This background wasn't ever intended to be visible. This was just kind of like a placeholder as like, yeah, I just need a colour for the background. There was going to be void portal here, but I decided she hasn't even slotted the eye in yet, so that can't happen. And it'd be really cool to have like the transition of it right there, of it blooming up like that. So that was fun. Oh, this interaction. This is one of my favourite moments of Secret Life. Is these three poddling about the server, Scar and his llama, Lizzie going, what the heck? Like what comes to mind is like, please keep your hands and arms inside the llama. Lizzie going, inside the llama? Bucky, thank you so much for following, my dude. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Absolutely love the animatics. Thank you. Inside the camel. Darn it! I had one job. Oops. But this is just, I love Scar completely oblivious, going like, yes, this is the server. Lizzie going like, what in the world are you doing? You confuse me, monsieur. You are very confusing. And Mumbo just being his, just being anxiety ridden, going like, Scar, please, Scar. The out of context videos did go crazy. Then we have these two inside the llama. I know, I messed up. Inside the camel. I meant to say camel. These two There's a significance that we have these. I kind of wanted a frame where people like are reading their secrets, because it's a very big part of the series. B-dubs is distressed. Yeah, exactly. There's like seeing people's different reactions to the secrets that they have to do that session. Big part of the series. So I wanted it to appear more often. Like halfway through the animatic, we've got it at the beginning with Scar reading his secret there. We've got it at the end with Gem receiving her big secret. I will say also we have on these big ones, on these very when you have a close-up on the things, you kind of got the sigil, the secret keeper sigil, I'll say. And the same here, but I didn't have it there, so that's just. But can you guys guess why I included these two specifically? And no, it wasn't just to be like, oh, we can tick another B-dubs and another Pearl, because we haven't had them very often. Can we guess why I included these two specifically reading tasks? You have the choice to end on Gem rather than going strictly chronologically, or is like my interpretation of the stories. Charles B. Impulse's butler, dragon. Which episode is that? Oh, that's the question. Which episode is it? What tasks that these two had? I know. B-dubs paper is really small. I will say. So here's the thing. I had this thought, and I only noticed that B-dubs paper was really small when I was editing, and I was like, I don't have time to change this, and I just reasoned with the fact that Pearl's paper is so big because there is a lot of information on that piece of paper. That's your first clue, guys, to what Pearl's task could be. And B-dubs paper just says, kill dragon. Small paper for a small guy. Yeah. Fire Queen? Oh! Fire Queen? Yeah, guys, it's the hot potato one. So I wanted to have some like, because especially it's quite cool because these two are in an alliance, so they would read their secrets together. I know it's not the same session, but we take some creative liberties. These two tasks are so important. Because B-dubs has to go and kill the Ender Dragon, which is like the whole second half of this second verse. Is the whole Ender Dragon stuff, and it leads to 2 deaths, and also a lot of hurt for Pearls, and that's why she's smirking like, oh, this is a fun. And that's also why B-dubs is so distressed, is like, kill the Ender Dragon. He's like, oh my gosh. Pearls, it's all for the second. Yeah, it's all for the future part of the animatics. Pearls is also so significant because she is able to give it to Etho, who then together with Grian have to do a hard task.
Poison away.
Oh,
Watch it all burn, take 'em straight to
getting the
hell.
Ruler of the Warden. So it's their fault. There you go. So there's that one. There's that one. There's the reason that I have those two. That's like a little detail I definitely wanted to mention. That's why we have those two there. And I love the fact that B-dubs has a little paper for a little guy.
Nothing's going on.
This was also a really difficult frame, and I think I could definitely improve on the composition of this one in the future. But yeah, it's the foreshadowing that made. Yeah, it was very fun. I think I could improve on this one in the future. I really like how the hands looked, and I like the design of the helmet in general. But I think it sits on Scar's face really weirdly, and I don't like the way that the wall is and the composition. Yeah, it's weird. I could definitely improve upon this one in the future, but hey, there's always frames like that. It doesn't always have to be perfect.
And we're all in this
If
together.
you got it first, yeah, because of the cyan, I see that, the diamond helmet, and then you've kind of got the Taskbusters looking for him, and he's running from them. That's so funny, especially Joel was
And
there
we're
doing it.
all in this together.
Oh, there's a little detail. There's a little detail on Joel's. I might mention it. No, we'll mention it now. There's a little detail on Joel's hoodie. And that is, do you see like the little logo pointing out there? And this is something that I kind of wanted to keep secret, I thought, but then I was gonna at some point reveal it in this animatic, but I didn't have a frame where he was showing his hoodie. This isn't the Life series logo. As you can see, it probably doesn't spell life if you kind of look at the last letter there. That spells Everon. I didn't want him to be so fourth wall breaking where it spells life, but I thought it could be funny if he was so fourth wall breaking that it spelled Everon. So, and if I do another animatic, I will definitely plaster that on there. But I actually just took the Life series thing. Yeah, the E and the N, or the R and the N. So there it is. This took stupidly long. This took way too long. It was not supposed to take this long. For that, it was never shown in the animatic. And the whole idea actually also was that if I'm not showing it from Joel's on Joel's hoodie, then I'll show it at the end, right? But then I was like, no, that doesn't really fit because we've kind of got the cool text. We've kind of got this cool text, so I'll just, you know, continue how I always do. But, you know, I was very proud of this, and I think I still will be able to use it if they continue with the font. So yeah, I really like it. Very fun. So that's what's plastered on Joel, and you kind of see the references. Let's look for Joel frames here. So you can kind of see that it says more than just life here. If you zoom in, and it was more visible when you didn't have the heart in front of it. Maybe the heart but I kind of scribbled like a very scribbly Everon on that. Add it to the channel banner. Copyright. I don't think I'll add any of my own branding because copyright problems. It's obviously it's their font originally, but you can also kind of like see the scribbly. It's longer than just 4 letters. But yeah, I promise you guys I was gonna add it, but then I just never had a frame of Joel being close up where he's not got his arm over it, which is funny. So you know, that literally I plastered that on there, and he's got Everon on it for the little Easter egg. Exactly. That's why you guys are here for the stream, eh?
And we're all in this together.
I really like this frame. This is one of the frames that I also am very proud of, because especially like these guys are just the best. The best. The Pink Heart Foundation. They're so sweethearts, and there's also kind of like Skiz genuinely wanting to do something nice. Big B just being an abso-flipping-lute sweetheart. Look at that sweetheart's face. We love Big B. Tango being like, yeah, I'm still cool. I'm still here and cool, but you know, I can be along for the ride and helping other people, but I'm still a cool guy. But yeah, gifting their hearts to you. And like also kind of like the light of the hearts, like the pink everywhere. And this is another overlay thing. I used the overlay layer for this. It looks like they're blushing, and I think that's just so cute. Pearl hated trying to kill them in their vids. Oh,
To make it all clear, we want the same thing as you. This will all be over soon.
We've got another tilt of the background here again.
We'll all be over soon.
But yeah, we've talked about this frame.
Now here's a little pill, here's the truth.
And guys, a lot happens in the next few frames, and I was very like, I spent way too long in these frames for the amount of time that they are shown on screen. But isn't that the whole vibe that we go for here? They're shown for like half a second, not even, but we spend hours and hours on them. That's just how we roll here. We did this one on frame, but I just also love the movement in these frames. I had to dial it down a bit because I was getting a bit motion sick watching it over and over again. The earring impulse, I kind of like it. It's kind of got the band vibe. It was almost the thumbnail. Yes, I asked the Everon mods if it was between this thumbnail and the thumbnail that we ended up using. And we kind of like, I think after I sent it, I'm going to be honest, I think after I sent it, I made up my mind. Because I kind of saw this image in smaller format in the Discord, as a Discord image. And I was like, no, that's too dark, I think. But I still kind of like left it there. But yeah, we most people actually wanted the dragon as the thumbnail, but I was kind of like, you know what, I don't think it works. I apologize in that sense for the like not listening to you guys, but I think it really helped, because every now and again I would send like little updates to the mod team on the Everyone Discord, perks of being a mod, I guess. But just to kind of get an outsider's perspective, another thought on it, people who know the live series, it's been really, really helpful. And just also just being able to share the process a bit with others, without spoiling it for everyone. And also, like, yeah, I just really appreciate being able to just send it and just kind of have that extra channel of making decisions, and even if it kind of just helps me make up my mind on my own without anyone else's input, that's just how it works. Oh, do you guys recognize? Do you guys recognize it? Do you know what that is? It's the very same. It is the very same end crystal we used back in Everyone Wants to Rule the World 2.5 years ago. Copy paste crystal. It's the copy paste crystal. For those of you who don't know, I drew back in Everyone Wants to Rule. We're gonna get ads, aren't we? Yep, ads. Oh, flippin' heck. There's some very glitchy ads. Yikes. Boop. Right. That was me zooming forward in the... I realised I hadn't moved. Yeah, that was me scrolling forward in the anime. This is the very same crystal. Very same crystal, 2.5 years later. I'm never drawing that crystal again. I'm just going to copy and paste it for the end of time. But yeah, Pearl being a absolute boss. This is referencing when she lost a huge chunk of her hearts, because she lost like 15 hearts because she stood too close to the end crystal, and I felt for her so much. But yeah. Makes him look so proud but scared. Like, what have I created? Yeah. And also, I'd like to say, like, this dragon breath, shooting at Impulse, is the exact same dragon breath as we have shooting at Jimmy in a second, and we drew that one on frame, so I drew that one shooting at Jimmy first. I literally just copy paste, flipped it, plonked it onto Impulse. This frame took me an hour. This was a very quick frame. Oh, I will say, if Martin does react to the animatic, I can't wait to see his reaction to that. I can't wait to see his reaction to that, because I just thought, we gotta make it goofy. We gotta make it goofy. Like, his first very, very avoidable death here, I made kind of epic. This is kind of an epic shot. But then you gotta make the other one goofy, right? And then we, changed it with him being a little bit more epic of a fall, of a dramatic falling shot. One of the 44. And then we have this one. I really like how this dragon came out. And the movement. I really enjoyed like, this took 1.5 hours, this section. Just animating the movement of all the different layers. And not overdoing it, not underdoing it. I think it just conveys the chaos that was that end fight fairly well. I will, like, if I'm going to pat myself on the back, I really do enjoy that one. We know this artist is a Martin fan when we include both his deaths. Yeah, maybe I'm biased. Maybe I do like Martin a lot. We're gonna. Both his embarrassing deaths. We're gonna. Especially this dragon. Like, this dragon animation. This dragon animation. These are PNGs. Mosquito, die! I killed a mosquito. These are just PNGs that I've moved and rotated. Anyone can do this. And then, this was way zoomed out. Oopsie. Can't go back. This frame was far more zoomed out. Beat-ups was tiny on it. The end portal was totally visible. I zoomed in a lot. Just added feed the machine to your Spotify. Awesome, my dude. But then kind of like having the dragon kind of move its head up with the might of Beat-up's sword. You know, you gotta make I can't believe I'm committing to this. You gotta make Granddaddy B-dubs look cool every now and again, you know? His little buffer thing, because that's how I draw him, I guess. I kind of have for a while. Skiz and B-dubs in particular, like, they're, and also Scar. I don't know, I just kind of, that's just part of the different body types, I guess. Yep. Someone has to count them. This was a case of me attempting to draw jawlines. Do we see the jawlines? Rango! Rango! I was experimenting with jawlines. Buff dubs. And also, so this tango with the ponytail and the glasses, this stems from a, if I find it in my sketchbook, I've already packed going to the UK, so I've already packed my sketchbook, but like if I haven't sent it, like at me on Monday. If you guys really want to see it, at me on Monday, and I'll have the sketchbook unpacked again when I'm at my nan's. But I can then show the picture that was the original sketch of this, because when I was watching that session, I drew Tango with dog ears and a ponytail and a fire ponytail and sunglasses, kind of like showing, hey, this is Tango kind of cosplaying as Ren, because Ren is Tango, you know? But I love the fire ponytail, and that idea just stuck with me and would not leave me be. It lives in my mind rent-free. I love Tango in a ponytail. And yeah. I love how we still kind of like have like the Tango expression, and then you've kind of got Ren, who's kind of in there with a bit of kinder eye. Hi Beamy. The after party is still live. We've been at it for almost 5 hours. You guys were surprised that we got 7 hours last time, eh? I have a lot to say. I have a lot to say about these animatics. But yeah, he kind of adorns some sunglasses just to feel a bit, you know, more in it. Also, the last time I drew Ren was running up that hill. Let's see, where was the last frame that Ren exists in? I feel like it was the one where he stabs B-dubs. Yeah, this is the last time I drew Ren, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Good night, Mango. Have a wonderful... Well, have a good night, I guess. Thank you for hanging out. This was the last time I drew Ren. And so this was really fun to... and same with Munbo and Lizzie, actually. Every character that I haven't drawn in a while, that I draw again, is very fun too, because it's kind of like seeing how my art has progressed, because you see a far more gradual progression on my Tango design, but then you have a very strong difference in how I drew Ren back then and how I draw Ren now. Maybe a better frame where he's not looking feral would be this one somewhere. There we go. That's kind of like a more, and it's very, very kind of boxy, and the ears don't look very natural and all that. So you kind of like, the ears look better. Mumbo in his vids, professional confused Mumbo, and everyone else's vids, awkwardly confused Mumbo. In animatics, confused. Confusion is a constant in Mumbo.
Bring 'em all back.
I can't, even with the ponytail, Tango's hair is flowing upwards because of the fire. Yeah! You gotta kind of wonder what kind of God, what it's called? What, I have one in my hand right now. Hagumi? Hair band? I don't know. What is this frame? This frame is when Ren stood in for Tango for a week. So what I often do is, if we have people who can't make it for a week and then they have stand-ins, I've kind of got them as ghosts hovering above them, and I've continued that with hair circle thing. Yeah, I don't know. Ponytail holder, what's it called? Hair tie, thank you. And so I've kind of redone that with like Ren's kind of like a ghost here that's possessing Tango.
We're gonna
So he's kind of emerging out of Tango.
bring 'em all back down.
Cleo with their wolves, and Cleo is an icon. These wolves, tag yourself, because one of them is very much not feral, and if I were to tag myself, it would be this wolf here in the background, kind of being like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm gonna come along. And this wolf especially, it's a black wolf. This one is to reference Hawk's beautiful, beautiful doggo shadow. If you follow Hawk on socials, Hawkwing03, then you'll see the beautiful doggo Shadow in their videos, and we love Shadow. There's a Shadow cameo in in the animatic. It goes, oh yeah, so fierce, so fierce. I'm a big bad dog, just like everybody else. So fierce. This, fun fact, this was the first line art I finished, and I was very happy with the hand. This line art was the very first line art I did. I was like, kind of had all the sketches done, and I was scrolling through going, which one do I want to do? And then I just, you know, this far into the animatic, just landed on this frame. I was like, I'm gonna do this one first. Why not? It was lunchtime at university. And I'll just start to draw, and very happy with this hand still. And the lighting, yeah, I was kind of like thinking, how do I make this frame cooler than it is? Oh, you know what, backlighting, and it's glowing around them. That's awesome. Yeah, I really enjoy drawing Cleo's hair because it just has so much like movement to it, so much liveliness. I mean, obviously, I enjoy drawing Cleo's hair flowing in the wind. We've had it multiple times before. But yeah, it's just fun. Very, very fun. This frame, hated it. Don't like the perspective on it. I think I've done so many mistakes with the perspective here, but I just gave up at some point, so we're just gonna move on. Also, fun fact. So this shadow was a separate frame. I'm gonna give you guys 3 guesses to guess what I named this frame. This frame that is a shadow of Lizzie. Can you guess what this frame is called? This is Lizzie. This is Lizzie's shadow. LD Shadow Lady. I called it LD Shadow Lady. Yep. There you go. Called this frame Shadow Lady. LD Shadow Lady. Red eyes on the wolves. Yeah, they are feral. And this was another case of like I've drawn a lot of wolves in connection to the live series. And I'm just enjoying it every time I do them differently, because it's boring to draw a wolf at the same time. What is my desktop background? What is my desktop background? I can't remember. This is my desktop background. Boop, here it is. This is a double life AU. That's my desktop background. I won't let you look into my desktop too much. So we'll go back to a thing. Oh, the Shadow Lady. Oh no, that's not what I called the other one. I should have actually. This frame, I drew the entire face. In fact, you know what? I can show you guys. This is an iPad. This is another iPad shot. I drew Lizzie's entire face, and then I decided, you know what? I just want the sad lip. And this was another case of I was very happy with how the buns looked, and then I just cropped them out. Every season Pearl plays top 4. Oh, I didn't notice. Pearl is a fantastic player. Absolutely. No forehead or eyes. There we go. Nope. Okay, this works. This is working really well. So good. There we go. So this we have the full frame. And I was very happy with how the hair looked. Rip buns, yeah. Give Lizzie a hug on the... Oh. Yeah. But I think it had a lot... Like, so this is kind of the shot we had in the animatic. And I think it kind of... I like it. I like the croppedness of it. Because we don't always have to have the face, but... Yeah, she's not happy, bless her. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to focus on the tears. And I think you can interpret a lot more in it. You can interpret a lot more into what you think the emotion is afterwards, because she was kind of angry, sad. So there's a lot of confusing emotions going on there. But I like and I try to convey that in the face here. But I do like the idea more of the viewer being able to interpret what's going on above that. Anyway. Ren the Red King, 5 AM Pearl the Bad Boys. Ooh, characters. Characters. I don't know. Oof, that. That's a question I'd have to ponder on, I think. I think I'd have to spend some time thinking about that one. Do I have any frames that I drew that didn't end up putting in the animatic? I do, but I don't have any that I... Oopsie, wrong button. I don't have any that I actually rendered. So the whole section, let's see if I can find them. The whole section of... yes. So, this is a frame. Okay, so we have, this was going to be, instead of green holding up the end star, the nether star, this was my notes for it, and I was just, this overwhelmed me too much to do. Like, all team up, woo epic wither battle, top 10 anime battles. This scared me too much. This frame scared me too much, so I didn't do it. And it just stayed with notice. And I did actually even, like, draw more notes on it, on how I wanted it to look. Kind of like chasing, the Withers chasing Scott, Joel is cheering it on, Jemp and Impulse with arrows, maybe Scar as well, Skiz, Etho, Green with swords out, maybe Silhouettes Please for my sanity, like a Renaissance Baroque painting. So yes. Oopsie, I switched off my iPad there. Oh, that was also my iPad background, by the way. But, yeah, Silhouettes Please for my sanity. That's my notes. Valor Vanquish, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. I couldn't stomach it. This wasn't a frame that I could do. Too much going on. Even I reach my limits. I've reached my limits very easily. So let's see. And another frame that only made it to sketch phase was, and maybe we can show like the sketch of the previous frame. So let's see. Oh, also we have a couple others. Lady Chicken, thank you so much for following. And Faya, thank you so much for following as well. Welcome everybody. It's lovely to have you all here. So we have this frame here, right? You might recognize this frame as Joel giving Lizzie, in fact in the animatic it is this way round. So this is the sketch of the animatic frame. Do I want to win season 6 of the live series? Hoping for Cleo, and chat's choice is Joel. I'd be for a Joel or Etho win. Cleo would be fun as well, just to have like a canon win for her. Impulse as well. The Scott image is a wanted poster. Yep. Why didn't I include the art of Joel's water bucket clutch that I made live? You mean this one? Hold on. I did. It's there. It's in the animatic. It is. There it is. It's right here. I did include it. What about Tango so I can draw his hair when he wins? I'm saying people who I think have a chance at winning. And I don't think Tango is really... It depends on the team, I guess. He doesn't really choose many good teams to win, I guess. Feeding the Watchers, yeah. Feeding the Watchers with the secret tasks, exactly. Oh, thanks, guys. This was a really challenging frame as well, the top-down perspective. I like the bending tower in this one and also the next one.
Back down to their knees.
Right, let's go back to iPad. So we had this frame, right? And it was originally this way around. I changed it. But after that, I actually had another frame where Lizzie takes the wanted poster and we're looking from behind from Joel. And this was to reference in Who Are You Really? Kind of like the Lizzie and Cleo standoff that you have at the beginning of Who Are You Really? This was kind of going to be a reference to that, where you have the swish swash of each of that was going to be the transition of the frame. I know only technical terms here. The swish swash. It's the swish swash. If you don't understand it, then you don't know the technical lingo, eh? But I decided this frame doesn't really add much to the story, and we can just stay more on kind of like we can stay more on other, focus more on other frames. Like when Lizzie's actually, you know, dying. Animation Sophie language. 'Tis Swiss swash. The Swiss swish swash. That's so hard to say. This is what happens 5 hours on a stream. Yep, 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's how far we are. Okay. I feel like I need to start turning it down so that Simon can go sleep. I might need to go sleep soon. Too soon. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We're here. We're here. Hope Lizzie's in the next gnomes or knights? Knights.
Remind the slave.
This frame was also really fun because this was a case of seeing my improvement on lava with someone burning in lava, because we had this frame from 2.5 years ago. So yeah, this was fun as well. I've drawn a lot of lava in my time, but this I really like this frame. Can't believe someone with as much whimsy as me would choose knights. Gnomes all the way. I don't know, I like the aesthetic. Maybe I'm just a typical maybe I've read too many fantasy stories of just or watched too many Disney movies of the idea of a knight in shining armor being a pretty cool thing. Could imagine a season 6 very soon. I could as well. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Be interesting to see a frame of someone falling in the void. Falling to the fire in Double Life. I mean, you got a similar perspective from Lizzie here. I mean, for me, falling into the void is just endless falling. So this is how I imagine like death to the void being. It's like you're just falling endlessly. Or like this is how I imagine maybe falling into a black hole would be, right? So you're just falling endlessly until either gravity just starts tearing you apart or compressing you together because the gravity is so strong, the density, or pressing you together, and that's how you die. It's kind of like either or. Either it tears you apart or pushes you together. It's kind of like how I imagine falling into the void. But you're falling for a long time before that happens, and this is before Lizzie falls there. Or falling until you started it. Gosh. Oh my gosh, that's... You spaghetti in a black hole. You spaghetti... you become very long, right? But we don't know what happens in a black hole, let's be honest. That's messed up. Down. Faye, are you falling down into the void, like your name suggests? Start to suffocate? That could also work, yeah. I could also definitely see that. But yeah. And Teddy, thank you so much for following, my dude. I appreciate it. Welcome, my dude. Welcome to 5 hours into the stream. Various ways having your body compressed are discussed. Yes, exactly. I could talk very quickly. It's just a thought that I've had before, okay? So we've got Lizzie here, we've got Mumbo falling into the lava. I almost had a frame of Green. So I almost had a frame here of Green reaching out for Mumbo, trying to help him. In reference to everyone wants to... Not everyone, to... I'm opening up all my animatics here. In reference to Who Are You Really? Are we gonna have an ad? Yes, we are! Woo! We love the ads! Feed the machine! Bring Mo back down to their knees. No time to waste. Remind the slaves. Ain't gonna make it out alive today. Hey, you poison the well. Man, that was really far out, and so I was kind of like thinking, kind of having a replay of a reference back to this moment where Green falls and Mumbo reaches out to him. Kind of looking back, but this time it's Green reaching out to Mumbo. At least that's how I interpreted it, and that was kind of like where my brain immediately went when this happened. I was like, oh my gosh, the parallels. And it would have been really cool to have a flashback there. Honestly, I didn't actually have many flashbacks in here at all. Posture check, thank you, I sit up straight. And hydrate, thank you, I shall hydrate. And stretch. I shall also stretch. Thank you, guys. And if I'd have had more time here, then I definitely would have done those parallels and had the flashback. Because that would have been very fun. But I already knew, like, I wanted to continue on with the story. It was just a very small moment. If I'd have had more time, then we would have done that. But yeah. Ooh. That was kind of like a thought. And generally, like I said, I didn't have many flashbacks in this, which... Any flashbacks, I don't think, which isn't very typical of ever an animatic. But I feel like that's just the vibe that Secret Life had. It didn't really reference previous seasons thematically. I mean, obviously we had reference to previous seasons, like with the aha joke that Etho kept doing and all that, but like thematic references, I don't think we had a lot of. These, can I just say, these two, I love this duo and I want to see more of it. Oh, double live strings, touche. I want to see more of these two, because these two feel like two very capable players put together and they don't know what they're doing. But to be fair, to be very capable players put together and they wreak havoc. Read last message. Your last message? Your ranking of chances of winning in season 6 could be Joel, Cleo, Etho, Gem, Meh, Tango, B-Dubs, Ren. If he returns, Impulse, not a chance. Aha, I thought you were saying Impulse doesn't have a chance. Not a chance. Lizzie, Jimmy, Mumbo, has one, Green, Pub. Yeah, okay. I see that. Granddaddy Etho and his Chaos Son. No. No. We did this one on stream, and this was another case of... I find it... Like, doing drawings on stream can do a 50-50 on me, right? Either I'm so doubtful in my ability that I have, like, huge imposter syndrome, and we just, you know, like, either way, we do have awesome vibes, and sometimes not a lot of progress gets done. Or I'm just sat there thinking, you know what, no, this is really cool. I'm having a good time here, and we're creating awesome stuff, and this is wonderful. I have a good time anyway, but sometimes that good time can turn into imposter syndrome, where I keep, like, working on a frame that just I need to take a break from, but I keep forcing it. But yeah, thank you so much. I love racing. Thank you for following. It's lovely to have you here, my dude. Hi. Welcome. Martin mentioned in stream that he politely requested to avoid Law's Secret Life. Martin mentioned in stream that he was politely requested to avoid Law. Oh, interesting. Lack of callbacks. He's not the only one to do callbacks though. I mean, and thematic callbacks, I mean, they're not always like done for a lore reason, right? So you've got Jimmy and then the flashback to the flower husbands, for instance, there as a flashback, and just otherwise, I don't know, flashbacks. Flashbacks here, obviously, with the clock passing. Impulse didn't give beat-ups a clock this time. I can't believe it. You know, there's a lot of options, and even like in running up that hill, there's a lot of options for flashbacks that I personally take out of it. Like this was a tiny moment in Double Life, but I turned it into Martin seeing Ren's dead body, like the last time he saw Ren's dead body, you know? I didn't see many of those moments. Maybe I should have looked harder to find those moments, but I also didn't want to force it, so you know.
Take him straight to hell.
Oh, I interpret this like red hue around the skull to kind of be the last breath that the Wither took before Green beheaded it, and it's just kind of like a lingering breath of withering poison. That's how I interpret that one. But yeah. Choose one guy, delete the other? Ether being a dad? My diamonds are right here, I think, is what I'd get rid of there. Because it wasn't that... It was a very funny moment, but it didn't have that much, like, server-wide, like, multi-season implications. Martin? Didn't Scott? Wasn't that Scott? That was Scott. Can we just appreciate the wanted poster and how you've kind of got like a print of... Can we zoom on... You know, we're not going to zoom in on this. We're going to zoom on this on my iPad so that you guys can see it better. That's what we're gonna do. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Boop. There we go. So we have a zoom in on the wanted poster. And obviously you've got like the print of the wanted poster, and that's Scott, like wanted up there, his hand's kind of over it, it's Smager. I tried so hard to make this more visible, like more legible. And then you've obviously got like the Joel writing on it with red pen, giving him some squiggliness, and calling him stupid. I just really enjoyed that. I thought that was a cute little detail to add. Choose one and delete two. Oh! We have to keep the aha. We have to keep the aha. Scott cosplaying Mambo. Bye, Phoenix. Yep. Bye, have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude. I just see other people saying bye, Phoenix. I missed the message. There is concern within my fanbase? In what sense? I'm doing alright. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be streaming. I can feel my voice going. Maybe that's what people are hearing. But otherwise, I'm alright. I don't need to talk tomorrow, it's fine. I mean, we've had long streams like this before. I want to talk through the animatic. Otherwise, if, you know, if I weren't having fun anymore, then I wouldn't be here. Hydrate. I have actually emptied my bottle, so I'm just going to quickly go reopen my bottle. Oopsie! Oopsie! Hold on. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's send you back there. I'm going to refill my bottle. My bottle's empty. That would probably help the voice. I'll be right back, guys. I didn't do be right back screen because I thought it wouldn't be that long. That's why. Time to riot. I just had to refill my water, guys. No, it's alright, guys. Honestly, it's fine. I've had long streams before. And if I didn't want to stream, then I wouldn't be streaming, guys, honestly. It's fine. Well, I needed that sip of water. Right. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed just having that little, because obviously that would be something that Joel does. That's how it would work. But yeah.
In his hands, it was nice to know you.
This was the other case of like I didn't quite know how to do the perspective on things. I think I could have done a better job at maybe tilting Scott a bit. But yeah. Revolt against me? Really? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I will say, I will zoom through like the rest of this animatic. I think we're pretty close to the end. We've talked about most things. Like, we had the detail of the feather. Also like going around here. And I mentioned briefly, it's kind of like swings around Jimmy's neck and then hangs up, kind of like, no, you can't avoid. Sure, Lizzie just died to the, you know, canary curse, you could say. Don't revolt against me. Baby, no, you can't leave me alone here. No revolt. But like, yeah, Lizzie died first, but Jimmy, this is like a reminder from the Watchers. You can't escape. You might look happy and all that. You can't escape. I'm just kidding. Yep. That is exactly what this frame screams though as well. He's so happy, and that joy is going to be taken away from him. Oh.
Hey, you feed the machine.
This one. So I had an idea for this one, and I kind of hope that I kind of brought across the reference, because the idea for this one is to kind of like reference like the start of a Pokemon battle. I never played the original Pokemon, But I was kind of like thinking, you know how they kind of scoot in? I maybe should have looked up a video or a gif of what that looks like. But the warden looks like, don't hug the warden. Don't hug the warden. But I kind of like wanted them like kind of swooping in, like for some reason I have it in my brain that that's how they work. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like a Pokemon battle of like one of the original Pokemon games, and so they're kind of swooping in, kind of like, a wild warden has appeared. Wither uses blast. It was super effective. So that's kind of like the vibe that I wanted to go.
Bring 'em all back down to the
It was a trigger memory I couldn't think about. That's so awesome to hear. I'm so happy that because I didn't actually look at reference images for that, but I just had it in my brain that I wanted them to slide in for that. But good night, Cucumber. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my dude.
beat the
But
machine.
yeah, that was kind of like the vibes that I wanted going on. And we had already had a talk about how I just adore the kind of the color combination of cyan and red, and how they contrast each other beautifully. And you've kind of got like the highlights from the, like they're both glowing a bit, and the highlights from the warden kind of reflect on the wither a little bit, and like you've kind of got a bit of red highlightage on the warden. You know, what's my season ranking? Double life, last life, limited life, third life, secret life. That's my life ranking. And I think limited life and last life are like joint second place. I love both of those equally, I think. It's night, not day.
Beat the machine.
Well, a day can encompass the night, no?
Bring 'em all back down
For me,
to
the days are 24 hours. And then yeah, we've got the with blasting. What I had here, I don't know if you noticed the detail because it's very subtle. And I kind of regret that I didn't have this on Mumbo's because I did this frame first. Last limited double secret third. Oh, third is your least favorite? Interesting. Last life is your least favorite? Oh, interesting. Each to their own, I guess. I mean, I guess obviously each to their own. It's really interesting how there's not like one universally favorite season, so that's kind of cool. But what you see here, and I didn't do this for Mumbo, but I think that might have also overloaded the frame, so maybe I probably shouldn't have, so I'm glad I didn't in that sense. But with Jimmy here, you can kind of see the blast kind of taking away bits of him. Does that make sense? Basically inspired by the Thanos snap from Avengers. He's just kind of turning into dust, getting blasted away by the Warden blast. So that's kind of like, yeah, angsty. So he's kind of, I've got some like erased parts where you can see through to the background through him. He got blipped. Yep. Bye, Jimmy. That's so messed up. So yeah, you can kind of see, and it's like all in the direction of where there's blue highlightage, there's also parts of him missing. Yeah, he looks dusted. Yeah, very dusty boy. Doesn't look happy. Not as happy as he did a couple frames ago. Yeah, he got blasted into oblivion.
no time to waste.
And obviously I had to have a frame of Scar running away. This was a fun one to do. I really enjoyed this, and like the posing and also the lighting on this. I wasn't sure how to do the lighting, and I feel like maybe this was kind of like a color-wise, I think this was probably the wrong colors to use because everything else is kind of blues. And
Bring
the
'em
rest
all
of it-
back down to their knees. No time to waste. Remind the slaves they ain't gonna.
Face look a bit like Peter Parker when he was blips. Time-lapse of that was so fun with time-lapse. Inconsistency. Minecraft SMP based on last, I've got a few small Sumas drone. I'm alright, my dude. If I were to play a live series, I'd like to play it with people that I've been friends with for a long time. Otherwise, I can't really see myself doing it. Because, you know, I feel like you need some good vibes, and I need to have known people before I get the good vibes kind of thing, right? What's the song playing in the background? This song, right now, it's called Mural Legends by Adriel Fair. We've got fantasy music going on in the background when the YouTube music isn't going. But yeah, we got the, I don't know, this frame, like the red background of this frame is kind of like, disturbing the rest of it, because otherwise we have kind of bluish flip and like purple blue, and then we got the grayish going to blue to purple to grey again. So maybe the red frame wasn't the play, but it was a wither scented frame, and yeah.
Remind the slaves, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you, poison the well, watch it all burn, take him straight to hell. He's got the...
Sorry, I was vibing. Oh, ignoring what's going on. Yeah, this I think is my favourite frame. We've talked about this frame a lot at length already. Still love it. I reused the wither from... where is it? Everyone Wants to Rule the World. It's the exact same wither. I copy pasted this guy and yoinked him into Feed the Machine. Just as a little reference, you know, why not? I thought it would be funny. It's not like I can't draw the wither, but I've already drawn the wither like 2 or 3 times. One.
Feed the machine, bring them all back down to their knees. No time to waste. Remind the slaves, they ain't gonna make it out alive today. I said, hey, you, poison.
And a tiny, tiny wither there. Oh, the chat's in the way, but there's a tiny, tiny wither and a tiny, tiny warden. You're gonna have to like look at them really closely. But yeah, I really enjoyed doing those tiny little guys. And I also like the idea, also like color-wise, we have the wither on this side, the warden on that side, and then in the next frame, we have it flipped, the wither on one side, the warden on the other. And it also looks like they are fighting the Secret Keeper. Thank you. These are like peeps who were hanging out on like the cherry heart, the cherry blossom heart. So, hungry little tiny guys. So this is obviously the wither versus the warden battle. This is when they were all kind of like hanging out in one area, waiting to see which one will succeed, who will die, the warden or the wither. And so this is obviously those two fighting each other, but it looks like they're fighting the Secret Keeper. Kind of like the Secret Keeper is the perpetrator of all the suffering of this world, because with all the secrets that all the tasks that it gives. And so it's like the nature of the world itself is rebelling against the creator of the world. Yes, the wither one. So that's kind of like the idea there. Like they're fighting each other, but it also looks like they're rebelling against the Secret Keeper itself. And obviously with frames to come, there's damage done to the Secret Keeper, but the Secret Keeper still prevails. It doesn't care what happens to it. But yeah.
Well, watch it all burn, take
Cleo was like, I didn't draw many horses at all. Like everyone was on a horse in this series, and that's, I didn't want to draw too many horses. But there was a Cleo was sat on the horse in that time, so I thought, you know, I could totally just draw Cleo on a horse. I'm really happy with my warden. I like drawing wardens now. I remember having so much trouble coming up with a warden design for running up that hill. I had so much fun doing it. Like, I wasn't particularly happy with this, but I think I've just leaned into the fact that it's a teddy bear, that the warden's just a glowy little teddy bear. But yeah, I know this frame is really dark. I know, huggable, isn't he? This frame is incredibly dark, intentionally. Like, it's the darkness effect. And I did wonder if it's too dark maybe, but you know, you just want out. Martin, give the warden a hug. How were you so rude? And then we have this one. This was the last line art I did.
It was nice to know you. Come on.
Oh, actually, it was a lie. This was the last line art I did. If you count this as line art. This frame was so long, just like a wither carnage, like the same notes that you saw in the top 10 anime battles frame, that I didn't end up including. This frame was literally just notes for the longest time because I was terrified to draw it. Gators, craters. What is green holding? Green's holding the nether star. So like, this is kind of like to signify that they beat the wither, right? This is the nether star. I'm pretty sure Green picked it up. I don't think it was ever really mentioned, but I think Green picked it up. I went back and watched, and that's why we have another Green frame. Otherwise, I would have totally had someone else in this frame. But we want consistency here. I could have drawn, I don't know, Scott, who I hadn't drawn very much. But, you know, he picked it up so deeply. I draw green a lot, so I try to kind of stay away from like group photos from including green, just to kind of include more people that I draw less often, that aren't as part of bigger storylines, but you know. Does the watcher symbol go purple before the end? You mean this purple watcher symbol? That's pretty purple, eh? The finale in day 8 recently. I need to rewatch some Secret Life things, I think. But yeah, this frame I was dreading for so long because it was like a big sweeping landscape shot. And I ended up finishing it in 3 hours before. Don't think so. We've got red, we've got red, we've got this one.
Back down to their knees.
No, I don't think so.
Hey, you feed the machine, bring 'em up.
You know. I mean, we have it right at the beginning. It's kind of like a reddish, pinky, purpley background glow. Purple theme. Stell ich mein Wetter. Los. Aber ja, ich habe so Angst vor die Opala. Meine Maus ist rübergeflogen. Also, ich habe so Angst vor diesem Frame gehabt. Also, es ist wirklich... Das habe ich... Das habe ich letzten Dienstag gemacht, glaube ich. Also sehr spät eigentlich. Das war einer der letzten Frames, die ich gemacht habe. Und ja, das hat eigentlich gar nicht so lange gedauert. Also ich habe so... Es hat mich so... ich habe so befürchtet, es zu machen. Und es hat nur 3 Stunden gedauert, schlussendlich. Also das ist so ein bisschen eine Folge, dass man nicht zu sehr Angst haben sollte vor beängstigende frames. Animatic frames, I don't know. I don't know what animatic frames are in German. It's too late. I'm too tired for this. Anyway. But yeah. Coming to the end of the animatic. And then that's the cliffhanger. Jem is Boogie. With that task. Like, I like the idea of Jem just is reading the task and gets the Boogie curse through that. Because I always show the Boogie curse through purple eyes. So yeah. In reference to the Boogie, I've always done that. I've always done that since day dot. I've had the Boogie curse be purple eyes. Purple eyes. Glowing purple eyes is the boogeyman. Because we have the red, the yellow, the green, the yellow, the red lives as like very prominent colours. And so I needed a different colour and I made the boogeyman purple. And I've kept that going through all the time. We've had beep. Boop. We've had purple in the boogie. Goes in a circle around the eyes. Yeah, it kind of rings around her eyes, and as it passes around her eyes, it colours it like, it's like it dyes her eyes purple. So that's how that works. Or at least that was the intended. I got so tired that I just ended up swapping the image. I didn't really do a fancy transition there, but I think it did what it needed to. And also, obviously, purple is also the colour of the watches, so, you know, that's how it works. Boop! That's the animatic, guys. We've had a pretty detailed look at it. Pretty detailed look through. Guys, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. We've been live for 5 hours and 38 minutes. I've been chatting for that long. Last message comedy edition. Life series in a nutshell. Third life monarchy declares war on llama lovers. Last life Joel dies a lot. Double life gay men blow himself up for cinematic effect. Limited life gangsters farm bread. Gangsters farm bread. Secret life warden with a terrorized small town. Yep, got that. Song reveal. Song reveal. I forgot, guys. I forgot. So, like I said at the beginning of the stream, and if you need more details, look at the description of the Feed the Machine animatic. It's all there. There's like a whole section of like information and thoughts on future projects, so I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to do a part 2. It all depends on time and motivation, and yeah, there are so many creative projects I want to put my energy in, and it's just the question of whether it's worth it. Whether it's worth it for this new for part 2. But having said that, I have planned out the most of the second animatic, and I have sketched half of it already. And by sketches I mean just like very, very, very loose composition sketches. Unknown error, honestly, like this is like along the same reasoning of why I don't do a Third Life animatic. The hype's over. Like if it's too far into the future, then there won't be any more hype for Secret Life, and I won't have any motivation to do it anymore. That's one of the reasons why I'm not going to do a Third Life animatic. But exactly, I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to do a part 2. We did end on a cliffhanger, so it would be cool. But the song that I am doing the second animatic to, let's see if I can really reveal it on my iPad. Oh, do you want to guess the song? Sure. Do you want to guess the song? Song is 2 words. This is a very popular song. I think I'd hazard a guess to say it's more popular than Feed the Machine, more well known, but at the same time kind of obscure. Okay, so it's not a pop song that you'll hear on the radio all the time now, but it's a well-known song, I think. And it's 2 words, and it starts with an E. The first word starts with an E. The second word starts with an R. By a very, very famous band. British band. I'm using a cover for it, but the original is from a very famous band. Maybe we can... Tell you what, I'll give you hints on the band first. British band. Not all of them are... Like, they broke up a long, long time ago. Not all of them are still alive. Brain went to the Beatles. You'd be correct. Beatles. Did I give too much? Did I give too much away? So, do you guys know a Beatles song? 2 words, starts with an E, and starts with an R. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Eleanor Rigby. Eleanor Rigby. There it is. Hydrate. Thank you. I hydrate. Good job. Said famous word Beatles. And I'm not doing the original. There is a beautiful, like, cinematic cover that I'm going to do too. There it is. Here's my animatic plans. And then you just get a, like, very, very brief image. But yeah, you can see very, very slight... It's not by Cody Fry, but I have seen the Cody Fry cover. I have seen the Cody Fry. I've heard the Cody Fry cover. It's an orchestral cover. But it's very, very cool. So yeah, had no idea it was Beatles originally. Oh, cool. But there, Eleanor Rigby, originally by the Beatles. I can't actually remember who the cover's by that I'm using it. But yeah, there we go. Coldplay is incredibly weird. When I've had experience with Coldplay and animatics. I did Everglow. I did an Everglow animatic. They're really weird with their animatics. They don't like people making animatics. They copyright strike them and don't let them do stuff. So you know. Yeah, Eleanor Rigby. Eleanor Rigby. And I like the whole point of... So the whole theme of this second animatic is loss. We have lost 3 people already. And they will just be absent from this animatic. Lizzie, Mumbo, and Jimmy have all died, right? And Scar, yeah, Scar's... Oh, he hasn't died, but Scar's also... Like, the whole theme of, I look at all the lonely people, is loss, and who they've already lost. And that's the whole idea for the opening sequence, is just people mourning their friends and their allies that they have already lost. And then also a whole part right at the end especially is then like the I look at all the lonely people is just that repeated. And that's just Scar's descent into madness. But yeah, Martin's sad moments, absolutely, that's like some of the first moments. But there you have it. Oh, in fact, you know what? I'm not going to go to the B-Rap back screen. I'm going to go to this screen. I'm going to go to this screen. You have the song. And again, I can't give any promises. I'm going to spend a couple of weeks in England away from, like, not completely away from social media. I'll still be hanging out on Discord and stuff. But I won't be streaming. I won't be posting any art. Just having just a break. And we'll see how I feel when I get back. Because I'm still on summer break, and we'll see. I could definitely get, like, more drawings out a lot quicker. We'll see how motivated I feel. There are other projects that I do want to do this summer. I don't just want my summer to be Secret Life. Who knows? How motivated am I? Hey guys, thank you so much for hanging out. This has been amazing. Have a fantastic time with the family, Katie. I look forward to my return. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, definitely join the Discord. Absolutely. Mega, thank you so much for following, my dude. It's very much appreciated. Enjoy my break. Thank you, guys. I am exhausted. This has been a big, big journey. I've been working on this since November. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for the support and for the patience. This has taken a long time. I understand that the hype isn't as there for Secret Life anymore. Yeah, thank you for bearing with me and for all your kind words for the animatic. This has been beautiful to share with you guys. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, it is time for me to send you off into the void that is the internet. I now go to rest. I'll see you guys in a couple of weeks where we'll return with art and gaming. Bye guys.